Welcome to the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Finals. My name is Teko. I'm going to be your host for the next 3 days, and I am in a live studio in real life for the first time in I think almost 2 years with two faces that are familiar, two voices you know very well. Avenger and Frost are here. What is it like to be back in real life? The two of you got to see each other again, Avenger.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. It's been 2 years since we were here last time for Stockholm, right? Season 4, so it's been a very long time, and I've been dying to see you guys in real life again, you know? I've only had the pleasure of seeing Toby because I could visit him in Copenhagen, but otherwise I haven't seen you guys in real life for forever, it feels like.
It has been a while, and we've had to just deal with each other online, but now we all get to hang out here, bring you all the PUBG action. Froz, have you been watching what's been going on during Super Weekend? Are you ready for the grand finals?
Of course, I think everybody's been watching all of this Super Weekend, right? It was some awesome games, and I mean, we have some awesome teams that qualified to this, so I think this is just going to be great, especially, as you're saying, back in the studio as well. This is top-notch.
I am laughing a little bit at myself right now because when you do this online, you have to always direct a question with a name so someone knows who you're speaking to. And I've just realized I don't have to do that anymore because they can see me. We're all here interacting. So we'll fix that as we go along. I won't keep calling them by name, but you know what we should probably do to start the show is let you know what you're watching and how we got here. Of course, last week was Super Weekend. I spoke about that. 32 teams battled it out to get their 8 spots here in the finals. You got to watch 8 games every day for 3 days, and now we're here in the grand finals where you will get to see those 8 teams as well as 8 invited teams competing over the next 3 days. And at the end of this, we are going to be able to crown a champion. If you want to see what it's going to look like each day, this is what the weekend schedule is, and I am so hyped. 6 games every single day for 3 days. That's a big one, gents, because we haven't had a lot of PUBG action here in Europe for 2022, and now here it is. You're getting your full.
This is the start as well for the whole year, right? It's not just getting to play now, because we're also going in with, point score system and everything. So it's going to be amazing to see how these teams are going to stand against each other. Some of the teams, of course, we saw during PGC, but it's been some time. And also, of course, we're all those new qualified teams into the mix as well. This hype.
Yeah, I really love how we're coming into the new start of a season because you have these roster changes. We're coming in with these kind of new teams that are trying to get to that PGC spot and try to get into things. And obviously the first grand finals with PGC points on the board here. So it's extremely exciting because the teams that potentially make it really far into this tournament, those are the teams that is going to be together and try to get further and further, try to qualify for PCS, try to qualify for the rest of the tournament. So this is a really, really important tournament for these teams.
It is an important tournament. This is a chance as well at the start of the year to say, hey, you need to pay attention to us. This is some of the highlights that we got to see from last weekend, and I think this gives you a good indication as to the teams that are going to be battling it out with those invited teams. I mean, I obviously was hosting, so I got to see a lot of these teams, but were there any standout moments for you? Because we had some funny moments during those games. Frost, anything that you saw that made you chuckle or maybe make you sit back and go, whoa, we should pay attention?
I mean, I think coming into the last few games, right, it was so close between all of them, and some was on the cusp of making or not making it. And I think that's always kind of the most, hype kind of moments in a tournament like this. You don't know if you're through. You don't know until it's the last game is over.
Were you expecting it to be that close, though? Because for me on the last day, I was surprised by how many teams were still fighting for the positions and how close it was. There wasn't like an out-and-out. There was a few teams that had qualified, but for the most part, it was still pretty open.
Yeah, I think it's always kind of this close. And that's what makes it so amazing to watch. Every game counts. The first game counts just as much as the last one, but it's always down to the wire, and that's what makes it such a hype moment to watch everything, and you're not sure who's going to make it, who's not going to make it until the end.
And obviously as well, for me, it was no matter if you're playing 10 games, 12 games, 18 games, 96 games in PEL, it always feels like it comes down to the very last day and the very last game. So, you know what? I'm just excited to be here. We have these 3 days here, a best of 18, and I feel like it's going to be hype all the way through.
As we break this down, we want to showcase those teams that did get invited. So they're going to pop up on your screen, not invited. The teams are qualified first, then we'll talk about the invited ones. They're going to pop up on your screen in a little bit. The one that I do want to talk about, though, is Sakura Zenson. They finished first. I was surprised by them. I didn't expect them to really feature yet. every single day. I think they had 2 chicken dinners. Didn't really pop off per se, but were just able to find themselves in the top 4 on a daily basis. Surprised by that as well?
I'm a little bit surprised considering that they kind of changed up the lineup. We've seen them before playing other tournaments, but coming into this tournament, they added 2 new members to the team. And it's a lot of change up to a team like this. I mean, they brought in Nixie and they brought in Techers instead of Novik. So the whole thing of adjusting yourself as a team, being able to play together, it's kind of hard when you're swapping out 2 players. That is half of the team. If you only swap out 1 player, it's easy because you just get that person to get comfortable into the spot. But switching out 2, that's a major thing.
That's a major change, especially when you're coming in and you're changing your drop spot as well. You're also you're playing against new teams and changes as well. It's not like you're coming into a lobby where it's the same 15 teams you've been playing against before. It's new teams as well. So there's so many changes, so many meta shifts that kind of changes your drop spots, where your neighbors are, who are your neighbors, what teams are playing. Are you potentially hot dropping someone? Because Sakura-sans have also been contesting a little bit in scrims and coming into this. So they had to adapt for this tournament as well.
Yeah, and also, of course, now with Nixie and He-Man joined together again. We've seen them previous in Tempest, of course, but that's been a while. But now they're back together on a team, and it seems like it's just working wonderfully for them.
We have a lot of these teams, and we'll break them down a little bit more as well, because I quite like the qualified teams. I think that they're some of the ones that we need to keep an eye on, because they might be able to shake things up. We'll look at them in a bit. But first, of course, what are the teams playing for? Because that's the big one. The prize pool, $50,000 in cash. And you need to finish in the top 12 to claim some of that money. But the truth is, there's something more important than money on the line, isn't there, Froz?
As always. PGC points. That's what we're all about. This is so important. You can see here, of course, G-Loot Event 1, that's where we are right now. This is the first event where the teams can grab themselves some PGC points. And, of course, you want as many as possible to make sure that you can get your spot to PGC.
Yeah, and we saw last year how important it is to be able to get as many points as possible, and also to qualify for as many tournaments as possible. Entropic last year was extremely close to making it to PDC, but they missed out on a few events, and due to that, they didn't make it. If they had just played one more event, because they had a really fantastic year last year, if they just played one more event and got top 10 in that event, they would have been in PDC instead of maybe question mark or something like that. So, unfortunate for them, they didn't make it, but here, we see fantastic teams, and it's extremely important that you could get as many points out of this as possible, of course. 200 points for the #1 team is a massive amount as well.
Obviously, easier as well if you start the year and you get those 200 points. Even if you make the top 3 and you get some points, then at least you're not chasing at the end, because we saw that a lot where you suddenly last events of the year, that's where you get your points. So the teams coming out today, they're going to want the top spot, right, Avenger?
Yeah, of course. And at the cutoff point last year was about 275 points around. So if you're in 300 this year, you should be somewhat safe, right? And winning this event, 200, then you only need to do mediocrely at one of the other events, and you'll be through. So it's extremely important to win this. And obviously our winners from last year, from the first kind of event for the year for the 200 points we saw from last event, was Heroic, and they easily made it through due to that.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why it's so important to be able to accumulate those points as soon as possible, because you get that cushion to work with, even if you don't get any points from some of the events. Like Heroic didn't get any from the ESL Masters Summer, for example, even though they qualified for it. So no PGC points was added for them there. But they still made it, and we saw what kind of impact they had during PGC. So super important that you get those PGC points going.
In order to do that, though, you need to do well today and tomorrow and Sunday here at the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Finals. So we're going to be focusing in now on exactly how you get to do that. So if you're playing, of course, those teams, like you saw, will do 6 games a day, and they need to get placement points. That's what's important. And then they also need to get kills, because what's not on your screen is that for every kill, you get a point. A little bit of a change here, Avenger. So that's going to be a new focus maybe for the teams coming in. Are they going to change the way they've been playing?
So it's obviously a meta shift from our most chicken dinners format, where you just needed to get as many chicken dinners as possible plus kills. But here we're obviously playing for points, 10 points for a win, 1 point for a kill is still massive. It's still the majority of your points is coming from kills, so it's kill heavy. And that's also why we see some of the teams in the qualifiers do well, because they are extremely mechanically gifted. We have some teams that are super focused on just getting those kills. They're not too focused on getting the wins and the placement points.
Also, I think it's a more of a clutch moment to have this kind of point score that we're doing here, because with that, even if you're down to one player, you could still get a few points by just getting a few kills, adding a few placement points on top of that. It's not just about winning that game itself.
Interesting that you say that, though, because like here's a random question I'm going to throw out. We saw this a lot on Super Weekend. So you have one player left standing early on for whatever reason. Ding was very clever at keeping them alive, hiding out a little bit, maybe just waiting till the end game. You know you've now got the points, then let them shoot, or do you start shooting straight away to get the kills? What's the decision you make?
That is so hard. It depends so much on the situation, what teams are still up, where you're situated on the map itself. Like, if you can force the two teams to fight each other, for example, if you're solo, you know there's 2 4-man teams left, and you knock one of the 4-man teams, the other 4-man team might be pushing that team, and because of that, you might have the chance to just win the game because they are fighting each other, and it's up to you to just clutch it out in the end.
I'm just using the desk to help me become a professional PUBG player because I've got them here, so I might as well ask them all the random questions.
There's 10 years of PUBG knowledge between me and Frost alone, so it's fantastic with that. But there's so many things as well for this, is because I feel like the last 2 years, the teams have learned so much about how to handle those single solo players, because they are so aware of the kill feed and who is alive, when are they dead. There are some extremely talented players that will tell you there's 32 players left alive. They will tell you who's left alive, what teams, what players are dead, and they will know how many is left alive. So if we're in a situation where there's 12, 13 players left alive, they will be able to tell you exactly what teams, exactly what players, and they will know where they are approximately because due to the fights where they've happened before, right? So I feel like, especially here with the format where placement is extremely important, but also where it's important to not be the team that is being third-partied. You're trying to make sure that you're pushing those solo or duo players to the other team, push them in that direction. So there's a lot of kind of crowd control going on because they're so aware of your surroundings.
Let's take a look now at the teams they're going to be playing. Hopefully they were listening to all that great advice, because if they weren't, we'll point it out later on in the show. These are the teams that are going to be competing in your grand finals. As you can see there, you have the 8 invited teams and then the 8 qualified teams. This is going to be an interesting mix, and I'm curious, how do you think that first game is going to go? Is it going to be very calm? Is everyone going to feel each other out? Or are we going to have contested drop spots, lots of early on chaos?
The thing is, there's a lot of teams that's actually having the same drop spots, but I don't think we're going to have as much contesting going on, especially in the start. Everyone wants to have kind of a slow start, feeling each other out a little bit and see what's going to happen. But there's a few teams, of course, that know that they're already dropping on someone else's spot. And you have a team like Enterprise, for example. They've been following a team like NLT, what they do. They like their spots. They know that NLT plays really well. And they've been kind of trying to copy a little bit of what they do and put their own playstyle into the mix to it all. But coming in here, they need to change their drop spots. I've been talking a little bit with Yanni from Enterprise. He said, hey, we don't want to come in here. We don't want to disturb anything like that. We want to make sure that we play our game as good as possible, but we'll find a new place that we'll call home on both the maps.
Yeah, for me, it wouldn't make sense for any of the team to hot drop each other at this point. Here we have 18 games only, right? And you need to get as much as you can out from every single game. And we have had weeks and months of scrims and smaller tournaments and qualifiers for other tournaments as well that has been going on that have already been sorted. That's also why we've seen FaZe Clan go away from Minas Generalis and Miramar and left it for Na'Vi. There's so many small things going on that has already been settled. So I don't think we're going to see any hot drops. I would be surprised, but I feel like this, especially with the teams that have qualified now, since it's only last weekend, there are going to be teams that are going to be squeezing in behind some of the major teams, Na'Vi and FaZe Clan. There's a little bit of space in Farm, for example, with the Milta and the West Farm split for Na'Vi. So we'll see if Exhalation try to go there for the Shark Fin and try to force FaZe Clan away a little bit, or where they go instead. We'll see.
There are those qualified teams, and I know that each of you have a team that you've taken a look at, you've been able to analyze a little bit, and we want to find out more about them, because this might be the first time you're seeing some of these teams. So, Avenger, tell me a bit about Polish Power.
Yeah, Polish Power is obviously a team that have qualified here. They had 2 very weird days for me, a 7-point day and a 70-point day. So I'm like, all right, how does a team have a 7-point day go into a 70-point day? It's because this team is the biggest hit or miss team in Europe. I am not kidding you. Sometimes they can go and they will do a snowball effect, getting 25 kills wins. Obviously not in the big tournaments, but in some of the smaller ones. And other ones, they'll go out and have no kills and go out in 16th. But these guys, they play with their confidence. They play with the snowball effect. If they are pulling up onto compounds, they will try to kill players. And if they manage to kill all 4 of that other team, they will have a massive confidence boost just in that single game, and they will go on a roll.
And this is a team that is not afraid to pull up on anyone or
true.
to try to do drive-bys. And a lot of the other teams, they really dislike this kind of play style. And that's what makes them kind of a wild card coming into this. Because people are not going to expect you to form and do a drive-by onto someone. But this is the team, if any, that will do it. And we'll probably see that happening this weekend.
You think we'll see it happen?
Oh yeah, for sure.
These guys, they love doing things with like, why? So the biggest question that a pro PUBG player will ask is, why is he here, or what are they doing? Asking questions about the other teams because they think it's a stupid play, right? But these guys, they commit to things like that. You can see here, 10 kills, 4 guys alive. They're having a massive game. I believe it's an 11-kill win or something like that for him. So in general, they're just playing super, super well when they're playing with the snowball effect.
This is also a great strength of them because you want to be unexpected by the other teams what you're going to do. You don't want to be predictable by the other teams. And if you can be unpredictable, like Polish Power is, a lot of the times, it's going to mess things up for the other teams.
This will be interesting to see them in the lobby. But there was another team last weekend. I spoke quite highly of them in Tropic. For me, I really love the consistency and I love their positioning, especially on day one. They were just very clever at making sure that they could get themselves to the end game. Fraz, you watched them as well. What did you think?
I mean, I think that Entropic is a really nice team. I think they can do really good here, and we saw a lot from them last year, of course, as well.
Right.
And one thing they do really good is that they take a lot of space. They like to be super aggressive and get a lot of kills. But coming into a lobby like this, talking a little bit with Naleb, he says there's not as much space to play around, and you get punished for more things here. So they're not going to be able to play the same playstyle as they did in the qualifier. And they already identified this, which is a great thing. Now, the thing is, how much are they going to be able to adapt themselves early on and maybe from the first game to make sure that they find a good playstyle for the lobby itself that will suit them, but also make sure that they get towards the top.
And Tropic is a team that I'm just looking at. These guys are just 4 extremely talented players. Mechanically skilled, just through the roof. Naleb is obviously a guy that is a standout player, but like Lukaruk could be like all these guys in a single situation, they can pop off and they can wipe out teams single-handedly. So they're an extremely strong team. And once they get going, once they play as this unit where they're playing with these 4 guys closely knit together, they are capable of winning games like no other teams, I feel like. In a situation where I would say they're probably a top 6 team in this lobby.
And it's not always like this is not a team that will always play edge or always play center. They're really all-around kind of team.
Yeah,
they're really good at being that as well. Being able to know who's going to be close to us and who's going to be towards the middle if they play edge, for example. But also knowing how to like battle it out, how to make their way into the circle no matter where they are.
For Season 5, we are going to kickstart game number 1 at 6 p.m. CEST. If you missed the broadcast schedule we shared earlier, then where have you been? But in the meantime, we just want to hype you up and let you know a little bit more about the teams that are going to be playing. There are 8 invited teams. And last week, this question came up a lot, and we know the answer, so we'll share it with you. How did the 8 teams get invited?
So obviously there's 8 teams that are invited straight to the finals, right? And it's the 8 partner teams that have proved themselves through years and years that they are up there. They deserve to be here. And to make it easy, they are straight invited to the finals, so the other teams wouldn't have to be knocked out in the Super Weekend, because otherwise the 8 teams would just come into the Super Weekend and completely dominate. No, that's not true, of course, but they are
I was about to say, you're going to get in trouble when one of the other teams comes in now and upsets them in the beginning.
But I would be surprised if out of the 8 teams that are invited, that at least 5 of them don't end up in the top 8.
So now, my next question to you, though, is obviously these invited teams, we haven't had a chance to see them play, but we do know that there's been some shuffle. So for me, I'm quite excited. The last time I did PUBG was 2 years ago, and I got to meet this player, and he happened to pop off the weekend I was working. But now he's made the jump. Fuzzface, Liquid, coaching. What is that going to look like today?
I think it's going to be awesome. I've been waiting for this moment, not for Fuzz to retire, but actually see him in a position like this, because I think he is a great addition as a coach itself. He has a lot of experience, life experience that is good for him to put down there. And right now, he's currently working a lot with the communication on the team, trying to figure out, okay, how do I make sure that this team is going to be the best team? Working with the players on an individual level to make sure that they become the best ones.
I think Foss is probably just off his merits from 4 years of military service, and he's not old. He's 26, 27, right? So he just has so much life experience that he can bring to these guys. There are, in the start of their 20s, so there's a lot of mental training that he can help them with, a lot of communication, as Frost said, that he can help them with. And I think in general, Foss is probably the biggest addition to a team that has now 4 insane fraggers, along with an absolutely super skilled IGL as well. So I'm really excited to see how far Liquid can take it this year here with the addition of Fuzzface as well. And I think if they start off a high note, especially this tournament here, I think they could definitely come out on top on Europe this year.
I mean, talking about Liquid, we're also going to talk, of course, the addition of VAR to the team as well. He's been replacing Ibiza's position on the team now, and I think that this... Well, we always say this. This is the greatest Team Liquid we've seen so far.
Right.
But that's always what you do, right? When you make a lineup change, you make it to become the best team that you ever had. But this is scary to me. With Fuzzface on the coaching side, and you have Vard now on the team as well. But one of the great things is also that Vard was with them during PGC as a sub already. Right. That means that coming into this, he already knows the playbook. He knows everything, how to play it out. Now he just had his set role on the team itself.
Yeah, that month and a half out there has worked a lot for, like, even if it wasn't planned integrating him into the team, it's worked so much that he can just stand there, observe, and he can help the team be an analyst, ready player as well. And in general, like, I play other games with Vard and play PUBG with Vard. Vard is probably one of the most talented players in Europe mechanically, and coherent as well. He is so aware of his surroundings. It's actually disgusting. And he can go into a new game that he never played before, and it's like, oh, this is about my sense, and he just hits everything. I mean, this guy is a laser.
I would put him on top 5 in terms of aim as well.
Yeah, it's insane.
His aim in the scene itself here.
For sure.
We've spoken a lot about Liquid, we've spoken a lot about those shuffles, but there's some roster shuffles happening elsewhere with some of these invited teams. So which one are you most excited to take a look at?
Or we can do FaceClan as well. Diggory being stolen from ENCE. That's a big one. Diggory was... the other guys can be a little bit sad about it, but Diggory is probably the most talented player out of that, mechanically as well, but also super aware of surroundings, very good at playing, and will fit very well into the team as well. There are 4 extremely all-around skilled players. Gustav IGLing, AT can still scout, he can play anchor, they can all play all positions, but you just have these 3 guys potentially standing in the front line. Whoever of them is playing anchor, you just have 3 extremely potent players out in the front.
You did mention one thing there, Gustav IGLing. That is something like, he's been co-IGLing a little bit with Fuzz, but now he's going to be back on the IGL role himself, so he's going to be steering the team a little bit more. Steering the boat, being the captain, making sure that they make the right decisions. And one of the decisions is that you touched on it earlier. They have left Monte Nuevo. They're not going Minas. They were going to, but they're going to reside to El Pozo instead. And one of the big reasons for that is that it's also a place close to Monte. So they will have their old rotation routes. They can still utilize all of that information that they've gathered for so many years before and keep on playing kind of the same game.
Yeah, I talked a lot with Gustav as well. I was like... because I feel like Monte is one of the best places because they're so far to any teams around you. But what he said and pointed out as well is there are so many compounds and the circles are so unpredictable in that area in general. So even if you have the 4 best compounds with one player, which then often results in you being breached, then you rarely get to win those games because it's not like back in the old days in 2019 where we had a little bit different circle settings where there is this phase compound, which is still phase compound, where it always ended. Like it ended there all the time because it was a little bit predictable, right? And now we have a little bit different circle settings, so the circle's a little bit more random. And now it's hard to predict where the circles end when they're on the west side. And the area on Monte in general has these 2 mega canyons with roads in the middle, and if you have to traverse any of those late game, you will die. Like, it's so hard to get on the other side of it.
That actually reminds me, this is one of the reasons why they want to go there as well. Talking with Gustav, he said, El Pozo is such a good place to hold and be there early if the circle lands there, and they want to be able to control these kind of areas. And that's also one of the big reasons why they're moving over there.
We're going to talk a bit more about these teams. I have more questions for you, but I want to talk about you first because we have a little something for you. We're going to be running an Easter egg hunt throughout the broadcast today, tomorrow, and Sunday. You can call it an Easter egg hunt if you like. And we have 10 survivor passes to give away every single day. If you want to win and you think you're the biggest PUBG esports fan, then listen up. This is what you have to do. During the course of the broadcast, a name of a champion, a legend, a previous player who has won a G-Loot season will pop up. It'll probably run down here. You'll be able to see it. If you recognize it, what you need to do is very quickly head on over to Twitter, direct message G-Loot Esports with that name. And if you're one of the first 10, you can win. We'll be doing this every day. I mean, we can actually test Frost and Avenger because I'm pretty sure their knowledge. Do you know every single one of the previous season's players that have won?
So do you want to know the one that won or the one that's playing here?
Because so you know the ones that are playing. So who's playing? Let's go through who's playing.
16 winners. Let's go with Frost. You know
all right. Should I start? We'll do one each. Okay. Uber.
Yeah. Example.
VOD.
Battalion.
That's all 4.
That's the 4.
That's the 4.
That's playing here. But
imagine if they were a team.
That would be an insane team. No, but that's obviously it's been 5 seasons now. Yeah, it's been we're in the fifth.
We're in the
season
fifth
now. But it's been 4 seasons before, and it's been pretty legendary. We've been here obviously many times, and it can. I just want to say this is not an April Fool's. It's the first. This is not April Fool's, and it's any of the winners previously. It's not one of those 4 we just mentioned, but those 4. That's pretty legendary to have them here as well because. It's 4 different teams as well, right? It's so random as well. It's super good to see that these guys are here. Yeah.
We're just reminiscing. That's what we're doing here. You've been on all 5 broadcasts, if I'm not mistaken.
That's the only talent.
The only talent that's been on
I have
all 5.
I have all the pins. I'll bring them.
Where are they?
I'll bring them for Sunday. I'll have all 4 of them.
There we go.
Yeah.
We should put your name down on the ticker as well.
Yeah, no, but I haven't won. I'm just, this bystander kind of standing here like, oh, hi, guys.
We're going to get back into this because otherwise I'm going to start making jokes about Avenger's age, and I don't want to do that to him.
Wow.
Because he's not that old. I actually think that I'm older than him. So
I think you are.
I think I am. I'm going to stop right here. Let's talk back about the teams. We mentioned the phase change, which obviously impacted ENCE. How do you think that's going to play out for them this weekend?
For ENCE or for FaZe Clan?
For ENCE.
For ENCE, yeah. Well, I mean, I've been watching ENCE. They've been grinding. They've been playing a lot of scrims. Obviously, they don't have to play the qualifiers, so they've been taking their time playing scrims. And they are also a very, very potent team. I'm actually not worried for them at all. We have Nuki coming in, the world's best eyebrows in the business in the PUBG scene. He's a very, very experienced player. He played in PL as well. And he was like multiple times MVP, top fragging in PL. So he's a very, very potent player himself. So what it could potentially be a loss for them in terms of losing Diggory, I don't feel like it's going to be so like that much. Diggory potentially would win, a few more 1 versus 1 than Nuki because he's a little bit better, maybe, if you look at that, but I'm not worried for it at all.
Well, honestly, sometimes it's just good to have this kind of changes in the team, in the lineup itself. It brings something fresh to the team, and in terms of just like, they've been together for like almost 2 years playing together, so having something fresh coming in, of course, Nuki has played together with Tixu before as well, so it's not anything unusual for them to play together. But one thing that has been a little bit of a struggle lately for them is that they have 2 of the players have been sick lately. Squeaky and Nuki has been sick the past few weeks, so they've had a little bit of problem with the scrims and so on.
We can talk lots about what we expect to happen, but I know what you want. You want us to get right into the action. So let's jump in to game 1. Joe Ressart, Toby, take us to Miramar.
Thank you so much, Sam. And can I just say how absolutely amazing it is, Joro, to get to sit next to your caster.
Oh my
We are actually in the same room for the first time in over 2 years. This is absolutely insane. I'm Toby, joined by Joro, and in just a short moment, we will bring you the very first game of the G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals. We're starting off on Miramar. It's a pretty straightforward first plane of the tournament, and I like that. I mean, we're tossing all these teams in against one another. Yes, a lot of them has played against each other before, but we're adding the spice of the qualifier teams. And why not just make things simple? Why not make things fair? Give them a plane path where everyone can go essentially exactly where they want to go.
Let's be honest, after the Super Weekend, we're just happy to see something that's kind of normal to begin with. And we've had instances in the Super Weekend as well, let's be honest, where it's looked normal, it's looked like a fairly pedestrian central circle, and all hell still manages to break loose. So I'm not making any assumptions today.
It's almost as if whenever the circles don't make the Chaos Force, the players find their own unique way of doing exactly that. So believe me, no matter how things will go down, chaos will unfold eventually, but hopefully not as these players leave the plane. Let's see the desk. Joro talked a lot about where will teams drop. Will there be any teams potentially landing on top of one another? Well, we find out now as we head into game number 1.
Exactly right. 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock plane path to start things off there. You can see your teams on the left and right, all 16 of them. Nice shiny new logo for no name yet. I appreciate that. That's an excellent logo. So really good to see them update that here. But what we're looking for is any teams that want to be contesting vehicles with one another, for example. Any teams that may want a similar drop spot. This is a finalized lobby of 16. They're going to be playing in the same group for all 3 days. So any, how do I put it, disagreements now, Toby, could potentially amplify later.
Oh, easily. We've seen it so many times. I almost want to say we've seen it more than not, that stubborn teams just brawl it out, and it really can quite easily lose them tournaments if they get too desperate to try and maintain control of set loot spots. But this looks pretty good and dandy. The first circle is going to go down towards the southwest. There aren't a whole lot of teams down there yet, but given the somewhat southern plane path,
sure,
most, if not all, teams should have a pretty straightforward transition route down there. Teams, though, first things first, find yourself a vehicle.
I think maybe Mixie's found a vehicle and might be going for a road trip alongside. I think that's not going to quite work out for him, but it's fine. It's not like there's someone on his back or anything like that. Things are looking relatively chilled out to begin with. What teams are potentially going to be clashing heads with each other going into phase 1?
Before we get to that, I want to point out something that I hope that I'm calling right. This plane path was extremely Picado friendly. I mean, believe me, it's hard to get a plane path on Miramar that isn't Picado friendly.
True.
And the fact that Liquid sent 3 players up towards that barn compound tells me this is early presence. This is them telling BBL, we know we've had our fair share of skirmishes in the east and southeast part of Picado in the early games before, fighting over compounds, fighting over vehicles. We're going to send 3 people up on that hill in game number 1 to show you that we mean business. This hill is ours now, and it will remain ours for the rest of the tournament.
That's a really good point, and not having to settle that score a little bit later on because you're sort of showing everyone else what your intention is in game number 1 is critical. If BBL see that and they go, oh, okay, that's what they're doing this weekend, maybe the end of game number 1 is just fine. We just accept this, that's cool, we move on, and to be honest, there hasn't really been any major disagreements so far. What's interesting is that given the plane path was basically an arrow straight through Picado, Team Liquid might almost feel slightly aggrieved that they're going to have to rotate a little further than they'd want to. They're basically on edge here, and 9 out of 10 times you see a plane path like that, you don't expect to need to rotate away, but this is quite a hard southwest shift.
One thing that's interesting with that, and to add to what you're saying, is that Liquid, especially in circles like these, I mean, in the good old days with them fighting DA and the kind of the pre-Picado on the southwest side, where partially where BBL find themselves now, Liquid would always run into issues there because they rotated early and then ran into DA. Whereas to now, obviously, I mean, having 3 people land on the hillside, teams literally landing in the middle of the open, they're going to be slower in looting. And it could be we have 1 new player on the roster now, we have a new coach coming in. Are they maybe going to take some of that early speed of, like, Liquid is always, not always, but oftentimes been a team that likes to really rotate early in your Erangel military games. In these specific circles, get down towards Juma, get some of those hillsides. I don't think they're in a hurry the same way they've maybe been in the past.
Well, we just saw Clib, he was looking in the direction of BBL as they got into vehicles and drove away. So I'm pretty sure Team Liquid now know that BBL Esports have moved away from that position directly to their south, and that gives them some space to play with. It doesn't mean they have to instantly take it, but it means they've now got the option.
See Exhalation in the meantime, trying to see if maybe they can pick somebody apart. Wants to get the first knock of the tournament. Not this time around, though. The Boom smart and quick to get into his vehicle. Doesn't want to have the entirety of Polish Power stop up on the hillside and start shooting them. Because if you sit down there on the very edge of the first circle and you have your tires popped and there's only a buggy to pick you up, believe me, I mean, if Polish Power is having just a somewhat decent day, they will hit those shots. And that could be you not too satisfied that you fired those shots to begin with.
Look, we want to be positive about all of the teams, right? And we want to big everyone up as much as we can. But even the analyst desk mentioned rightly, it depends on which Polish power shows up. It depends on what they had for breakfast this morning, for all we know, because they could show up and get 20 kill games, or they could show up and go out in 15th, 16th place. And right now, we don't have enough information yet to gauge which one of those scenarios is going to come true for them today.
Whether it's 7-point Polish power or 70-point Polish power or somewhere in between that we'll be seeing today and over the course of the finals, well, only the games will show us. In the meantime, Tokyo Manager Gang making their rotation down towards the south. They got plenty of space out towards the southeast, but as we say that, there are quite a few teams that have already opted to wrap south around Chumacera. A lot of the teams were already in the vicinity. Obviously, Ding looting Valdemar, Tropic rotating out of Los Leones as well, and then Heroic spreading around the center of the circle. You can see it here. So the guys in black, Tokyo Manager Gang, they could potentially run into Footballists way down south, but already now, I want to say the center is actually more occupied early on, especially considering Liquid, a team that would normally go early, opting to go late. Other teams have taken control where they maybe wouldn't have, and that could potentially catch a team like Tokyo Manager Gang off guard.
Looking at sort of Liquid's rotation and how close they're getting to Heroic, they knew that BBL left early, but they also know that BBL went due south. So they can assume that Heroic is still in Chumacera, and maybe there just wasn't that much room for them. Like, they might have one compound maybe that they're fairly confident is free between, but they don't want to take too many risks. You're right, Tokyo Manager Gang could head into Footballists, but Footballists are playing this quite smart. They knew that the Southern Highway was basically free, but instead of going into the center at the first opportunity, they're continuing to go due south, basically with the idea that any compound or any hillside that they get in phase 1 and hopefully in phase 2, that no one could possibly come up behind them. That's going to be their goal right now, yeah?
Yep, not a bad rotation at all. They got plenty of space down south. Now we hop on over to Sakura Sensen, a team that not only have I been looking forward to see them play this week because they really impressed me in the Super Weekend, but I've actually been looking forward to see them play with Northern Lights. Because I like to think that, I mean, you always have a team that you don't necessarily look up to, but a team that you could be impressed by.
Sure.
I like to think that Sakura Sanson has taken a lot of what is it that Northern Lights does that works so well and tried to add that to their own recipe of success, which has granted them the success, but now they're in a lobby where that team is too. And will they be able to pull that off? I mean, they're sitting up right behind them on Power Grid right now. We'll see as the weekend kind of moves on forward.
That's an interesting one to look at because Sakura Zensen in the Super Weekend, they basically got a lot of their baseline points by consistently making sure they're positionally in the top 5. And sometimes they would go out, but not without a couple of kills, and other times they'd, pick up 8 to 10 kills off of it, and that's where they got all their points from.
Exactly.
But Northern Lights tend to, if I may be so bold, they tend to be a bit more aggro than that. They're happy taking those fights. They're super confident as a team taking those kind of firefights, and I'm not sure how well those playstyles are going to mash together. So if we see these two in the same quadrant of the circle, it's going to be super interesting to see how this works out.
Oh, speaking of, here they are. Northern Lights sitting 3 in the compound. Sakura Sanson rotating just past them, obviously well aware that there's a team here, and had they done their prep right, I would assume that they know that it could very easily be Northern Lights taking control of the compound. The thing is, Northern Lights isn't a 3-1 split right now with a player down towards the south, and I'm not sure Sakura Sanson is aware of it. They've left Nixie up on the hillside now. Perfectix, obviously, hearing Salty pulling up from behind. He is going to leave the compound, try and see how fast he can get away from there. Tegas will hear the buggy as well. Is he going to go out and shoot? No. But one thing's for sure, Joro. We've hit the 9-minute mark. We're just 45 seconds away from the second circle, I should say, popping. No one's died yet. Everyone is playing this very cautious. It's not the same bloodbath and chaos that we saw previously. Teams want to live for long here. Perfectix just letting Sakura Sanson know that my compound doesn't come for free. It comes with 2 bullets in the wall. And he's going to leave.
It's a bit of redecorating there by the looks of things, and it's a bit too much for him, I think.
Yeah.
Took a couple of shots and realized that there might be a little bit of a long-range third party there now that he's given away his position, but no harm done. Happy to rejoin the rest of the team. I like the Polish power rotation here as well, by the way. They went all the way west, down the cliffs and back up, which is a very long way to go, but also a great way to almost guarantee you're not going to run into anybody else. So Polish power taking things quite quite safely, shall we say, at the beginning of this game. And we have another southwest shift.
We did talk about wanting to see Polish Power not necessarily press the brakes, but be able to press the brakes when need be.
Sure,
and I feel like them not running full speed forward into that first circle, taking the longer route around, making sure they're not going to run into any ambushes, and now presenting themselves on the west side of the circle. That is indeed a good read on their part. You can see them coming in with the grey logos up there towards the northwest side of what is now the second circle. It did go down towards the south. Valdemar's on the far west side of it, and everyone are going to start traversing down here. We saw a big pile of teams wrap far south around. They're going to be running straight into Footballers, depending on where they're up to set up. And in the meantime, Beamy finds the first knock of the grand finals. Grannies goes down. This is the full-on pull-up. Fights both ways. Paige finds Jenny. Jenny did manage to get Beamy down first, though.
The rest of Enterprise looking to try and come up. The problem is, even though Corexi can smoke his teammate, he's getting third party from elsewhere. That's actually Marcelic from, goodness, quite far away. That's actually stopping him from being able to get Beamy up and engage the rest of Enterprise. Both teams sort of at a little bit of Zugzwang here, really, because they can't fight out in the open without Polish Power sending a couple of bullets their way.
Exactly, that's what the hills do to you. If you're caught on the edge, not only do you have to worry about the teams right next to you, but there's most likely a hungry team sitting on the other side of that valley waiting to shoot at you. It does seem like, though, Corexi will be able to get the res on up. Oh, as I say that, the boom through the smoke finds him from way up north. Impressive shots coming in there. In the meantime, Footballist, we just talked about them. They're going to be running into trouble eventually. Vades does find one. Liron goes down. No flush confirmed just yet, but as I say that, Maxisol finds him with the nade. So Footballist down one early. More damage being done now to Odin.
Looking solid here, but on a little bit of shaky ground when you move out of the compound, and the ability to third party is here. Footballist have lost Lyron, and now we've got Tokyo Manjigang moving up towards them. Waits has been shot on, so Tokyo Manjigang now have to make a decision. Are they going to try and continue to press forward here? Or after being sprayed at, are they going to go, oh, we might actually want to go somewhere else? Footballist have got a decent amount of control on this compound. Tokyo Manjigang, they'll be able to spread out a lot, and they'll get a lot of really good angles on Footballist. The problem is, if one player from Tokyo Manjigang goes down, suddenly it's a big gaping hole in their defense.
Exactly. The more you stretch that string, the easier it is to make it snap. And speaking of, Noogie from down below finds Maxisol. That should have an easy flush coming with it as well. Now Waits has got to make the decision. Does he go for the res or not? Gluten in the meantime spots him from the side, and that's one more player from Tokyo Manjigang taken down. They get caught off guard. They get stabbed in the back, and Footballist is immediately there to punish them.
We're now starting to get to the slightly pointier end of the game. It's 13 minutes in, and still every single team alive in this lobby. Nobody wants to be the first to go out in the grand finals. A couple of teams have taken casualties, but nobody is fully out just yet. Here comes like Gluttony. Might be able to spot Guzjara the other side of that tree, but he stays hidden for now. Gives his position away by shooting something behind him. It wasn't actually an enemy, and that gives Guzjara the opportunity to stab him in the back.
Baited by the bike. Unfortunate aim in the meantime finds Odin as well. Olsing now on his own. This is not looking good at all. Aimlol and Goose, they know that they have to push down this hill. They have to find this kill. They already have done damage towards Olsing, and they're not going to wait around here. They're pushing forward, both running side by side. Smart decision to do so. Got to be able to trade that knock if you can. Olsing wants to wrap around the other way, though, potentially go for the rest. Spots one. Does he get eyes on this second as well? No. He's down behind the ridge, and Naya, he speeds him. One flush comes in. Aimlol, 8 bullets in the gun. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. Nice. Footballist full in 16.
I feel a little bit sorry for Footballist there. I feel like throughout the course of the last couple of minutes, they were sort of fighting 3 different squads at once, so it was a little bit frustrating for them, but someone has to be the first team out.
Yeah.
And you can see Northern Lights making a very daring southern rotation. They took a lot of bullets from FaZe there, but they managed to keep alive, and we now have ENCE looking to come in as a third party onto Tokyo Manjigang.
I like ENCE trying to pounce on this. They got the knock on to Max so early on. They knew there was a battle going on, and they know for a fact, obviously having been part of it themselves, that there were casualties on both sides. And I also really like this disengage from Tokyo Manjigang. They know Sure, there's a chance we could hold the compound 4v2, but it's simply not worth the risk. We're still on the hard southeast edge of the circle. We're just 2 players. There's plenty of grass here. There are plenty of dips here. Let's find somewhere to lay low and potentially get placement points.
And you know what's so good about that timing as well? They made that decision early. It was decisive, and they chose to do it. And at the point they did that, ENCE are still scouting out the compound. They didn't even spot Tokyo Magigang running away because they made that good decision early enough that they did it in a relatively, well, I would say a relatively pain-free way. Sadly, they're being shot at by someone else now. But as far as ENCE are concerned, they got away scot-free.
Exactly. And Tropic now running in to no name yet. Tundu tacked up, but Lukarook's meeting a few bullets towards him here as well. They are in a 2-way split right now, and Sakura Sanson is sitting on the other side, so there's all the qualifier teams that have piled themselves up on the northeast side of the circle that are trying to kind of shoulder to shoulder make their way through into the next circle. Issue is, and Tropic is sitting so thin right now that they can't really take the fight to no name yet. Now teams from up above the hillside is starting to shoot in as well.
So the team's trying to rotate. You're absolutely right. So many of the qualifying teams. Basically, everyone's fighting Team Liquid to be able to get a piece of the northeast edge of the circle. A nice little bit of point grabbing there from Mixi. Manages to finish off a Salik as well. So that will be Team Liquid's first point of the afternoon. Nixie, though, that's a similar part of the circle as Entropic are going to be coming in soon. So this could end up being very messy indeed. I think trying to run him over with the bike, realizing that it would be too late to do anything else, but James manages to get that kill in the end. And now Entropic are in big trouble, and by big trouble I mean out of the game. I think other squads were fighting them as well. You can see No Name Yet, Sakura Zensen, everyone getting involved. It's 4 or 5 squads in very close proximity.
Yep, it's one big layer cake of death over here on the northeast side. Whenever you shoot downhill, there's always a team up above you ready to shoot down at you. Sakura Sands, unfortunately, right now, the team with the hill control. But as I say that, there comes the layer up above. Liquid now charming in as well. Clip finds him and not only knocks him, but gets him flushed out as well. Tegas does spot what I believe to be the final living player for No Name Yet. Philo trying to make a run, only has smokes for cover, but is not too far away from rich cover as well. And there you go, does get at least something to play behind.
No Name Yet are going to struggle here. The good news is that they are the team that's, shall we say, the most east of all of the teams that were here beforehand, which means there's a chance, at least, that Sakura Zensen fight Team Liquid and they get left alone for a bit.
Ooh. Okay.
Wow.
AC does get the flush into Masterlick. Deadrick's trying to stay put, finds Norkis with a nade. He's literally at 1 HP, though. T-Bone from up above does find the flush onto free kill. And now let's see, as a single player left alive, Deadrick's what can you do here? Does the fire spread behind the wall? No, it won't. Does find a headshot on towards Cappy, though. Cappy's trying to buy time right now. Trying to buy time for Crunio to get Norkis up. He does succeed in doing so. So as for now, it's a 3v1.
Crunio looking for a way to get this knock. A good bounce off the wall, but unfortunately Deadrick's is not there. Deadrick's, there's no easy way out here,
They
really.
can't push each other at all because Heroic has the hilltop up above them. Whenever you get out that building, you get peppered by 3 heroes. You can see the way in the minimap in the bottom right corner. They're all, or at least we're all looking down in this direction. If they make that cross, now they do.
Have to.
Now they do. Yep, you gotta clear him out. Gotta clear him out. Let's see, Deadrix finds the first, does go down in return. Nice trade there from Polish Power.
So just to explain to you guys at home why that had to happen, the longer you wait, knowing that 2 squads are fighting in a compound like this, the more opportunity you have for a third party to come in and absolutely wreck your day. And I know that Heroic are trying to put a lot of pressure on Polish Power right now, but if they kept that up for even longer, Exhalation could have gotten involved, FaZe Clan could have gotten involved, and it would have been even messier. Yeah. So the earlier Polish Power could close that off, the better, and that's why you saw them push into that single story to get the trade.
Exactly. And while everyone is fighting down the valley, the circle has shifted up towards the hillside. BBL sitting dead center right now. Liquid up towards the north. We see Clip here. Of course, he's well aware that he's taking out one of the Gorsanson players, but we know them to be quite dangerous come mid-late game when they kind of turn on the thrusters. But can they go up against the boys in blue? Liquid sitting up the hillside, holding off Vard and Clip next to one another, ready for whatever might come their way. In the meantime, Heroic continuing to make this compound down below a living hell for Polish Power. Crunio does get flushed. In the meantime, Aimlul actually finds Perfectix as well. Now more teams are charming in as Northern Lights start taking casualties.
Northern Lights there, unfortunately going too light, although I don't think they're actually out of the game just yet. That was the first team. You're rewatching the first team out in our grand final. And that was Footballist on this occasion. We'll see what they can do next game. Heroic now, still continuing to make sure Polish Power can't get out of that compound. Now, the longer they do this, the longer they can't get into the circle themselves, Toby. So at some point, they're going to have to make a decision here whether they want those 2 points badly enough that they're potentially compromising their position in the next circle.
You can see they're sitting here desperately looking for Polish Power because they want to make that move, as you're saying. They do not want to sit around here forever. But I respect them not leaving before they've dealt with them because they do not want to push into Liquid with a team pushing up behind them.
Yes, the last thing you want to do is push into a team where you think you're going to win the fight, and the moment you open fire, someone else open fires on you, right, from behind, so that's no good. Tokyo Manji Gang, good to see them adhering to one of our golden rules of PUBG. If you're going to get shot, at least stay on 1 HP, which is fair enough. Heroic now, maybe starting to bite off a little bit more. They're taking a look at FaZe Clan as well, who are very close to Exhalation. This is going to be rough. Northern Lights are out of the game now, by the way, but they were mainly squeezed out in the blue as opposed to outfought in a sort of base fair fight. So we'll wait and see what kind of rotations they can come up with next in the game. But for now, BBL Esports, no name yet actually, is a solo, looking okay in the middle.
Yeah, Polish Power in the meantime, forfeiting game number 1. They didn't want to get taken down by Heroic, so they go out in blue. Aimlol alongside Tokyo Magic Gang. Those go out in 11th place in return, and there you go.
Oh, wow.
Exhalation, Zoom, and Uber working Tantrum, taking out FaZe. They didn't have a whole lot of space to maneuver, and Exhalation makes great use of it. There were only 2 guys coming into that fight, but they managed to pick them apart, and FaZe fall just outside of placement point.
We're starting to see a little bit of a pattern here, Toby. All of the teams that sort of held each other out outside the circle and didn't rotate early in sort of phase 3, phase 4, they're the teams that are going out now because there's no good position for them to rotate into.
Exactly. I mean, if this circle wasn't brutal enough already, the players will make it even harder for you to try and make any sort of plays. You can see, I mean, when you see all... I mean, FaZe were spread out on the West Coast. They had so much room. And when you see them all kind of funneled into one little dip together, you know that's because there's so many players on that west side of the hill, and there continue to be. Nobody wants to maneuver into the compound. Rust in my hair, trying to get any sort of audible clue on towards Sting. Now the fight escalates. Now is where they need to make the push on forward. Rustin goes for the save point first. Get the flush onto Bestluck. In the meantime, Sail finds Correxy, and that's going to be all of Heroic down to just Sail. Impressive play. He goes down to blue right after, but manages to net his team 3 kills alongside placement points. Sail, what a performance!
But again, they're one of the teams on the edge who are trying to engage with the other teams. As opposed to the teams that go into middle early, and they are another team that's gone out. So this kind of circle, this sort of terrain, feels like it's brutal and really punishes those who don't get themselves in position. The next circle has popped. Philu definitely needs a new pair of pants because everyone wants to be exactly where he is right now. We've got Big Boss Life moving on the west side. You have to think they might choose to come down the cliff now rather than later, Toby, right?
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing that could happen for them is that somehow Liquid and ENCE manage to kind of wrap in underneath them and hold them out. But to be honest with you, I kind of like them sitting on the hillside, at least for a little while longer. Let's see. In the meantime, Salty has managed to sneak his way up close towards Clip. Clip has been playing this hillside, well, essentially since phase 2. And I feel like Salty has just been slowly maneuvering closer and closer and closer to this exact position so that at the moment Clip overpeaks it, he's going to be ready and raiding with the barrel.
And the downside of this gambit, really, is that if Clip doesn't peek over that ridge, Salty's going to have to move, and he spends a lot of time. He's going to have to move down. This is potentially good for BBL, though, because Team Liquid know that Sakura's Ensign is still somewhere up north. Clip is sort of holding station there, but the squad realize that they might have to fight them at any moment, which makes them less likely to full push into BBL. BBL sort of have 2 options. They can keep a hold of the high ground for another circle, and the downside of that is that when they have to move into the next circle after this one, everyone's going to be watching them. But they're super safe for now. Or they go down now and get a place for what they think the next circle's going to bring, but someone can backfill them on the high ground.
Yeah, Clip has made his way inside the circle. He's essentially playing the anchor as the remaining 3 Liquid players up to take the fight up on the hillside. This is an interesting 3-1 split that Liquid's got going. Clip is essentially single-handedly tasked with holding off Sakura Sands, and if he falls down below, that is all of Liquid's kind of guaranteed space inside the circle that is then gone. They do still have a chance to wrap north around down to Clip's position, but that's literally being removed by the second because the circle is closing in.
So on the outside of the circle now, Team Liquid, everyone but Clip, completely disengaging from Sakura Zensen and looking to come in against BBL Esports. The problem is Thunderlost manages to get the first knock, an excellent shot onto Mixi there. And that means the rest of the team, they have to back off now. They know it's a 2v4 because Clip's playing Anchor. BBL don't know that Clip's playing Anchor. They think it's a 4v4 fight, but they play it safe. Team Liquid now also have to play it safe. And this is what we mean about versatility of teams. When you commit to a fight, and then you have to make that instant decision to disconnect when you're pumped up and ready to fight, that's really hard to do in a competitive game, and Liquid seem to do that quite well.
I like how Clip was positioned down there, because not only was he holding off Sakura Zensen, but also he could, like, in case BBL tried to wrap underneath, he would have a perfect angle to take them out while they tried to backstep. So let's see now. Ends up close with Na'Vi. We haven't seen a whole lot of Na'Vi this game so far, just 2 kills coming into this one. They haven't had that much action on the southern side of the circle. Nade's now coming in as the Finns come ever so much closer.
The grenades from Ends there, though, not really finding Na'Vi. I think they believe that Na'Vi are a little bit closer to the edge than they would like, and the return volley from Alya does manage to get 1 knock onto Squeaker. There's no flush available, but this might allow Na'Vi to push up just a little bit more. Oh, Melman gets smashed as well, but that's from somewhere completely different. The third party is about to become real.
Yep, it sure is. Philo, solo player left alive from No Name yet. Trying to stay put in the circle and see if he can wrap himself up some extra free points. In the meantime, I mean, they need to utilize the fact that these teams are fighting up on the hilltop to get this fight done with. And, well, fortunately for both Ends and Na'Vi, it doesn't really come to much more than that. But you can see, as soon as this fight up on the hillside comes to an end, they're all going to be visible, essentially. James now spotting BBL, making their rotation on down. No knocks so far. BBL, everyone staying alive. Around half HP smash. Last player to make the crossover. Watch out, guys. I'm coming downhill. Don't want to run over a teammate. In the meantime, the fight does go back to popping off between Na'Vi and Ents. And actually, Melman looking the other direction finds one from BBL. Ents now falls in 6th. 5 teams left alive here in game number 1.
Na'Vi doing a good job of continuously putting on the pressure there on Ents after getting that initial knock. Just making sure that every time Ents wanted to reset to get that revive, there was a way for them to apply additional pressure. And in the end, something had to give, and that something in this case was Ents. So we've now got 5 teams and 12 alive. This game started very slowly, but it's ended up creating a little bit of a pressure cooker with too many players in a small space. And right now it's playing out in such a way that the teams that have been proactive with getting the high ground, getting central positions in circles, they're the ones that seem to be doing well.
Yep, James clears the last snake. Nixie falls down, and so does Sakura Zensen. Melman, in the meantime, is taken out by Ketpa. 1 HP, back to it once more. As BBL and Na'Vi try to make this fight end fast, because they know that Liquid are ever so slowly moving in, and now with the second solo moved from the equation, they are fully aware that the more we fight on the southern side, the more space Liquid is allowed to take.
Down to our final 3 teams. Team Liquid are a trio, BBL Esports are a trio, Na'Vi are a trio, but Melman is knocked and is realistically not getting revived. And this is interesting indeed. Phase 8, absolutely nobody is there, but we essentially have a free rotation if James backs off here. Well, look at that split. I've just realized, hang on a second.
Full control.
I mean, full control. This is a rubber band at full stretch as well. It could be deadly, but it's scary as well.
This is sheep herding 101. Stand on each side, force them through the gate. If they want to get through the gate, they have to run into each other. There's no other way around it. The only way they make their way in without running into players is by fighting one another.
The problem is, though, Na'Vi don't respond well to sheep herding, and if they see you trying to herd them, they tend to run at you.
Well, we'll see if they succeed in doing just that. Vard's trying to make it easier for James and Clip to hold off. They know exactly where they have the remaining Na'Vi players. Millman does get taken out in the end of things. BBL, in the meantime, able to use the valley for cover. They are still 3 alive. Don't count them out just yet. We've seen insane things from this BBL team in the past, especially when it comes to clutching up endgame situations. So we'll see if they have what it takes here. But right now, Vard's position is absolutely crucial. And most importantly, he cannot get knocked up here, because that would leave James and Clip all alone down the hillside with practically no info.
Yep, Vard's job is to make sure no one runs towards him while getting as much information as possible. Smash, though, on the backside of at least one of them, and he gets James out. That could be a big problem. Suddenly, the sheep herding not looking that good. Jeems now down for Team Liquid. They're going to have to go into rescue mode here. Vard should be able to spot what's going on, but I'm not sure how much he can do about it. Na'Vi also getting in on the action in the meantime. It really is a proper three-way fight. Vard's taking out a member of Na'Vi. This is playing into the hands of BBL because they're so close to each other.
All the focus on Liquid was on Na'Vi. In the meantime, BBL snuck up close using the Valley for cover and managed to backstab Jeems as he tried to wrap around the side. Clip now spots one, does have the Grossler in hand, finds the knock onto Ketba. Nate doing some damage there as well, wants to get the flush too, but not going to happen, at least not the first time around. We'll see. He knows that he has opponents up on the other side, but fortunately, Vard is there for cover. Finds the Nate as well. Vard from a distance takes out one, but Aliyah peeks out from cover. Takes down Clip. Now it's a 1v1v1 here in the first game of the day.
At Team Liquid, and a big nade play from Vard. They're bringing things back. 3 different teams, 1v1v1. Although Smash will be able to be brought back up by Code Marco. That's going to be a big development, provided he's able to heal. Not even able to do that before Aliyah manages to get a knock on him. So suddenly, this is looking very tricky once again. Aliyah has to move in as well. It's phase 9. He's not going to have this mounted for cover much longer.
He needs to make a play on Marco here. Oh, the headshot comes through. Marco finds it with the second. What does Vard do here? Does he commit to the rest instead of punishing Vard for running open hill?
I love this.
Vard, he does have a bit of a rich to work with. There is one molly to play around as well, Vard. You know exactly where you have them. Issue is now you're in a 1v2. Let's see. Can he pull this one off? That flash is good. It's on point. It's on the money. Will he get this 1v2?
Code Marco's going to be the one to peek first now. He's the player at full health, so he's got good information, and Vard can't quite do it. BBL Esports, though, with 5 kills, will grab that chicken dinner. Team Liquid, with a good amount of kills in that game as well. They are not going to be disappointed with that by any stretch of the imagination.
Not at all.
But that final 3-way fight, you could have replayed that 50 times, and we would have seen different results, different ways each time.
In this area of the map, so often you see that center team get away with nothing and not the win, because they simply haven't had a chance to get the info. Teams are fighting all around them. They can't do anything. They had to full speed send it down that hillside with the entirety of Liquid shooting at them. They get out of there alive. They utilize the fact that they're fighting on the hills to sneak in below. They did everything in order to get the win, and daring to go for that risk twice. That is gutsy right from the get-go.
At the end of the day, right, especially if you're dealing with solos, the numbers advantage is huge. If they give you 10 seconds, get the res up, try and start the heal, start to get a little bit more information, and even if you get knocked, you can trade. So that's what they were trying to go for there in the end, were BBL Esports, and they managed, of course, to grab the chicken dinner. We're now going to go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, before we come back with game number 2. A lot to break down there in that game, but it's a fantastic start to the finals so far. See you in a bit.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets a knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push more past it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
we've had the first game of our grand finals, and you got a chance to see it. I know you have lots of thoughts, and you know who else has lots of thoughts? Frost and Avenger. You both mentioned Team Liquid in the pre-show, and they definitely showed up for you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great first showing, I'd say, but I'm expecting a little bit more from them, though.
Yeah, I feel like if that flashbang was just a little bit further on the ridge, I feel like Vard would have had the upper hand because, you know, he would have been blind for a few more seconds and he would have been on top of the ridge rather than kind of defending from that, and they would probably wouldn't have had the time to, you know, heal and reposition, and also had a Molotov.
He was also very far away, like compared to the other team, the others on his team. They had a good 2-1 split there. Towards the end, it didn't all work out for him, so Vard was a little bit by himself, but I mean, he played out really nice, and I think it's a real great showing on his skills. Using the flashbang there to buy himself some time, how on point that flashbang basically was as well.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, BBL won the game. They repositioned well. They took some really good positions to send into the valley as well. In general, it just talks to how good these guys are at finding positions where there shouldn't be any positions.
And also talking about BBL, of course, and they won the game. They're one of the teams that have changed 2 of their players on the team and also add a coach on top of it. So I spoke a little bit with Coach Marco, and he's saying that they're still trying to figure out how to play the game because they're not sure themselves. Right now, they're still playing 2 different kind of play styles because of this, with the people coming in from a different team, and then they have this play style from before with Coach Marco and Smash, and still trying to figure out how do we want to approach this. And this is the first trial basically for them, and I don't think you can do better than this, right?
You definitely can't do better than a chicken dinner, Avenger.
No, lovely to see, but obviously a few more kills would have been nice, but still, they are able to get into a position where I feel like they shouldn't really have won from that high ground, right? They should have been held out. They should have had some teams that was positioning to kind of counter what they were trying to do. But also, the teams ended up fighting each other for so long. Liquid had a position where they had to fight 2 teams. Navi was down to 1 player, and Clip got lost to that last Navi player as well. So yeah, it was, in general, just a match where it ended up being a lot of solo and duo players trying to win it out.
I mean, as you're saying, they had some trouble going down there. I think that's one of the things that I was talking about, that they're having trouble deciding, when do we walk down from that hill, or should we walk down or not? When is that going to happen? Because you have 2 different kind of playstyles that comes into matter. One wants to stay on the top and just shoot down on everyone. The other wants to move down. And because of that, you get a little bit delayed. But it all worked out for them. They got tagged up heavily on the way down, but they managed to get down. They managed to get that revive twice going. And of course, they get that juicy chicken dinner.
We've got your leaderboard now in front of you. This is how it played out after game number 1. And I'm quite surprised by this. I mean, I'm not surprised because they got the kills, but I'm surprised it was them. Tokyo Manji Gang sitting in 4th because they were able to get those 9 kills. A team that during the Super Weekend, for me, a little bit inconsistent. I know they qualified, but I didn't really see them popping off. So I'm surprised by that. Are you surprised to see them in the top 4?
Well, this is the first game, but I think the most surprising thing is that they got 9 kills. There was no placement points in this mix here for them. And I think that's a great showing. That's what you want to see from a team like this, going super aggressive from the start, make a statement. We are here. We're here to show you why we're here as well. I don't care about the other top teams, but we are one of the top teams, so that's why we're here.
And the thing is, all these players that are in this lobby, or the vast majority of them at least, can frag out. Like they are mechanically skilled, they're talented. The thing is, we're not going to see the inconsistency on some of the teams that have maybe qualified is the consistent placement points and the consistency in getting into those positions where they can win or get top 4 and get a lot of those placement points. They can all frag out. They can all put themselves into positions where they can frag out. The problem is for them, how consistently are they fragging out while being in late game and also getting chicken dinners and placement points?
That's the thing that separates the boys from the men, the girls from the women, if you like, is that consistency and being able to place and get kills. I was still impressed, though, as well with No Name Yet, because, again, I know some of the players in that lineup. I watched them the whole of Super Weekend, and I was like, where are you? Well, what is happening? We had a few good moments, but then they disappeared. That first game, though, for us, they popped up.
Yeah, we saw it, of course, being picked apart a little bit from left and right, basically, during the rotations. That is something that happens sometimes when you're not totally sure what's happening in this lobby. Maybe not totally prepared on how the other teams are going to play it out and how you want to play yourself. But one thing we saw for sure was that Philo was able to kind of, as a solo, be able to grab a lot of points. He was solo for a long time, but being able to snake his way in, gain those placement points, and of course they had 3 kills on top of that. That's a good start for him.
And you know what? That's what happens when you put a French fries plate in the middle of everyone in the center. Everyone is picking them apart, right? They all want to get just a few French fries, put it into the mayo and get Obviously, these guys, they are extremely talented and they are extremely experienced as well. Like, these guys have played Monkey Shift, they're 2017 OGs. These guys know the game so well. And with Tundo and Philo, I feel like this could be a potential top 10 team in Europe.
The funny thing is, them coming in here is also like, they were just like, well, let's play this for fun.
Right.
And then they got here, they qualified here, they weren't really expecting it themselves, and now they're just trying to have fun.
Right.
And that's one of the most dangerous things. When people are just playing for fun, that's when they get dangerous. They don't feel any pressure or anything. They just do what they want to do. And that's what we're going to see from them, and I'm just excited to see what more they can bring to that table.
As much as you say that, though, I mean, yes, maybe Super Weekend, they were just having a good time. But now you're here, you know, there's points on the line, there's some cash. I think maybe the attitudes will probably already changed. They're competitors. They've been competitors for such a long time.
Sure.
All those players are sitting there being like, no, now there's an opportunity here.
No, of course. Like, they got here. They want to play here. They fry playing here. That's why we've seen them before on this level, and now they're back here. They want to do good, of course. But at the same time, I feel like this might be the start of something. If they can grab themselves a lot of PGC points, this is not going to be the last time we see them this year.
No, I mean, coming into this, if they're able to get a top 4 and get that many PGC moves, like, guys, we have to try to do this. We have to try to get into some of the tournaments, get as many PGC points as you can, because having a buffer from the very first tournament, that is just such a motivation. That will give you bloodlust. Like, you are just going to try as much as you can to get into the rest of the tournaments and get as many PGC points as you can, because if you're able to take out, 75 or 200 points if you win the whole thing, you're pretty close. As we're talking about, last year was 275-ish was the cutoff point. So if you get 200, you only need 100 more to kind of feel safe in the top 8.
This is where I think you get the taste for blood in the first game, second game, and then things start. Now this is the exciting bit, right? In the beginning, everyone's just feeling each other out. Maybe you're here for fun. Then you start doing well. Then you change things up because now you're ready, and then we get to watch the chaos unfold. After watching that first game, though, thoughts on some of the teams, Avenger? Who are you looking at going, we need to watch that one?
Well, so first of all, this area in general is such a hard area to play. It's pretty hard to traverse, and you have to decide where do you get into the circle? Where do you play from? And if you decide to get into an angle of the circle where you have a hard shift against you, where you have to go through 3 or 4 teams, you're probably not going to make endgame. The question for me and what I'm looking at the teams for is, the sooner they realize they're not able to win the game, and they realize that, then they're able to frag out. Like we saw Tokyo Manji Gang, they're able to do. They're going in and they're saying, okay, guys, we're not going to win this game. Let's just frag out and kill everyone that thinks they're going to be able to win the game still.
I think one of the big things we saw here was how passive all the teams was, and how they were spreading out as well. We saw almost every team trying to split a lot. There was 3 teams that didn't split. That was Navi, NLT, Liquid. But Liquid, we were working together first, but then they started feeling love a bit. They were like, we can take more ground here. We can do something more, And that's when we saw them doing those kind of splits. So straight away, they're adapting to the lob itself, and they were just taking it a little slow, like, that's kind of what we expected from teams. But I feel like coming into the upcoming games here, we're going to see a lot more crashes, a lot more pull-ups, considering how split all of the teams were, basically. People are going to try to crash into them because they know it's just going to be 1, maybe 2 players max in that compound, and we want to take that compound for ourselves.
You think it's going to be a little bit more aggressive?
No, I feel like here, especially on day number 1 in Grand Finals, is always a little bit more passive. The lobbies and the teams, they try to feel each other out here, especially now that you can see how much space that Liquid was able to get. They're not going to have that in day 3.
It's time to jump into game number 2, possibly a little bit more passive. Maybe someone decides to cause chaos. I'm a big fan of chaos, so that's what I'm wanting, but I know it'll only come in day 3, so I'll have to be patient. I'm pretty sure Jorosar and Toby are tired of being patient with us talking, so gents, the mics are yours.
Thank you so much, our beloved Des. But now it's time, Joro. We are back. I'm Toby, joined by Joro-san, and we have got one more game of Erangel before we head up Miramar, I should say, before we head on into one more game of Miramar, and then 3 games of Erangel. I can't talk today. I'm so sorry. I'm just too excited to be in the studio again. I think that's got to be it.
I love how Sam just said, "Oh, don't worry. You know, we'll only get the chaos on day 3." And I'm thinking, but we've got Erangel, which means you've got military circles later today. What?
True. That is kind of the name of the game these days.
4 o'clock to 9 o'clock playing path here, a little bit southern skewed, but nothing to write home about as we hop into game number 2. All 16 teams, of course, dropping back into the lobby. Now, a tournament isn't won or lost on day number 1, but a big gap can be found on day number 1 if you perform particularly well. What teams have really come out of the gate running and really punching everyone up and looking like they're going to be solid?
I'm going to quote you on 2 things you've said now that contradict one another. You have both said a game is not won on day number 1. But you've also, after a last game in Super Weekend, said, don't just think about that, oh, if we got one more kill in the final game, because it's all the games that matter throughout the tournament. I would agree with you that it's not won on day 1, but you cannot just go, oh, it's fine, we'll just play better tomorrow. Because as you've very wisely said yourself as well, those 0-point games that we've already seen 4 teams now have here in game number 1, could they have been 1, 2, 3, 4-point games? That could potentially have ended up being them having won that tournament on day number 1.
So what I would say there is, if I had to paraphrase both of those and sort of turn them into a unified truth, you can't win a tournament on day number 1, but you could lose it on day number 1.
That is true. That is true.
Unless you go from 7 points to 70 on day number 2. But even then, that's not an overall victor, right? Like, imagine if that was a 30-point day 1. Yeah. What a different conversation we would be having right now.
That is very, very true. Now, Joro, this plane path and this circle, I know these circles like teasing us, and the game does still feel bad for not giving us the island ending. The islands are in this time around. Are we getting them this time around? Probably not, but just the fact, just the fact that they're in that.
It's teasing us.
It's one of those, so you're telling me there's a chance.
Yes, letting us know that there's a mathematical non-zero possibility that we could be getting some of the circles that we secretly desire. But once again in game number 2, teams generally staying out of each other's hair. We don't even really see anyone going for vehicles that quote-unquote belong to the loot spots of other teams or things like that. Everyone's really chill. Let's pick up on something the desk were talking about, how the teams have been playing so... I don't want to say politely, but the word passive was bounced around a lot, and it was just like there was a lot of respect. Everyone was giving each other a lot of distance. Do you see that continuing through today, or do we think there's going to be a grace period after which all hell's going to break loose?
I feel like given that we're on day 1, we're hopping over to Erangel halfway through. Today is going to be the day where some teams are going to make extra space, and other teams, honestly, are going to try and take more space. Because as Martin was saying on the desk as well, if you manage to claim terrain early, it's going to be harder for teams to then start doing something different and competent and try and take it later on. That's why a team like Liquid went up, as we said in the beginning of the last game, tried to take control there. If you're looking at the map here, look down towards the southwest. Ding has pretty much got a fourth of the map to themselves on the southwest corner. That's not exactly true, but they have a hell of a lot of space down there.
Not in circle, though.
And not in circle, I know. But, I mean, just the fact that they spread out and they take so much space to loot makes for more info earlier, pretty much regardless of where the circles go. And yeah, I mean, I like what I'm seeing from teams in terms of daring to take control early. Another thing, which I guess goes against what I don't want to say expected to see, but thought could kind of theory crafted on, is that we were saying maybe with Liquid dropping 3 on the hillside was them slowing things down. Mexi, I think, literally found a Tommy gun and said, I'm going to the circle.
Yeah.
And he rotated pretty much as he landed and is now sitting southeast of La Bandita.
He was very, very quick to grab that compound, wasn't he? They were almost scatting it out at like the 2-minute mark, already in vehicles heading there, and you can see every single member of Team Liquid now rotating into circle. If they kept going, they would have caught up with these guys, the Tokyo Manji gang, who are moving out of Impala now, a little bit further north. There's no guarantee, of course, the circle's going to go here, but a very early rotate, almost the rotate we were expecting from Team Liquid last game, has essentially happened this game.
The thing for them is they know, I mean, both off of last game's information and now, that there's no team between them and Entropic, as long as BBL stays south side. So the idea of them taking the... Oh, hold that thought for a second. Squeaky on the fire here. The idea of them taking the hilltop doesn't only grant them the hilltop itself, it also grants them what we see perfectly put into picture here, a clear-cut rotation path to the east. As long as they can make sure that BBL are down that hillside east of Picado, as long as we can make sure they don't have any bumps in the road making their way out east, and as long as they know that Entropic focuses on Los Leones rather than playing the silos up and around there,
yep, sure,
they have a pretty much free as can be rotation into the exact circle we're seeing now. And that's why a team that loots all the way over in Picado is now sitting dead center in a four-way split in the center of the circle.
Now, it's phase 1, so we can't theory craft this too much, Toby, but a bit of interesting analysis here. When we see the teams bunched up almost like north of Impala, sort of close to the coast here on these eastern circles so much, I find it interesting that people don't like sort of Minas or the compounds directly outside of that. People don't really go to Junket. They're desperate to go closer to Impala. And we all know that phase 4, you know, the circle moves away from water. It moves away from some of the unplayable terrain in those mountains near Impala. Why is it that everyone hugs the coast so much when closer to Minas Generales, closer to La Bendita, could be just as viable?
I'm going to use a word now that I do not even know if is a word in English.
I like this. These are my favorite words.
I'm going to be Shakespeare. I'm going to invent my own words.
Yeah,
just say they are English words now, therefore they should be in the dictionary.
You've got the hair. You are the Shakespeare of PUBG.
In any case, if you play the coast, or just further down there,
yeah,
it is unbackstabbable.
Unbackstabbable.
Yep, you cannot get back. I mean, unless if there's a hard commit boat team that wants to shoot you in the back from the water, it's not going to happen. And it's kind of the same thing going on with Minas in the area there. Because you have the hillsides up above. Oh, Shiv spots one. And Tegus has no clue that he's right here. And now he's going to leave. And I do not think... Will Shiv get in position to shoot?
That was close.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen. But to finish my point, when you have those mountains playing up behind you, we saw just last game where it doesn't matter how much you can see downhill. If you haven't made sure there's no team above you, they will shoot you in the back the second you look away.
Okay,
and that's the issue with Minas. You can't scout south into the field because every time you're exposing yourself to look over the ridgeline, there could potentially be a team standing above you and shooting you in the neck. Same thing by a junkyard. Same thing further out towards the east by the saloon. So playing that kind of belt that you have from Minas all the way out to essentially where No Name Yet are right now, that entire road there, playing up there looking south can be incredibly dangerous. That's why teams tend to either commit to the hills above or to the south side, because you can't play both.
So remember, folks, if you're watching at home, this is the moment where, you know, about 10 years ago now, I think, football commentators coined the term bounce back ability, and it has made its way into the dictionary since then. Tonight, you heard unbackstabbable, and that comes from PUBG esports.
Yep.
So in 10 years' time, when we're asked to write the definition to go into the Oxford English Dictionary, it all started here.
Do you get royalties then every time someone says
well, every time someone looks it up? You opened it up to page 597. I see you.
Yep. That's exactly what's going to happen. In the meantime, the two teams that started off the brawl in the previous game will do so again here. Tokyo Manchi Gang and Footballist running toe-to-toe, as I believe was Footballist trying to make their transition on through, but Wade's sitting ready and waiting. They do lose aim lol, so as for now, Footballists are the victors of this little skirmish, but more and more teams are making their way into this vicinity. And I'm just going to say, quadruple southeast hard shift.
No, don't even. Don't you?
I don't even think phase 3, even if phase 2 goes straight south, I don't even know if phase 3 could actually go on water.
I can tell you
I just like to always... Until there is scientific proof that it is not possible, I like to always keep the dream alive. And I know Chat does it with me. So Chat, can we agree? Is this going to be an island ending? Because I feel like it should be.
It absolutely is still possible, and it's very possible that we don't. I think in theory, we only need one hard shift south for an island ending to become.
Oh, timing, Ulsing, you're looking too far away. There's a sneaky snake right next to you, Nailop. Shadow punching his way back into Impala, trying to punch the bullets coming at him, making sure that he's going to stay alive. And, well, look at it. He didn't take any damage, so maybe that worked.
So, Footballist there, what happened was they got held up by Tokyo Manchi Gang. They rotated via the Southern Highway, which is where Ding and Heroic are coming in from now, but that's another conversation. And after Tokyo Manchi Gang left in front of them, they were super... How do I put it? they were hesitant to backfill Tokyo Manji Gang. They were wondering if someone was left there or if there was any oversight. And that's where, unfortunately, one of their team members ran into Entropic. So that's the reason why Footballist are now down to 3. Just a little bit of hesitation there and a bit of bad luck combining to mean that Entropic will get their first kill of the game.
Look at this. Beamy really wants to get an angle on towards Denny. Now he gets it, takes the shot, but misses it. No, Beamy, that is so unfortunate. I thought he had it perfectly lined up. Not going to happen, though. Circle shifts.
Oh, no.
And it hard shifts northwest. This is interesting, especially off of the conversation we just had it with the whole kind of with the road going from Minas out towards the east. That is really the divider on whether you play south or north, because you can't really play both sides of that road. And knowing that we're going to shift away from the Minas Mountain, a circle from now, I mean 2 circles from now, we can still shift straight on top of it. There's going to be a lot of teams trying to 900 IQ this circle, and hoping that they know where it's going to go. Everyone in their class making their ways up north.
So these circles quite often go south of Junkyard. Yeah, I'll put my neck on the line and say that now. But I think there's an interesting choice some of these teams up north are going to have to make as well. The mountain above Minas that it's going to shift away from is basically Northern Lights Mountain. If they're in the lobby, you can almost be sure at some point in the game someone's going to be sniping down from there. But you also know the circle's moving away from it. So how do you make that trade-off decision between information now and compound later?
I would put it this way. If you go up there to get info now, by the time you rotate out from there, there's going to be nothing to claim. All the info you will have gotten is that, oh, wait, everything is taken. I think there's a reason why we're not seeing anyone rotate up. Are we even getting a replay of the missed shot?
Oh, no.
Reduction. You guys are rude.
Wow.
Beamy, look at this. Look at this. You missed your shots. I love to see it, though. They should have put it in slow motion, too.
Can you imagine if there was a replay every time I missed 2 bolt shots in a row?
That would be a very long day.
Yeah, a 6-hour day would become a 24-hour charity stream. My God.
All it is just shots you could have hit, but that you didn't.
Oh, yeah, that's what I dream of when I go to sleep.
Well, they lost the whole thing. They did get a kill early on, but of course, not quite the amount they wanted. They're still sitting hard on the east side there. I like to think with a shift like this, Footballist had a chance to try and move further in. The issue is they know that Tokyo Manchigang are there. They saw them before. They know that the No Name Yet are sitting north of them. And right now, I mean, we talked about in the Super Weekend, are you the team that forces other teams to play according to your plan, or do you play according to other teams' plans? Right now, unless the Footballist make some crazy rap straight into Ding or north around, they will be playing the rest of this game according to other teams' plan. They cannot move before other teams allow them to move. In the meantime, Beamy, well, he had a headshot at a distance, misses that one. But hopefully for the sake of him, maybe that's what we needed. We just needed a replay of his miss to then go, I can do this. And then he goes out and gets the headshot on.
And he becomes Batman.
Essentially.
Okay, fair enough. I'm a little bit concerned for these teams out east. Footballers will be rolling up on. Be rolled up on by Ding at some point, but No Name Yet as well. If they're not moving into center, and like you say, Toby, deciding to try and dictate the pace of the game and making other teams react to them, them just playing edge here when there's no more water and the circle might go anywhere, it's so rough for them because they have to go through a team, they have to make a commitment, and it feels like all the teams around them have better positions than they do.
I'm curious as to whether this was Ding's attempt to pull up on Liron, in which case great disengage by Liron to cross the road, or if they simply just wanted to go up here not knowing that Liron was sitting on that hillside. But as you can see, Ding are in fact making that north side rotation that we were expecting to see. Now with this next shift, because the mountain above Minas is going to be shifted away from, and the mountain down by Entropic is as well, we are headed, as you said, straight into Junkyard. Unless if we get I suppose it could technically go up between Northern Lights, Polish Power, and Faceland as well. And that's, I think, why you can see Faceland now crashing towards that circle too. But in the meantime, let's see Footballers, No Name Yet, up close and personal. Who will come out victorious? And here, the fight for what most likely will be the center of the next circle starts too.
Yeah, this is going to be... a lot of teams are now going to be rotating for next circle, everyone. So this is going to start getting messy. Footballists and No Name Yet now in a big tussle. So Footballists decided to stay on the edge. They almost win the fight against No Name Yet, but unfortunately go out of the game at this point. No Name yet have almost all of their team members down. Philu is going to be playing medic for the next minute or so, and everyone is going to be moving into Junkyard and the surrounding area, anticipating that the circle is going to move away from the mountains that are north of Minas Generalis in the next circle. Very close shave there as Entropic moves past Na'Vi as well. We're on board with Northern Lights now. Remember, they didn't have a great game number 1. They've stayed on the north side of the mountain, so they might not be in a favored position, Toby, but well, let's continue to flog this horse. They're in the unbackstabbable position.
Unbackstabbable position is for most teams the best place to be in. In the meantime, I mean, I'm just going to underline how crucial that flush was for Monkey on the final player for Footballist, because Tundu was being rested by Shiv, I believe, and Philo was nowhere near. He was still running up from the compound. So had Monkey gone down there, Shiv would have been forced to go off of the rest, which in the end ended up being to the death of Tundu anyway.
Yep.
But that could have been the downfall for the entire team. So even though it was just one player getting one flush, crucial one that fortunately meant the survival of No Name yet, at least for now. Let's see, Ents opting to rotate out on foot here. They do have control of the compound down to the southeast, and they do have vehicles, so you'd have to assume that they opt to use those at some point too. But I think everyone right now, Joro, is waiting to see whether that circle is going to hard shift south. And we know it's going to go east.
It must, right?
We know it's going to go east. It's just a question of how much is it going to go southeast or northeast in this one.
I suppose so, yeah. It could go hard northeast and really throw a little bit of a curveball for us here, but let's go ahead and check out what's happening elsewhere in the circle. This is the east side where Ents have got a good read on Tokyo Apache Gang moving in. Oh, hello, and that's a surprise. Wasn't expecting to see someone there.
Oh, peeks right around the corner. Monkey finds one, gets the flush in there as well. Nixie goes down. There is a Thing player miles out in the blue. You can see Best of Luck. I'm not sure if he's looting right now. What's going on? Liquid in the meantime going full speed forward. They're going to be crashing straight into the vicinity of the remaining Thing players. This goes to show you how far apart these guys are. Senya, Uba sitting over the hillside. I don't think Liquid had any idea that they would play. I mean, obviously they didn't because they came from the other side of the circle, but they didn't expect there to be a team sitting up on this north side of the circle. New circle does pop. Joro, where are we going?
Oh my goodness. Well, we were asking ourselves before, could it be a 1 or 2 o'clock hard shift? Could we see it potentially get right up onto where FaZe are now? We now have our answer to that, but right now it's Heroic versus Team Liquid. So Liquid moved up just a little bit to where Ding were. Oh, and that nade's actually speeding up. Give it another second or two. It might have done a really good job of smacking Vard there. As it stands, though, he's going to be able to withstand this barrage from up top. It does mean, though, that rejoining the rest of the team is tricky. Given where the circle is and that they have to move in, they are now going to be between Heroic and Ding. Liquid are in a tough spot. What do they do here?
The thing is here, I'm not sure if Liquid is aware that these are two different teams they're fighting. I think they think that they're surrounded. And when they heard Corexi back off on the left side, they thought that was going to be it. But the fact that Upa is still down here now makes them think, I would assume anyway, wait, there's multiple teams. And I'm loving that Heroic backed off. They were in a two-way split. They were in a wide two-way split, meaning that Page and T-Bone couldn't really do anything to help should they get up there. Now, in the meantime, let's see. Ents trying to full speed their way through the circle. They're going to crash into the compound that still has the 3 remaining Sakura Sanson players playing around here.
Tech as they're managing to get a little bit of initial nade damage out, but unfortunately not able to get any purchase beyond that. Nixie down for the team, the other 3 still up, but they now have a big problem in the name of Ents right on their doorstep. What's He-Man going to be able to do? Yestaloch actually going for a third party there on Tiksu. Now, Sakura Zensen don't know this is Ents yet because they haven't had any knocks, but let's see how this affects Ents' gameplay.
The Sakura Sanson, not quite sure what they're up against just yet. Hema does love an 8-4. That should be the death of Tiksu or the re-knock. No, as I say that, no damage comes through. Jumps back into the building. There goes the vehicle explosion. Finds the knock on one Salty. In the meantime, trying to regroup with a teammate. Does get tagged up by Squeaky. So damage coming both ways as he tries to get his heals back on up. Rustamar is trying to grab around. The issue for Squeaky and Ents is here that they need to take this fight fast. In the meantime, back over to Heroic and Liquid. 2 massive teams battling off one another with multiple teams trying to charm in on the south and the north now.
And Liquid have no choice but to go through Heroic at this point if they want to get into circle. Ding are slightly north of, you can see them on the mini-map on the bottom right of your screen, and they basically get to decide how hard they third-party this. So they're in such a good position right now to potentially come in and pick off a couple of points. And they don't need to full commit either.
Exactly. There came the shot from the back. Enterprise on one side, Ding on the other. Heroic knows that they once again has to back off. Rustenmar through the fence finds Taggers. Double headshot connected. He's going to go down. He-Man trying to stay put. Oh, it's a scary angle to throw a molly. We've seen so many times where you think you get out the window, but you end up killing yourself because of it. They need to finish this fight fast if they want to stay alive. More and more players are going to start looking down this direction. He-Man does go down. That's once again Bestelok from afar.
We stop the bleeding there as we knock Rustenmar. The problem is Squeaky is waiting for Salty to come out, but he wins the first half of the... Oh my god!
And Bestelok gets it with the nade. He's just cleaning up. He's been on solo duty.
That was Ence's to win.
If you're looking at the map, you would have no clue that Bestelok has 3 players alive up here who are currently trying to backstab.
Wow.
Ding are all over the map. I'm looking forward to hear the desk break down this one. I think it all started off with Bestelok. Guys, I just need a little extra loot. Wait for me. And they go, no, you just get up here when you can. And he simply couldn't regroup. But I would love to hear them try and put more detail to this insanity we're watching right now.
It's the classic 3-1 opposite end of the circle split.
That's the strat, I suppose.
In phase 5 as well. Yeah, pretty standard.
It's a strat. I mean, the thing is, Bestelok is like he's hitting some good ones. He's staying alive. He's already got multiple kills. In the meantime, now, well, phase were center before. Now they're on the edge of the circle. We'll see here if they can hold off. Do they opt to stick up on the hillside? I would assume so. Issue being, there's going to be a lot of teams coming their way.
Yeah, because this next circle is shifting to the northwest, you can see teams here like Enterprise. They can fight teams that are next to them, like Na'Vi, but they don't have to. They can rotate straight into circle if they feel like. The teams on the east, they're not going to have a choice. They have to move in, and they're all going to move into a position where basically they'll be able to see FaZe Clan. So things are about to get really, really busy for the guys in the middle.
Enterprise trying to hold off Na'Vi. They know they have to run side by side into the circle. Who's going to get there first? In the meantime, the adventures of Bestelok comes to an end as he gets knocked in the blue. Goose would have no more of it. Takes him down, and I'm sad to say there's probably not a rest coming in unless if some of the opponents feel like doing that because his teammates are like a kilometer away right now.
They'd have to carry him into circle.
Something like that. LDL spots one over the top, not gonna miss on Deadrick. Solid spray coming through, goes for the second, not gonna hit it. Does get the headshot of Freakle in the end, but stays at 5 HP. He needs to get down, he needs to get healed on up. In the meantime, the remaining teammates from Na'Vi need to come up and help.
Both sides backing off now, but don't forget Na'Vi managed to get that knock. Example now goes for free kill as well, and suddenly Enterprise not looking quite so hot. Melman coming in to join as well, so think about the time between the first member of Na'Vi getting sprayed and how quickly everyone else is able to collapse from this position. This teamwork is really good. Will it be enough, though? Because they are right on the edge of the circle, and the third-party potential is possible still. Exhalation, or even a member of FaZe could come in and take a look if the shooting keeps going for another 20 seconds.
Sure could. Yanni peeks on over the top. We saw Yanni hit some really good shots during the earlier stages of the tournament in the Super Week. But now, as you were saying, FaZe could want to peek on over. Fex gets a good shot connected, and Yanni's forced to run back. You can see multiple teams now shooting at them. Exhalation over the top. Start chiming in as well. Both Deadricks and Grannies goes down as Stalik, well, he literally finds both of them. Marsalek now shoots Ghost on the back. Everyone is fighting one another right now.
And Na'Vi eliminated there, so maybe just a little bit more than they can chew. Exhalation did also manage to get a look in on the rear side. They've now got the southern position of the circle. Enterprise are sitting quietly, hoping that Exhalation move back. And elsewhere, Heroic get eliminated, unfortunately, by Senya. Ding still just happily holding that north and northeastern section of the map. Happy to leave Northern Lights alone and saying, fine, we'll be the ones out here getting kills. You've got position, but we're getting the points.
They are split with Vade between them. I'm not sure they know a bit's whereabouts, but we'll hold that thought for a second as we hop back down south to Exhalation. They're fighting off FaZe. They have to get inside this next circle, and they need to run through FaZe in order to get there. Marsalek does get Diggory down, so some damage is done to the FaZe Clan team. Polish Power there to help out. It's been a quiet game for them as well, coming in on the northeast side of the circle. Haven't really had to fight much up until this point. Shots fired, shots connected, but FaZe stay alive as 3.
And this is going to become increasingly critical for FaZe Clan because you can see here Exhalation moving up from the south side. They've also got Polish Power that's just on the right-hand side of your screen, and they're now having to use their utility, use their smoke to try and get some cover from both of these teams. The good news for FaZe is that Polish Power aren't teaming up with Exhalation to fight them. It looks like they're happy to shoot anything that moves. And this gives FaZe a glimmer of hope.
Yep, nice shots from Norgus. The quick tabbing with the mini there. Doing a lot of damage. 1480 back down into cover. The Boom in the meantime trying to proton down 7 kills for Exhalation so far. It's not been a bad showing from them regardless of how this game unfolds. But of course they would want to get more of it. In the meantime, Polish Power are starting to push ever so much closer to the two teams squaring off on top of one another down here. Oh, Gustav's speed just exactly out of vision for the Boom as he prones back down behind the rock.
And the longer this goes on, the more opportunity for other players to find angles. Remember, this isn't just a 1v1 squad engagement here. Polish Power will know this all too well. They've started fighting. They want to finish it quickly. The problem is Norcus has just been knocked down, so FaZe Clan continuing to hold their own. Will they be able to do that against Exhalation at the same time? It looks like no. That's a double from Daboom on Fex and Gustav, actually. But Exhalation get taken out. So it's Polish Power helping them out here. And it's only 8C alive now for FaZe. He does it! He actually does it!
Nice shots coming through. Is anyone going to punish now? I mean,
there's no one left to punish.
That's what I was just going to say. You have two solos. Vada is playing sneaky mode behind Jenny, who is... Jenny is... I feel like Jenny is tempted.
So that fight between FaZe, Exhalation, and Polish Power was almost like the end of game fight from game number 1. It boiled down to a 1v1v1,
yep.
And FaZe just won that fight by the skin of their teeth. But in 30 seconds, you wouldn't know it because they've got 3 players back up, and they're looking pretty strong now.
In the meantime, I mean, Northern Lights haven't really done anything to push out of the compound, which I'm a little surprised by, but at the same time, Ding has pretty much made sure that they couldn't make any sort of moves. They've sat around the compound, they've made sure they couldn't get out of there. So regardless of how much they probably wanted to run up the hill, every single time they've tried to, shots have come in from the north, indicating to Petulance and the team that if we try to make that run on out now, we won't get a lot of it. So as much as I think Petulance would have probably wanted to try and see if he could find some damage up above, it's just not been worth the risk to try and make that run here. You see Norcus replay, Polish Power doing a lot of damage to Exhalation as they came down the hillside, but well, as we would have it, they did end up going down before them.
That's what happens when you have to run through the open and you're forced like that. Janny does not know.
Nobody knows that Bard is alive.
Oh my god, come on, Bard.
He's been sneaking up behind the entirety of Ding, and now he's baited Janny as well. Will he bait the entirety of FaZe Clan too? Janny now, a lone player trying to run down the hillside. Is going to get spotted by Northern Lights down below, but not... This could bait FaZe as well. He just ran off the other... They have no clue. He just ran off the other side, yep. He ran off the other side, now the solo died, now FaZe goes, that was a solo dead, now we can play for the win. Vard has a massive opportunity to surprise FaZe. If he can get the first in an instant and transfer over to knock number 2, that could easily be a 1v3 going in favor of Vard, but he needs to get that first knock down within the first 3 bullets of his spray.
I love what Vard is doing, by the way. There's also an argument to say that if FaZe continue to move east, Vard just lets them push into circle and just keeps following them until FaZe fights someone else. He's basically using them as a scout for him. But if they stay where they are, okay, he can't really do that.
The thing is, the longer he waits, I was just going to say here, the longer he waits, the more FaZe are going to be anticipating a push up over the ridgeline, and they will eventually have to recheck that angle. But right now, as far as they know, that angle is safe, so he has to use that opportunity, or them not knowing what to expect, to make the punch, to go for the aggressive play. Unless, of course, if he just wants to play hide and seek for the rest of the game, in which case you could probably end up getting second place. I would just rather that you make the backstab on one of the FaZe players now, because if you do so, there's no way the other guys can punish you, else they're now taking the fight towards Sting on the edge of the circle.
This is a tricky decision for Vard to make. If he manages to get to second place, that's a lot of potential extra placement points for him. He doesn't want Gustav to turn around. The closer he can get, the better.
Might as well get the pan out at this point.
Oh, please have the pan throw knock. He knows that the moment he knocks Gustav, the rest of FaZe Clan are coming. So it's not about the knock, it's about how quickly he can get the flush, right? Because second place obviously gets you a lot more points than just the one. Oh, whoa, that was close to whipping. But he manages to do it, and now here comes the rest of FaZe Clan. He knows that they're going to be moving around. Sees 8C.
But smart decision. He takes out the hilltop player. They cannot push up over this hillside easily now. They have to play from below. He's forced them to take the low ground position. If they want to run back uphill, I mean, honestly, if they want to run back uphill, they have to do it now, while Northern Lights and Ding are still fighting.
So Vardia wants to convince FaZe to move the other way. We've got smokes out. We've got flashbangs coming in. FaZe aren't having any of it. They're happy to gatekeep the edge of the circle here. Northern Lights in this compound against the sole surviving member of Ding. It's Sail, who's just on the outside wall right now. Northern Light, they're in such a good position. I'm actually surprised they only have 2 kills this game.
I mean, again, they haven't really been able to make a whole lot of moves because of the way Ding has kind of been forcing them to stay inside the compound. But it's kind of interesting. I mean, FaZe has to make a play here. If they don't finish this fight with Vard, there you go. Finally, the fight does come to an end. 5 kills for Fex this game. Great start for him today as FaZe hit their kill number 10. I was just going to say, if they don't finish this fight with Liquid before Northern Lights finish their fight below, they could get in trouble. But now, well, 8C, Fex, it's on you. 2v4 against Northern Lights.
All 4 from Northern Lights, duo from FaZe now. Fex and 8C, what can they do? They're a little bit split at the moment. A tiny bit more of a high ground position for the Fex machine, but he has been spotted, and the problem is 2 members of Northern Lights are looking at each of them. Fex goes down now, and while they have 10 kills, the chicken dinner is looking unlikely. Northern Lights want a 4th kill. They get it as well. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. It's 5 kills. Is it a big number? No. Was it pretty? Was it strategically beautifully played? Absolutely yes.
We've talked about it before in the situation where they could have potentially made that play out aggressive towards the south side of the circle, up the hillside.
Yeah,
sure, there's a way they get 4 kills and a 5th place. Rather take the guaranteed 15 points here. They played it safe, and they never rushed anything. They waited for Ding to be forced into them. They cleared them out. This is picture perfect, Na'Vi. We'll take what we're given, and then we'll take a little bit more.
FaZe Clan as well during that game. They had a really difficult position of having a delightful sort of phase 4-5, and then watching the circle progress in such a way that about 4 different teams had to push into them and had to push through them. They won that 3-way fight, then won the next fight, then won the next fight. 10 kills, that's nothing to be sniffed at. They did really well.
Not at all. I mean, we often talk about center positions being great, but when do you go for them? And I feel like at some point, FaZe actually went there too early. You saw, as you said yourself, how many teams were shooting at them, and most other teams would never have succeeded in playing that position. But the fact that they not only hold them off, that they get the kills with it too, and make it all the way to 2nd place, that is an incredibly good game. And honestly, I don't think with the situation FaZe were in, that they could really expect to get a whole lot more.
No, I think they'd be pretty pleased with that game, to be honest. But that's game number 2. We're going to be moving into another one after this short break. And after that, we've got some Erangel for you as well. Or as we like to call it from last weekend, some military circles. We'll see you for game 3 in a sec.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for best it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Gilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Gilu, the home of everyday esports.
watching the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals. It is day number 1, 2 games down. We'll talk about the chicken dinner win in a bit, but gents, what I really want to talk about is Enterprise popping off. It's their first big tournament. That's going to be exciting for them to have such a good finish.
Yeah, I think it's really great, and also how aggressive they were. We saw them taking all of these fights, and that's one of the main things why they changed up the IGL from Tixie and bringing in Free Kill, because they wanted to be more aggressive. I feel like this is kind of showcasing that exactly what they mean with it and what they want to do with it. And well, I mean, they got themselves, what, 6 kills in this game? I feel like they could get even more in the future. Like, if they keep on playing like this, they're going to figure out exactly how to adapt themselves more to the lobby, towards the teams that we have here, and they're going to be scary.
And it's a good foundation as well, right? If you can build that foundation, then you can start fragging out, and then you can build that consistency, and that's really what we want to see from a team like this.
High five, Enterprise. There we go. We gave you the high five. Let's talk about the chicken dinner, though. Northern Lights, Avenger, that was an impressive play from them. They had all their players standing when everyone else was down to 1 man.
Yeah, and in general, like, when you see Northern Lights, this is just how classic how they play these guys, right? They're playing in a situation where they always put themselves into the best possible spot. It's like they're always doing this check and checkmate situations, right? Fantastic chase players come out. These guys, they're super clever and fantastic into putting themselves into positions where they can gatekeep players.
We're taking a look now at the highlights from that game. Another team that qualified, that jumped into the final for their ding. I'm pretty happy to see them there because I was a bit of a big fan of theirs actually during Super Weekend, and I know that the casters mentioned it, so I will ask you. We saw them do this on Super Weekend as well. They do a really interesting split and they push it all the way right into the end game.
I think it's really smart. Basically, there are 2 players in the compound with NLT taking that fight while having Best Launch on the eastern side. They came from the north side. They had so much control. They knew that they were free to move around because that basically means that Best Launch have another angles compared to the other guys. But also, they need to work together a little bit more when they do this kind of stuff, though. That's the main thing. But overall, like, they're starting to figure things out. And I feel like if they can keep that kind of split, but make it work a little bit better, it's really great because the 2 players inside the compound could force them out towards Best Launch. He could take the shots against them, and then the others can push, and vice versa.
Those angles that you can get with those splits is insane, but for me, it's a high-risk, high-reward kind of play. If it doesn't work out, you will fail miserably, right? Then you would rather have the teams being together so you can refrag. You can make sure you can revive those teammates and get off. But if it works out and the player that is playing solo, Best Launch in this case, is able to put the pressure on the teams to make sure that he gets his angles safe and he can get some of those kills or steal some of the points to him as well.
I mean, this is what we see sometimes with teams doing this kind of splits. They have maybe 3 guys taking a fight while another one is holding back against another team and fending them off, making sure that the rest can focus on the team fight itself. I feel like this is kind of that kind of scenario, right? You have where you want the 2 players to focus on the team fight against NLT, but I mean, it is rough. 2 versus 4 against a team like NLT, one of the best teams in the world. It's bound to lose if you don't get a knock straight away.
No, I don't really see them winning a case where you have a 4 versus 2 unless you get a nade knock where you get 2 knocks.
Side was close.
Yeah, but it's hard to win. They are a world-class team.
We're going to take a look now at the scoreboard from this game, and while it's up, I want to ask, I mean, I asked this with No Name yet, but I'm going to bring it up with Ding as well. For me, I mean, the players in Ding and the players in No Name yet are just so good. They've played at the top level. They know what pressure feels like. They've played for these big teams. Should we be surprised when we see them finishing 3rd or No Name yet earlier on after game number 1 finishing in the top 6?
I don't think anything is surprising right now. If anything, the teams that came in from the qualifiers had a little bit more of practice on the highest possible level, being up against all the other teams in the qualifier, learning a lot about those teams. While you have the teams who got invited here, they haven't played basically since PGC.
Right.
They haven't played against any of these qualified teams. Sure, they've been playing some scrims, but that's about it. That's not the same thing as coming into a tournament and playing against them. So this is the first time some of the teams feeling against each other right now. But I'd say overall, this is kind of what you want to see from the teams that qualified.
We're taking a look at the leaderboard now. It is only game number 2, though. We've got 3 days, 6 games a day, so this could change. Do the teams need a little... I mean, this was something we spoke about there, and it is talking about that game time, if you like, game competitive fitness. Do you think the invited teams need a little bit of time to get back into the zone? I think that they probably are professional enough that they're there and ready to go.
My prediction was we were going to see 5 out of the 8 invited teams in the top 8, and right now it looks like 5 to me, so that's pretty good. So
we're on correct.
We're on par. We're on par.
It's all good right now, but it could change, of course. We see some teams that we know are heavy hitters. Heroic have had some really good performance lately. What we've seen from them in tournaments leading up into this one here, I'm sure that they're going to jump back. They're a team that once they get the ball rolling, they're going to be able to frag out and really set themselves apart from the rest of the group as well. So I'm not too worried about them. They're going to catch up easily. But again, it's 2 games only, right? But what we've seen so far, it's pretty good. But as you said, I just want to mention again, the teams that played the Super Weekend, they obviously had the experience of playing against each other. And also the 8 invited teams, they have so many games on record that there's so much proof and so many games that they can learn from all these qualified teams that they know exactly how these 8 invited teams are playing. They can watch PGC, they can watch the previous PCSs. There's so much information that you can gather from previous played games that they're pretty confident on what there's liquid compounds, there's phase compounds. They know where the majority of the teams are playing already, so they have that benefit. And that's also why I hear often from a lot of the players is they're saying, you know what, we actually would love to play in the group stages. We would love to play in the Super Weekends because that experience from playing against the teams there is super, super good.
I do think it's super good just because it gives you a little bit more game time. You all get a feel for each other. And because some of these invited teams, or not the invited teams, some of the qualified teams, you don't really know what to expect from them. It's a bit of a mix-up. So they could come in and really upset things. So far, though, Avengers, you've got it right with that leaderboard. I was interested as well. You mentioned Polish Power at the pre-show. They came in very aggressive. Does that aggressive playstyle work, though, when you're going up against players that can probably out-aim you?
You could argue that the more aggressive playstyle you have, the harder you're going to have a time against players that are very, very skilled, right? Because all these 16 teams there, the vast majority of them, they are at the very top level in terms of mechanical skill and fragging power. But the problem is then when you have these teams that are positioning themselves to have different angles against you or are playing, hand-in-hand kind of PUBG where they're pushing 2 guys always against those single players, making sure that if they lose the 1v1, there's a second player to refrag you and then they're going to win that. So when you have these super experienced players and teams, they're going to take advantage of what happens in the game and not just the one-to-one mechanical skills.
The thing with, if you have a lot like this, teams like this, it's more calculated moves. What are they going to be doing? Most of them already know that, or most of the teams know what the other teams are going to be doing. But then you have a team like Polish Power, a little bit more of a wild card, They play their style, and that's the thing. They catch other teams off guard. That's their biggest strength, I feel like.
Right.
And so far, we haven't really seen too much from that. But, we got so many more games to go that I feel like it's just bound to happen.
It's also wild and wonky circles so far. It's Miramar, it's some really hard terrain that we're playing. What we will see from teams like both Entropic and Polish Power actually is especially when we come to the Wrangle games and more kind of flat terrain games, is that they will take advantage of the splits. They will see, okay, there's a guy over here, only 1 guy shooting or 2 guys shooting. They will crash those compounds if they are in good positions and take advantage of that. That's also why they're such a dangerous team playing against, because they don't care. They're, okay, if we can take this compound, we can win the game from there. And they will take that as the risk-reward kind of thing and say, all right, if we die 4 guys to 2 players, that be it. Because if we win, a strong team will be weakened and we will have a winnable position to play from.
You've watched 2 games so far today in the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Finals. We have 4 more to go, and it is only day 1. We're going to do this again on Saturday and Sunday. All of these teams are playing for placement points. Of course, the higher they finish, the more points they get. And for every kill, they get a point as well. It is now time to jump into game number 3. Halfway through the day almost, and I feel like it's not enough. I want even more PUBG action. Jorasa, Toby, where are we dropping, boys?
Where are we dropping, Sam? Well, we're just moments away from finding out game number 3. The final game of the day on Miramar is just moments away from happening. And now, Joe, we had back-to-back very similar plane paths that didn't exactly end up in the same area, but now we're getting I don't want to say curveball, because it's still a very doable plane path, but much of a different one. I'm looking forward to see, because we're still very early in the tournament, I'm looking forward to see, are we getting any altered drop spots? Are we seeing teams maybe land on top of each other because the playing path is so much different from what we've seen so far?
Yeah, so this game number 3, we're going to see a roughly an 11 o'clock to 5 o'clock playing path. So it means that a lot of the areas to the east side of Miramar that we wouldn't have otherwise been entertaining on this kind of playing path now suddenly come into play. We could even have the circles go out west, similar to Super Weekend, where we see a lot of the play around the cliff area, sort of south and southwest of Monte Nuevo. That's a possibility here. I'm personally looking forward to seeing circles sort of nearer to Chumacera. I want to see in between Chumacera and Picado some nice standard stuff so that we can see exactly how everyone wants to rotate in. But there are a lot of possibilities here.
There sure are. It is a game for PUBG after all. We are headed into game number 3. The plane is in the sky. Some of the players have already hopped out very early on football list, and ends the 2 teams to do exactly that. Face out of the plane somewhat early here as well. Nothing really new under the sun in regards to where teams are going. Let's see as teams continue to hop on out if we are going to see any of those teams landing on top of one another.
So very early exits there, and Ents actually stopping short of Oasis as well. So not exactly known for its mega abundance of vehicles, but I guarantee you're going to be fairly safe. And if you manage to grab something, of course, you can always head over to Torre or Cruz in the good knowledge that it's very unlikely another team will be able to stab you in the back.
I'm kind of curious to see, with now that we saw Older Face hop into El Pozo, if they're opting to stick to doing so for the rest of the weekend. Because I would put it this way. Normally when we have these northwest plains, there would be that teams that just split the west side. Like, you know, your Trailer Park, Elgon Tower split all the way down the south.
Yep,
the fact that all of FaZe opt to stay inside of El Pozo, I don't want to say I'm surprised, because we are still very early on in the tournament. You don't want to take too many chances before you've had a chance to prep a bit against some of these teams. But I would say, I mean, at least off of the info they're given now, there's a hell of a lot of room to split out early on. And sure, I mean, El Pozo can give you all the loot you need, no doubt about it. But if you have a chance to split out early with little risk involved, I'd also say there's a good reason to do so.
Yeah, so you can grab a little bit more loot, potentially have a bit more scouting as well if people wanted to come through you, maybe be closer and grab a vehicle or two for sure. And they're not doing it on this occasion, but maybe, I don't know, maybe dropping in now and getting used to the fact that there is no one there. We could see them change it up tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. But there's certainly enough loot in El Pozo for everyone, of course. We've made a couple of jokes today about military circles on Erangel, but this circle here gives rise to what I think was the most chaotic.
I know where you're
circle.
going with this, Joro. We don't want to go back there.
No, I'm not sure we do.
For those of you guys who don't remember, the very start of day number 3, I believe it was, on the Super Weekend had us send it full speed into Los Leones. At least this time around, should it happen, God forbid it, the players would have somewhat of an indicator. It wouldn't be that triple southwest hard shift that got us in there last time. At least this time around, people can enter the city from all sides. So that's something. In the meantime, let's see. Teams are looting their way to success, finding all the guns they need, trying to get ready for their rotation into, well, essentially an extremely playable area of the map. There is pretty much access to the map no matter where you loot from. I would hope to see, honestly, I mean, looking up towards Ents, who are currently our furthest north team up in the Oasis, I would love to see them do what we've seen them do in the past. Say, you know what? We're not going to get the prime compounds in this circle. We know first of all, we're on the opposite side of the map, and second of all, by the time we get down there, it's pretty much going to be phase 4. But I would love to see them take their time and wrap all the way east around. Even go east of LSR. Okay. Maybe cut it short, go through Cruz, and then go east around Minas, like down through Junkyard, to scout from the hilltop there and then make their way on in. Of course, I mean, depending on how late they move, if they don't move before phase 2 pops or get close enough, they could just adapt to where phase 2 ends up going. Yeah. But I would love seeing them taking the wide east approach. Why is that? Because our plane started northwest and headed center-south. Yep. They should know that no one has cared to stretch to El Azahar to get looted. No one has cared to stretch all the way to Junkyard because they've been able to settle earlier, essentially. So that's a very easy rotation path for them to get a perfect scouting position into what could be the next circle.
I'd have to agree with that. We saw, well, and I realized they went out first that game, but I thought Footballers did a similar job in game number 1 when they went all the way down south, south of Chumacera, and I was like, actually, okay, I can see this. This is actually quite good. And until they disappeared about 3 minutes later, which was super unfortunate because I thought the rotation was pretty cool.
It was.
The equivalent play here absolutely is to go through Cruz, maybe even Tierra Bronca through Al Azahar, sort of down to the east side. You want to end up coming down through the hills around Junkyard and just gives you a lot of vision. And the question you then ask yourself is, by the time I get there, am I worried that everything west of La Bandita has been taken? And that's the sort of juggling that the teams are going to have to do.
Exactly. We saw Northern Lights making their rotation on through Picardo. Batulin's the front runner there, trying to scout forward for his team to make their way down the hill as well. Lucarooks in the meantime, scouting over the top. Not sure if you saw teams down there. He might have now. You can see here the remaining players from Northern Lights. Here comes Batulin, goes, guys, it's safe, don't worry. And then all of a sudden an entire firing squad appears on the hillside. And questions I had, but seems to me like all of Northern Lights will be just fine in their rotation south around. Actually surprised to see them up to go this route south this early on. Usually you'd see Northern Lights, despite having, as we're seeing here, a pretty clear-cut rotation path into the circle, up to be the slow movers on circles like these. Stay up on the hillsides, scout further forward, allow for teams to wrap in front of you, and then wait it out. Batulins takes the left down in the intersection. Smart decision on his part. And this is why. There's an entire team above them, but this is not what you want to have happen when you have a car with 3 people in it.
Going backwards into the compound as well. There are style points there to be had. Unfortunately, Lou is going to be not the beneficiary of that. Wow, the rest of the squad.
Are they going to carry him? Oh, commitment. There's literally 7 players shooting at you right now.
Go on!
If they get away from that,
They're
would
blocking
be
with the car.
Insane.
Let's do this. They're going to make a movie about this in 5 years. This is amazing.
They are committing to the rescue. I like the play here. Do not lose a player early. The thing is, we've seen it from Northern Lights before in previous tournaments where they...
No one gets left behind.
Yeah, but the thing is, Northern Lights, it's as if they don't only function with 4 life because they're all very capable individual players, but they're just that much more dangerous. It's as if they strategize after being able to utilize having 4 sets of eyes, having 4 guns, having the 2 up front, the 2 wrappers, or the 2 players that can kind of play container on each side. You can't do that to the same extent if you lost a player early. So seeing them commit this hard to arrest this early on, I like it because it goes to show we have a game plan. It doesn't only work with 4 life, but we're going to dare, potentially even losing a player early, to go for this risk. They knew they were... The opposing teams were at least like 200, 300, 400 meters away. So there was a good chance they could get the res in. And, well, hats off, they succeeded.
Yeah, that was really cool. I think watching that, I'm pretty sure all of us went, okay, yeah, they've lost 1, but it's fine. They're going to get into the compound. And then, well, reversing the vehicle in to begin with, and then reversing it back out to block them while all the smokes were coming down, and the carry as well. They deployed absolutely everything. Back onto the mini-map, and well, first of all, point number 1, footballers are rotating through El Azahar and are probably to go out east. Point number 2, Ents might be right behind them.
Yep, they're essentially taking the exact path we expected and hoped to see them do. I didn't expect footballers to wrap all this way east because they were, after all, in the Cooperaria. Thought they were just going to backfill maybe over San Martin and in behind some of the teams down towards Graveyard. But Ents being up here is pretty self-explanatory. I mean, we did explain it just a couple of minutes ago. I would just hate to see for footballers to once again, essentially for the 3rd time, say, we will take the safe path to the circle, get pulled up on by a team in the beginning of Phase 1.
Oh, man.
Because that is essentially what's going to happen. If they opt to sit on the edge here to scout forward, at least they will get the upper hand because they will hear Ents coming in before things start going crazy. But there is a world, very short time from now, where footballers and Ents end up in a full-on fight.
There certainly is. It's how far east footballers want to come down, right?
Yeah.
So everyone's still moving at the moment. So we'll come back and take a look at that at another time. We're watching No Name yet, who sort of, kind of have compounds on the edge of Los Leones. No one really wanting to commit to the city just yet. It's not like the Circle has a 50% chance of going into the city or anything. Cities, by the way, in PUBG, for those of you who are watching maybe a championship weekend for the first time, really easy to get into. Really horrific to get out of. So you kind of don't want to dive in until you're fairly confident you're going to be ending the game there.
I just got to say, I mean, let's try and cut a line from Footballist all the way down to Ding. Look at the amount of space on the south and southeast side of the circle that is not occupied by anyone. And that's despite the fact that we had a circle, like a plane path that ended down in that direction. Everyone's opted to say, we will play Los Leones or north of, except for Ding. Everyone else sits at Los Leones kind of altitude or further north than that. And if this next circle goes south, we're going to see some hectic rotations coming in. Let's see where we're going. We're going out towards the east. Okay, claim a compound in the field. If you're Tokyo Manchi Gang right now, group up because teams are coming your way.
Yeah, see, if that were Ding, this is where they'd insist on holding the 2-1-1 split until Phase 5.
True, but Joro, this is why. Like, it's circles like these that make the eventual hard shift into Los Leones that much more beautiful.
Don't you dare!
It's those circles. It's these, like, don't worry, guys.
Man.
The city? No, we're not going there. Hard shift southwest, and everyone dies.
See, now that you've said it, I can see it, which is really, really worrying.
And then the fourth circle goes away from the mountain.
Oh, no.
It is possible.
All right, so we have a couple of teams rotating into each other at the moment. Clip gets caught up by BBL, and I don't actually think there'll be any cause for anyone going back, sadly.
Nope.
You saw earlier on the minimap that Ents did indeed cut into the circle early, which means Footballist actually got a more chill rotate, and Ents are going to have to deal with more teams, I think. We'll wait and see once we start to see their names in the kill feed, but everybody is moving right now. Even Entropic, who are very happy to stay in Los Leones until the last second if they can help it, they're on the outskirts now looking for a way out.
In the meantime, Exhalation don't want to have FaZe Clan as neighbors. Understandably so. Trying to force them away. BTM firing a few bullets. He's sitting very, very alone. I mean, they're in a wide split here, so not a whole lot to do. In the meantime, Northern Lights and Liquid squaring off against one another. James falls to the ground. Did manage to find the knock, but Lou should be able to get back up in him.
This rotation in for Liquid, I think James coming in to see, it just hasn't really worked for them, has it? They've lost two, sadly, now, have Liquid. And they're going to have to play a little bit more passive, I think, for the rest of the game. The good news is the remainder of their team are in a half-decent position on the west side of the circle, but Northern Lights looked very comfortable there. It didn't look like James was about to win a 1v2 or anything like that.
No, it's a tricky area to try and take a fight there. Northern Lights, I mean, they wrapped in, they take the position. I'm surprised to see, but then again, I mean, we know Liquid as a team that dare to split and try and maintain control, but sit in that, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what happened since Clip ended up going down in the first place. I just hope, and now I know that we're very early in the tournament, so we don't want to assume things too soon. But one of the issues Liquid has run into in the past was losing players early on. I don't want to say for no reason, because there was obviously reasons to them losing the players, but that really came to bite them in tournaments before. And I would hate to see, now again, first game it happens, but I would just hate to see that become a thing over the course of 22 as well.
Well, and one of the easiest ways to lose a player early in PUBG, of course, is sending a player scouting or trying to take a lot of real estate and ending up in a 2-2 split or a 2-1-1 split, and a squad moves in on you. In this case, there wasn't a squad moving in on Clip. It happened to be a drive-by, but if you get the one knock and your teammates aren't close, that's the risk you take. Now, on the plus side, when it goes well, you get a lot of information and you can choose your next rotation off that information. And it's worth reminding everyone, the Team Liquid, I know it's just 2 games, but they're #1 on the leaderboard for a reason. So their ability to rotate off of stuff like this is really strong, but now they're going to have to do it with 2.
Ends shooting at cars, FaZe shooting at cars, Ends shooting at FaZe, and Exhalation survives through all of it. The 2 teams shooting... Wait a minute.
Stop it, Toby.
Wait a minute.
Stop it.
Wait a minute. I know it's going to hard shift.
It's giving Toby hope. We don't need this right now, game.
I know it's going to hard shift.
Stop it, game.
Chat, it's going to hard shift.
No.
But let me pray for a second that there's a glitch in the matrix somewhere that somehow forces, because this would not only be bad, this would be ultra, super, mega bad for teams who have to try and rotate into Los Leones through this. Unfortunately, it's probably going to go northeast, if not guaranteed.
I mean, centering up is also a possibility. These circles do like to bisect on a road. I can see it maybe doing something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It has to go east to some extent.
Na'Vi, I reckon Na'Vi knows something, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, they're sitting solid. They will be in what probably is going to be the edge compound. A circle and a half from now. In the meantime, down towards the southeast, we talked about how much space there was. There still is. I mean, Heroic and Ding, surprised that they're running into one another because they got all the space in the world to maneuver through, but that is the case.
To be fair, all this lovely field for you to sit in.
Yeah, it's not exactly prime real estate, but it is playable nonetheless. Ding. Upa here trying to peek on over. It's met by an opponent instantly. Na'Vi in the meantime, full speed pulls up on FaZe Clan, and they are having success with it. The only damage being done to Na'Vi is by Na'Vi themselves. An unfortunate knock came in onto Alia. The rest is quickly attended to, and just like that, you get yourself a compound in the center circle.
Wow.
FaZe tried to pull up. FaZe did not succeed.
They did not indeed. So, obviously, they thought, well, hang on a second. Based on our options, we think it's better to risk ascend into a compound where we're fairly certain is taken than play it out here. They tried it. They failed. Na'Vi up to 3 kills now. Really nice shots from Monkey. Beautiful headshot with
very narrow angle, too.
Yes, I mean, Monkey's so good at, well, he's good at 2 things. He's good at those disgusting sniper shots from range, and he's also good at miracle clutch situations. You can count on Monkey to put a delightful, shall we say, video show reel together, kill montage and stuff like that. Definitely one of those players you have to watch out for. And now, these dips really scare me, Toby, because when I see teams play these dips in scrims, the question I ask is, who's going to be the last team to try and pull up onto that dip? And usually 7 different teams throughout the course of a game try and do that, right?
That is true. In this case, I feel like it's so far out on the east edge that it's hopefully, I'm going to say,
should
not going to get pulled up on by anyone. This dip, on the other hand, by Northern Lights, maybe more so. Again, we are expecting this next circle to hard shift northeast pretty much straight into the hands of Tokyo Magic Gang. We'll, of course, have to wait and see. Varden, Mexley, they've been lonely for a little while. Their 2 teammates went down earlier on. Now let's see where this next circle takes us.
Hens continuing to wrap through. They're basically having to wrap through Exhalation, by the way. So you've got players north of them. They've also got BTM, who's east of them as well. And I don't know to what extent they've spotted BTM, which means they have to be a little wary. They're actually opting to get in vehicles and try and move it towards the center. And that's because Squeaky has managed to find... is that a compound? But it's not taken. Yes, it is. And they're able to go ahead and grab. I would argue that's a bit of prime real estate in this circle.
There's only a handful of viable compounds left in this circle, and that is no doubt a position that you can easily play from. Upa, in the meantime, trying to pick up best of luck. They will have to rotate the circle, actually going further straight north than I first anticipated. Heroic trying to wrap around. They're going to be running straight into Exhalation, who currently have all the space in the world, but is wide split from the compound. Beamy, bold action in hand, comes forward and gets the headshot with the bolt. Please tell me we're going to get a replay from that. He does go down because of it, but here comes Heroic, full speed forward.
If anyone's asking the question... What? If you were asking the question last game or the game before and you were like, excuse me, guys, why are we continuously... why is the observing team looking at beamy bolt shots non-stop?
There's your answer.
That's why.
Because
when he does that... Ooh, chef's kiss. Footballist on the edge of the circle from that hard shift, unfortunately, is out now, but 3 different teams actually contribute. Again, it feels like footballists don't lose to 1 team. They always lose to like 3. It's becoming a pattern now.
It's they saw Heroic do it and they go, oh, that's how you do it? Let's do it too. Unfortunately, Heroic got there. They caught some teams by surprise. Therefore, they slipped through. By the time Footballers tried to do it, all the teams that didn't get to shoot at Heroic were ready to take shots at Footballers, and they go down as a result of it.
Is that a timing thing then? So
it is most definitely a timing thing.
You know, if you move into circle and you get those 3 teams shooting you, that's not, we shouldn't do this. That's more of a, maybe if we did this a minute earlier, other teams would be occupied or they'd be positioned elsewhere, right?
It's a matter of being able to react quick to change of circumstances. And, well, Heroic got the jump on the rotation there. Tokyo Magic Gang now forced to make that move out of the compound as well. There's essentially sending it in the exact same path as Footballists initially were, but not quite pulling up on it. Are they going into isolation instead? It seems like that's going to be the case. Ends running around, sprinting around, I should say, trying to see how they can get impact. Maybe get a third-party opportunity on what is now a proper 4v3 fight here.
And on Northeast, there's so much action going on because Heroic are about to third-party Tokyo Manji Gang versus Exhalation, and I think ENCE have got a really good view of all of this as well. Brutal, open the door. Thank you very much, welcome committee. I'll just shut that behind me so that we don't let the draft in. And BTM says, cheers, big ears, not a problem at all. The problem is they've got a Heroic team all around them.
Yep, Circle goes south, and despite the fact we have 48 players alive, only around 10 of those are inside the next circle, because it's half field and half barren downhill landscape that is really not easily utilized by anyone else. Heroic now trying to make the push on in. They smelt the third-party opportunity. They're going to try and see if they can seize anything off. And in the meantime, down towards the south, in Tropic, a team we've talked very little of today, despite their solid performances so far along the tournament, are having issues making their way through Ding.
They've been reasonably quiet so
they
far
sure have.
In Tropic. Let's see what they can do from this position. Nail-up goes down, and unfortunately Ding continues to push into them, so not giving them any chance whatsoever to revive. And that sadly leaves Lucarux as the only surviving player. A little bit further back between Ding and No Name Yet, and he's going to back off and try and play this passive and play it super late, because that's the only way to get into the placement points from here.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised no one's just opted to send it into the field yet. Like, some of the Hayball stacks can grant you, not good, but decent enough cover that you can at least make top 6. So would assume to see some teams start full speed sending it at some point soon. Correxy, just 40 bullets in the gun, would probably have some more if he were to decide so for himself. T-Bone trying to stay put. Heroic only 1 kill so far. Now T-Bone, I mean, there's always going to be an angle from which the opponents can see you. That was a good molly from Correxy. I'm not sure there's going to be a whole lot more coming off of it, though. Now comes the pusher on the side. Oh, PCO, no! Teammate, no! You can't have that happen. And the nade coming through the window even did the damage for him.
No.
So Exhalation fall by their own hand and Tokyo Manji Gang, but they take Heroic down with him.
Split-second miscommunication here. Now we have Tokyo Manji Gang crashing a member event. It's Squeaky. It's a 3v1 in close proximity anyway, but they managed to get 2 down. It's only Aimlow left. And unfortunately, that vehicle, that was an excellent flip, by the way, 7.8 out of 10. That's Tokyo Manji Gang eliminated. They had to try something, so fair enough. That was rather spectacular, though, from ENCE.
Teams are dropping like flies as everyone is trying to make their way into a ruthless circle here. Forced to run shoulder to shoulder. It is about who can punch better, who can make more room for themselves as they try to make their way further forward. Rustenmar running down to his last 5 bullets in the gun. Literally nothing left to play with, unless if he gets a chance to lose something here. Fights once again escalating on the west side of the circle, too.
On the west side, we have Polish Power. And they're going up against BBL Esports. There's along the road, it's a little bit of low ground, so you've got higher ground on both sides, which makes it a bit tricky to play. And the best way to play it, if you're there, is to make sure no one else has an angle on you, and the way to do that is you just kill them all. So it's not a very sophisticated strategy, but it can be effective, and Polish Power trying to do just that. Actually managing to get a headshot onto Biestoloch as well, which is buying themselves a good amount of breathing room. So Polish Power, the team on the low ground there, fighting against BBL, fighting against Ding, they actually managed to survive this still on the road.
We just eliminated 6 teams in, I want to say, 40 seconds.
As you do.
This is insane. I mean, the thing is, all these teams are fighting at the right time, essentially, because they have to take those fights now, so they don't have to fight their way into the next circle. And that's exactly what just happened. These teams knew we need to deal with the neighbors now so that we can claim real estate and move our way, like, with more space to maneuver into the next circle after. Issue is, everyone was doing this at the same time. It essentially just became a domino effect of, oh, great, they're fighting, so now we should fight too. And then they go, oh, great, they're also fighting, so we should fight too. And thus, all the fights that possibly could have happened ends up happening at the exact same time. The only team that never really got in trouble off of any of this was Na'Vi, because they got the compound early, they fended off face. Now they helped out, I believe to a certain extent, they helped out No Name Yet in getting some of the kills there. But other than that, they could just chill in the compound, because as you can see here, you practically can't see them. Issue is now, This is not a position to allow them to be in. They forgot about Smash, though. Jumps up from behind, finds the double. He gets the knocks, Ketba gets the flushes, and just like that, No Name yet announced 2.
Na'Vi are going to be slightly disappointed that they weren't part of taking, you know, all of the points that came from 6 teams basically disappearing from the server super quick. But they also know that towards the end of the game, there's a good possibility of them mopping up what's next. So the next fight, as you guys can see in the circle, looks like Sakura Zensen, or what's left of them, are going to be taking on ENCE. It's a 4v2, and ENCE have got 5 kills in their back pocket already. A lot of flashes going around this rock because they know they're there. Tixu playing the bullet sponge position. Really nice alternate angle there from Nuki and Rustenmar, and that should clean them up.
Exactly. You're wondering why Rustenmar was out of ammo. He had 700 damage done when he had 2 kills. He is shooting at everything he sees, and they're now well aware that they need to take the fight to Polish power before they can make their way further forward. Norkis finds Nuki, first player to fall. Oh, and here comes Na'Vi as well.
For 2 kills. Yeah, Na'Vi are looking to get involved now. I mean, look, they're going, look, at some point we're going to have to think about fighting these teams, right? Either they come to our compound or...
Look at the control Na'Vi has here. This is Na'Vi written all over it. They have 10 kills already. Let them fight in the pits below and we will kill whatever is left of them.
Why not?
They have positioned themselves perfectly in order to do this. They did get a little bit of help from BPL in taking out what I thought could become a potential threat in No Name yet, but this has got Na'Vi written all over it. Both the teams down Valley are taking casualties. Quizzy, perfect over the top angle here. Does get Cappy down, misses a few second time around, not gonna miss it the third time. 13 kills and counting as Na'Vi continue their onslaught.
And so if anyone's asking, well, why did Na'Vi move out of the compound? Take a look at the terrain and what they just did with it. And I tell you to tell me that again. Na'Vi, this is Na'Vi when they're bored almost. It's like, oh, we've had a compound.
Kind of.
You know how sometimes you get teams where, oh, well, they just had a compound all game. Well, yes, but you don't just get a compound all game and you're active enough to still get 14 kills despite predominantly being in one place.
Exactly.
That's how Na'Vi plays it differently that other teams don't. This is a masterclass in how to do that sort of play.
Tixu was one tick away from being knocked to blue. That would have been awful.
Awkward.
I want to say there's a chance for ENCE to do something in this game. 9 billion IQ headshot from a distance to open up an opportunity to grab on forward. They're low on everything as far as I'm concerned. Also, one smoke is all Rustenmar has to work with. They need to do this. They need, if they can keep Example at bay, if they can keep Melman on the side as well at bay, if they can force them to go back and heal, that is the time they need to utilize to push further forward. Because as long as the eye in the sky is still there, you can't go undetected. They need to deal with the guys up above first in order to do anything, but there's also a threat up close.
Oh my God.
And that is Aaliyah. Nate's thrown forward, gets the knock. Molly goes forward, gets the second. Rustenmar down to low HP. So Squeaky down there as well. They're in trouble, and Na'Vi are looking to close in on 17 kills.
Alia biding his time. I think that was the first frag he threw as well. So really good, really precise, getting the insta knock, and ENCE now down to 2. If they had a chance before, Na'Vi are looking to snuff it out. They don't want ENCE to make the first move. Quizzy goes down. Squeaky manages to get that knock. And I think Quizzy is in the Molotov as well, but there's actually not enough time for him to get knocked. 17 kills! And Na'Vi have come to the G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals. And they've made a big, big statement.
They rotated in, they said, you know what, we'll take the Thunder Combat. Jorio said, I think Na'Vi might have dialed that one down. 17 kill win. I think that's a pretty good dialing on their part.
What happens when they dial up?
I don't even want to think about it because that was incredibly impressive. They did everything they had to. They took the compound. They held off teams trying to take the compound. They pushed out of the compound and they sealed the deal at the end of it. They played picture perfect. And what I especially liked from that game is they never overcommitted. Even though they knew they had the numbers, even though they knew they had the better position, they said, we are not going to push our luck here. Because we've gotten all our kills without taking any casualties by just playing it wise. Let's continue to do that. Let's just go oversell. Let's just say, they're in the corner, we'll just kill them. Can't do that against these caliber opponents. They have to respect them. They did that, and they got the win.
Exactly. Get the knock, step back just a little bit, let a teammate consolidate from a different angle, have a look at what you can get, and that way, before you know it, you consistently do that. You're getting 5-6 kills without trading a single player. Do that a couple of times in a 17-kill chicken dinner. They make it look easy, don't they?
They actually did.
So that is Miramar for day number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be moving on to Erangel after this next break. Stay tuned. We've got more excellent PUBG action coming your way.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets a knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for best it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back. We are halfway through day one. We're about to have a map change as well. But before we do that, we're going to break down exactly what you just saw. Avenger, at the start of this game, I think we were maybe 2 circles in. You turned to me and you said, this is a Na'Vi game. They're going to win it. And then they did. How did you know? Why can you tell the future?
Because that compound is just so strong, and the circles when they were. And also there's some land ratio stuff with Miramar. It pushes away from some unplayable terrain. And like, yeah. And then I said to Frost, if this circle goes exactly here, it's going to be an even bigger Na'Vi game. And it went exactly there, and they won with 17 kills.
He read that very well, but Ents put up a good fight.
I mean, Ents is playing the old Ents style, right? We saw him playing that edge on the northern side, holding that down from, I think it was basically from Circle 5. We know that they usually like to play edge, but they were inside towards the center early on. But getting that edge circle, they were starting to farm in kills. And that's what we love to see with Ents. They're really good on that one. And of course, with the change in the lineup, good to see that they're able to keep up that kind of playstyle that they used to have as well.
Yeah, the biggest loss for me in this game here was no name yet. The French guys, they were a little bit forgetful. They forgot there was 2 BBL players in that dip that they just heard fighting in, and they probably didn't kill feed count properly, or they forgot, or what do you think, Frost?
I mean, we were talking about this, and I still think they should have crashed Na'Vi into that compound. Sure, it's highly likely that you lose people and so on, but it's a game-winning move, right? You take that compound, especially on a circle like that. Navi's probably prepared for it, but you gotta make a try. Instead, we saw them taking the top of the road there, and as Martin said, they forgot about BBL, and what happened? You started losing players straight away, and that cannot happen, not on this kind of level of PUBG.
And also, they should have been all 4 guys there. Yeah. They shouldn't have been just 2. What were the last guys doing playing high ground in the background? I don't feel like you need an anchor position that. I might be wrong, but I feel like that would have been so much smarter being all 4 guys there. But also, if you forget about PBL in a case like this, they are going to try to squeeze as many points out of the game as possible. And they did. They managed to get 2 kills. I would say, though, if PBL wasn't there and No Name Yet was going to be 4 guys alive in the position, it would have been a different game.
Yeah, it would. But it feels like
right here.
Yeah, it feels like No Name Yet is still playing the game they were playing during the qualifiers. They have not stepped it up and got it in here to the grand finals yet. They're still back there. They're playing that game. It's different teams. You get punished for different things there compared to here. Here, it's much more stricter. People will punish you as soon as you make a mistake. And that is one of those mistakes, and you don't want to see them happen.
I thought you were going to say, I feel like they're still playing like they did in Vitality 2019. You're like, okay, calm down. Yeah, okay, it's not like that. But they did. I liked how they played, but unfortunately they lost out. But Na'Vi with a fantastic game. Here, Sam.
They did have a fantastic game, and we're going to take a look now at that scoreboard. Those 17 kills, that is a nice bunch of points to add to yourself for day one. Gives you a little bit of a buffer, I'm sure, against all the other teams.
I mean, this is kind of the games you want to have. When you get a circle like that, on a map like this, you got to take that opportunity, and that's exactly what we saw Na'Vi doing. They started to frag out straight away. They started to hold down that compound, but also they knew when was the right time to actually push out a compound and start pinching Polish Power against ENCE as well.
What also makes this game for Na'Vi different from maybe some of the other teams that haven't done so far so well is that they are so good at squeezing so many kills out of position like this because they're playing aggressive. They're not just taking the free win per se. They're also agreeing and acknowledging is, okay, guys, we can win this game, but we can also get a lot of kills. But look at this, 42 points.
That is a big jump.
Massive.
It is massive, and also if they get more of those games, then everyone needs to be very concerned. But this is the thing about teams like Na'Vi, Liquid, FaZe. When they get that space and they're able to play that game, the aggression comes up, but they also then get the placement points, and then they're scary to catch up. And I think that that's something that a lot of teams need to be worried about.
Oh, definitely. But at the same time, if you look at it, it's super close. The mid pack is so big right now. On the same time, we have 2 teams towards the bottom right now, 2 points each. That's not going to cut it. That's not going to cut it. I'm just going to say it straight out. They need to step it up right now. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're invited here, you qualified here. What matters is the results that you are bringing to the table. And after 3 games, having 2 points, that's a no-go.
You can't leave today with only 2 points. That's my biggest thing. Even if you get a couple of kills, like you've got to get some sort of points before the end of today because you can't catch up tomorrow.
I feel like single digits is just a no-go. Like, you can't go 6 games with single digits. That is way below what we...
Unless you're Polish Power and you pull a totally opposite day the next one.
I don't think you can do this in that. I don't think you can do it in this lobby. I think the teams are too good.
You have to remember as well, they did it in 4 games. It was 7 points in 4 games and 70 in 4 games on the other day. So that's a massive jump for them as well. But like you're not going to be able to replicate that in grand finals like this. We have way too many teams that it's super stacked. They're super skilled, and they're not going to give them as much space because once you see a team like Polish Power pull up on a compound, you're going to get they're going to get third-partied. Another team is going to third-party pull up on that compound while they're fighting and just crunch them. It's not going to happen. I don't see them having such a big, or any team having such a big game.
Also, they're a reckless team, and that's something the other teams knows as well. So they know as soon as they see Polish Power pulling up to a team, they know, okay, that's going to be a big fight. That's going to happen right now. If we see something happen on the kill feed, if we hear everything happening, we want to push on this as well, maybe.
We now have an opportunity, because we're halfway through the day, to chat to one of the players and get their insights into how the games are going for them and the finals. So Team Liquid's Clib is with us, and he's going to be sharing a bit of information. Clib, thank you so much for joining us. How's it going?
It's going good, thank you. How about you?
I'm good. I'm excited to be back doing some PUBG. I do have a question for you. The first one that I'm going to throw at you. What has it been like having Fuzzface as a coach? What's he been able to add?
Fuzz is a really intelligent person. He has a lot of game knowledge, so he's going to add a lot of, especially like late game knowledge to our team, which is super awesome for us.
Interesting. We were hoping we'd get a bit more from you as the weekend progresses, because I'd love to hear how Fuzz has been changing that up. I know that Frost has a question for you as well.
First of all, congratulations so far. It's been great games. Of course, maybe not the last one, but previous two was really good. I'm wondering, looking at the team right now, with Vard coming in, how do you feel like it has changed up the whole dynamic in the team itself?
Vard and Ibi are really different players, so it's going to change the entire team dynamic by a ton. Vard is a bit more calm in team fights, which helps us slow down a little bit. And of course, he's just super good mechanically, so I'm feeling really confident with him on the team now.
Nice.
Yeah, I want to ask you something as well, Clip. Good to see you, of course, my friend. I want to ask you, what do you feel like are the three biggest opponents in the lobby we see here, but also in Europe going forward here for the 2022 season?
Honestly, NLT is probably the biggest one, since they've been super consistent in Europe, then Heroic too. And from looking at these games today, at least, in Na'Vi.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Clip, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck with the rest of the competition. We'll be watching.
Thank you very much.
We're swapping over maps now. We're moving on. Do you think that's going to change up what we're seeing?
A lot. I think it's going to change a lot, especially when it comes to the drop spot itself, because we have some of the drop spots that is so contested by a few teams, not just by one or two teams, but a few teams. And it's going to be quite interesting to see how the teams are going to adapt to that, where they actually find out where they want to drop and play from, and so on. I feel like Fairy Pair is one of those hotspots.
Yeah, there's multiple things for me, but the biggest thing for me is probably that the big teams and the most established teams, they're going to be doing considerably better here consistently than they are in Miramar, because Miramar can be a very hard map to play. There's many factors that you can't really control yourself. You have a lot of riches that are hard to predict how many players there are, but here they know this map so well. They've played it for years, and they know exactly how to approach their games from here.
I have a question to that, but before I ask that, I do want to remind you that we are running a little bit of an Easter egg hunt here at the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals. We're going to be doing it over the course of the next 3 days, and we have some great prizes, 10 a day to give away. All you need to do is watch out for that Easter egg. I do believe it's been shown already, but we might drop it again. So we won't give it away to you just too soon, but if you want to know what the Easter egg is, there is a player name that's going to pop up on your screen. It is a player who is a legend, a well-known player, and someone that has won a G-Loot season before. If you see that name, make sure you remember it, and then head on over to Twitter and direct message G-Loot Esports with the name, and you could win. Back to that question. As much as you say that the more experienced teams will do well, but surely if you're a new team and you've just qualified, you have got years of data to watch your competition on and improve your game.
Yeah, so one thing that I've talked a bit with some of the partner teams is also that it's hard to play because you as an established team have, as you say here, years of data where the other teams know where they're playing. So all of a sudden, a dip or a ridge that is usually a liquid dip or the liquid compound, these new teams, they will be there before you because they're closer to it. So that's what you have to adapt to. But the established teams, they're just so good at adapting and scouting as well. Stopping these multiple kind of situations where they're scouting their way into the circle and scouting forward, making sure that they can play into the next circles again and again, while still making sure their backs are safe, while still having 2 or 3 guys at front poking at everyone, making sure they can get kills and points.
But this also changes up a little bit, because you have all those teams playing those kind of spots. You always know, okay, I can't play that place because they're going to have vision from me from another spot.
Right.
But then you have all those new qualified teams that have playing a little bit more of not like the primary spots. And because of that, they will have different angles. And you'll find out that, okay, well, I get peeked from another angle now that I didn't know about before. So it's an ever-changing evolution on that itself.
How much time do you actually put in, if you're a team, into watching what all the other teams are doing, though? Because my understanding when I've spoken to pro players, they always tell you, just focus on your own game.
No. There's teams that are spending hours and hours. James, I often sit with James, and the other day he looks at literally every single game that he doesn't play himself against opponents that, like, why are these guys doing here? Or scrims even, breaking down, like, do you think this is right? Do you think this is wrong? And he is extremely, extremely aware of what all the other teams are doing and also places to play.
you see that they've been lying to us.
Some might not.
I think when they do these interviews, they don't want to say yes, we've been.
They don't want to give away all the tips.
It's all their tips and secrets. They tell you in private. There you go. They're actually all just watching each other, making sure that they're paying attention. Right. We are moving on. How do you think this is going to play out? Are we going with qualified, invited teams over qualified teams?
I think the question is, are we going to military again?
I gotta agree with that, engineer.
Jarosat, Toby, are we going to military again?
It is, as they say, inevitable. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to Erangel now for the second half of day number 1 here at the G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals. We're getting into our first match. A little bit of a skewed playing part, 12 to 5 o'clock. You guys will see it in just a second. And it does mean that the nightmare, I'm not going to call it the dream, the nightmare is still alive.
It was the dream over the course of the last weekend. It became the nightmare.
Right.
You know, I mean, when you have something nice, but you have it too much,
yes,
it all of a sudden doesn't taste as great anymore. And I'm not going to lie, this playing path, it opens up the opportunity for this circle to head very far down south. Will that happen, though? Nothing's guaranteed, but right now, if you're no name yet, you're enjoying this playing path.
You know when you get, like, offered something like, I don't know, you get really good cake at a buffet or something, and you think, yes, finally, I can have as much as I want. And by the 4th slice, it just doesn't seem like such a good idea anymore.
Yeah.
That's what milli circles have been to us.
It kind
in the last week and a half.
If it was just 4.
Yeah, if it was just 4 of them, maybe we could. That's true. If you take each milli circle as a slice of cake, hey, there we go. The game has done quite literally the opposite. I mean, we still might get our North George Zarky Fields, which would be similarly good.
I just got to point this out for a second. Ding right now is landing for all the viewers out there going, what in the actual swear word is Ding doing down here? I think the issue is that Bestalock is still slowly and calmly gliding his way back to the ground. There you go. There's the movement. Welcome back on the server, Bestalock. I think this was just Ding going, we will protect our teammate. We will defend him until he gets back on the server. And, well, here they are, trying to do just that. They would usually land over on the other side. There was talk of maybe a potential hot drop situation, or at least contesting in and around Ferry Pier.
Ooh.
Well, no one really landed that, at least at this time around. Obviously, the playing path was a bit further east, so it was a bit of a stretch. But having said that, it created an interesting situation, obviously, with Bestalock being far down south. But look at the split end sign right now, and not only that, but the fact that they have Ding players in between them. It is far from optimal, especially taking into consideration that the circle is far up north.
And here you can see over the skies of Pachinki Team Liquid in their natural habitat. And we now look through the delights of the diner. I find the diner really weird. There's like a fair amount of space to eat. Yeah. I've never seen a bathroom in the diner. I'm just going to put that out there.
Did you know, because I didn't know this, but did you know that the diner is based off of a real building?
What? As in like a specific real building? Because they're all based on real buildings.
No, as in like a specific real building. It's very interesting.
Like this one specific restaurant?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I did not know that. No.
At least as far as I'm concerned, because I saw a building once that looked literally exactly like that building. But that's a while back.
They leave a lot of grenades on the tables. It's a bit irresponsible.
It was a very strange buffet there.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Moving swiftly along.
It's not called all you can eat, it's called all you can carry.
Hey, I like that. I like that.
There you go.
Very good.
In any case, let's hop on over to Mansion, where dear and beloved Tokyo Mansion gang currently getting looted up. BPL getting to loot Rostock for free kind of feels lackluster to me. BPL is a team that we want to see fight for Rostock. They have to contest Rostock. There has to be a brawl in Rostock, and yet here they get saluted with 1.5 player.
So the interesting thing here is that when you have a lot of splits early on, it creates a higher probability that players shoot at each other early in the game because they're occupying more spaces. So to see Ding split like this, to see BBL half in Rozok and half south of Subverti. Oh, my Glossity.
Salty, you do not run yourself over when you try to breach a compound.
No.
That is not the way to do it. Also, can we just talk about how footballists managed to find their way into the first fight of a game every single game so far? This is 4 games now where I feel like they've been the first team to shoot at opponents.
I mean, I know some people might disagree, but like, I feel a little bit bad for them, you know? Some of this is bad luck. It straight up is.
The thing is, we've seen, and this is a picture.
No. That's
you
not
know
bad
what?
luck,
I'm gonna put it this way. Thank you, Tegus. Thank you, Tegus, for being the one to show us exactly why you have to take circles into consideration. Reason why is because a team that I feel like most of you guys are probably familiar with, you know those guys called Ents?
Oh, yeah.
They looted up here long time ago, way back when. Another team like former Skate roster was up here as well. Every team that has looted up here in and around Severny has learned the hard way that when you're looting up here, when the plane or when the circle comes up here, you have to group up fast. Because if you don't, teams will come and punish you for splitting. And that is exactly what we saw there. Every single team that has been up here has had games where, oh my god, the circle came to us. This is amazing. Let's split out. Boom, you lose 2 players. All of a sudden, the circle that was, in theory, supposed to go your way because it came your direction becomes a, oh, well, I suppose we'll take that 14th place with 1 kill.
And it's important to analyze that correctly as the team as well. Obviously, they can do a better job of it than we can. But quite often as a player, if you do something and then subsequently die, you think to yourself, okay, it must be the original thing I did. But quite often, the original thing you did, like looting up there, is completely fine. It's the subsequent decision that you choose to make and the subsequent timing that you need to examine. And the original decision is often okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Should we tell Ents that it's not a military game?
Oh no!
They're still brawling around on it. Unfortunately, I believe this might have been Nogi trying to come down and pick up Rust, and my issue was that in mid-transition, he runs into the other melee-looting team, being no name yet, and all kinds of hell break loose. And speaking of pulling up on compounds early on, here is another attempt of exactly that. Lou wants to help his knocked teammate, can't quite commit to it early on. Now he goes for it, having heard the clue that he's going for the nade pull outside. This must have been a call from Spiro saying he's pulling a nade, peek him now, and that's exactly what it does. They succeed, unfortunately. Spiro goes down, Lou goes down. Everyone wants a piece of the pie, which essentially is 3 points coming their way. We're having 4th parties, 5th parties of teams trying to find knocks in this compound.
I'm so confused. I didn't realize we hopped into Game 6 of Scrims.
Oh, well, that's it. That's where we are.
That is clearly where we are right now. That is a very... To be fair, that T-junction there is such a hot compound because it's very versatile in terms of rotating out, and because of the broken wall, if you park correctly, you can preserve the vehicle tires as well. It is in a little bit of a low ground, but it's really gradual slopes. So while it's difficult to get out if everyone's looking at you, no one can come at you without giving you the chance to shoot at them, so it's all right.
One thing that's kind of interesting to me when we put it into perspective is that this is the first game of Wrangle. And when we had the first game of Miramar, we were talking about how everyone was playing it slow. We were 12 minutes into the game before we saw the first knock even.
Yep, sure.
And everyone was, you know, spreading out, trying to get a feel for the opponents in the server. And now we head on over to Wrangle, and it's just chaos from the first second. I mean, not literally the first second, and obviously a lot of the commotion has been in and around this compound. But it's pretty interesting to me, nonetheless, that we have such a, I guess you can say, well-controlled initial game on Miramar, and then where you think we'll have yet another kind of reset, so to speak, when we go over to the first game on a Wrangle. At least as far as what we've seen so far, it's been the polar opposite.
Yeah, it's...
We lost, what, 11 players in the first 8.5 minutes? Make that 12 almost.
This has been crazy.
Effects goes down here as well.
This has been crazy. And I love how we thank Techers for showing us how we needed to group up. And then Techers was the one player that got out when they got crashed on. Like less than 2 minutes later. This game so far has honestly been wild.
It sure has. It's been pretty damn chaotic. Let's see effects. They want to commit to the rest. They're going forward. They should be able to get it as well. BBL trying to group up in the meantime, wanting to make sure that no chaos will come their way. Gustav carrying Fex on his shoulders. Back to safety down behind the rock you go. Get the rest on up. Should be all right. And, well, I mean, we're still waiting for Circle 2 to come. Squeaky just sort of chilling on his own down in Chopsticks. Not really in a hurry to go anywhere.
I feel like you look at this view and there needs to be an asterisk on the bottom of your screen that says, don't worry, Rustenmar is still in the game. You're just not going to see him on your screen for another 3 minutes.
There he goes. Finally, Rustenmar makes his way onto the map stream. Which, by the way, I strongly recommend you guys having open as well. Hop on over and have that. Should you have 2 monitors or just 2 browsers open, I strongly encourage you to have both the main feed and the map stream open, as you can get a lot of information off of having the map stream up there as well. Best of luck in the meantime. Try to rotate on forward. Ding making their way on in. They're pretty much split 4 pearls on a string on the west side. And now let's see Circle straight towards shooting range, and Severny we go.
Very, very interesting indeed. So the T-junction compound that everyone seems to have been fighting for so far, that's going to continue to be valuable. Uber needs 1 more shot. Just 1 more. This is out in the blue, by the way. This is near Gatka. He waited for that last shot as well as the car veered left and right. He had a chance of hitting that. That really good discipline and really good knowledge from Uber to know that that's the way that Squeaky would go, but it doesn't quite work out this time.
And incredibly heads-up play. I'm going to give Squeaky credit for this now, not knowing 100% if it was intentional or not, but I'm just going to say it was because Squeaky is an incredibly intelligent player. Utilizing that broken van for cover while driving for as long as you could, instead of just going in behind it, appearing on the other side, making a turn while behind that to make sure that there was as little time he would be exposed to Uber to finish that final shot, because had he just crossed straight over, Uber could potentially have fired 3-4 bullets. Instead, he only got to fire 1. That is Squeaky playing literally with his heart all the way up his throat, out of just sheer fear of getting killed there. Playing it incredibly. We'll take a look at it here again. And again, I might be giving him more credit than he deserves in the situation, but I want to give it to him because this is a play that he could make intentionally. Look at this. Werf's left
that's
to then make the play around in there. That is so incredibly smart done. Realizing not only that you are getting shot at, obviously, but also exactly the angle of the shots to make that micro decision that essentially could have kept him alive, or would end up keeping him alive there.
Exactly right. I mean, if someone's staring down the barrel of a DMR at you at the end of the day, if you have a choice between them firing 3 shots and them firing 5, I know which one I would take. Definitely take my chances with the fewer number. We just saw Team Liquid, by the way, commit super early on to shooting range, which is interesting because shooting range is basically in a bowl. So if that ends up going out of shooting range for any reason, or they have to move soon, it's going to be difficult. But because the circle is still 30% water, this might be a great play for them.
Let's see, does GMs anticipate Odin to be playing outside? Well, the molly should indicate exactly that. Runs into the fire, has to now try and dip, get inside the building, maybe grant himself some more cover. In the meantime, the remaining players are pushing on in. Beamy, keep in mind, is playing the bunker down below all of this, so he will hear all this commotion, obviously. And there are still 3 heroic players on the other side of the road that could peek on over for this as well. But Leron peeks on out, gets the first onto Mexi. Vard instantly there to respond, but doesn't get the knock immediately.
Poor footballist. Everywhere they go, there's someone wants a piece of the pie. It's like, come on, man, leave me alone.
They cannot avoid it. Smokes work in favor for Vard. Liron will fall down in the end of it, and I just don't think the remaining footballist players can respond fast enough. As I say that, nope, not gonna happen. Odin goes out as well, and so does footballist altogether. It's been a tough start for the finals to the finals for them, but hopefully they can get something going in the final 2 matches of the day.
At this point, I don't know what to say. Like, I want to give all of the reasons, all of the excuses, but at the end of the day, it's the understanding where other teams would be, I think, has been Footballer's downfall so far today. Like, their rotations and the ideas behind them, I feel like they've been solid. I mean, like, I can't complain about them too much, but maybe the timing and where everyone else is, maybe they're just not taking that in as much into consideration as they should.
The thing is, they get there first. They get the compounds. They get the positions. Right. So it's not like, so you can't really fault them for now. I mean, only the game on Miramar where they rotated in behind Heroic to then get instantly splattered there. That's one thing. But other than that, they've gotten to the compounds first. They just haven't been able to hold their ground. In the meantime, now let's see. FaZe Clan forced to go 3 in a Dasha through what most likely will become rather open terrain, especially uphill here. That could prove fatal. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Not in the meantime, Monkey gets run on over, gets finished off by Tundu in the end of it. Shift peeks on out as well, finds Tendelos as BBL and No Name yet run into one another. Last game on Miramar, it was BBL to crush the dreams for No Name, yet as they tried to make the way further forward, and this time around it might be again. Velo falls, thought and hoped that there was space to be made down inside the bunker, but Ketba says no.
More and more teams fighting for less and less real estate. And don't forget, when we get to phase 4, it has to move away from water. So perhaps that was the reason why Team Liquid went shooting range is fine, because the chance of it moving out of shooting range by phase 5, say, is actually quite minimal, knowing that it has to pull south like that. But then we have questions around the teams that park themselves in Severity. We've got Enterprise, we've got Entropic, Exhalation to the east side as well. They might all have to hit each other as soon as phase 4. And how many players did we lose in the first couple of minutes of this game? Seeing that there are fewer players alive in the lobby might change how teams rotate as well, because more compounds would be free, right?
Easily. I'm loving the way that Liquid are going about this. Spread out, take as much control as you can. Do not allow for teams to encroach on you. At least not for the next couple of circles. Shiv, in the meantime, single player left alive. Spending a second next up to make sure that this is indeed freeze. Throwing a smoke as well to grant himself passage inside. Oh, whoops. To grant himself passage inside the shack. Smart plays on his part. Don't take any chances. Again, should this circle, or should the game, I should say, go towards Shift, that could easily be placement points guaranteed if he stays alive for long enough.
And that's the big if, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Just stay alive for long enough, Shift.
Oh, that's all you have to do. We're going to add that to our list.
Is that going to be added?
Alive for long enough. Don't get
enough.
shot. If you do get shot, stay at 1 HP.
If you don't get shot and you stay alive for long enough, you win the game.
It's kind of true, to be fair. That's universally true.
Yep.
Here comes Exhalation. Very, very brave rotate.
I like this play.
Straight through the middle there, saying we are not going to be pussyfooting around anywhere. We're going straight into shooting range, but Team Liquid's going to greet them.
I was just going to say, how does Liquid respond to this? They do not want to have neighbors right next door. That nade could be absolutely prime. It could have 3 targets on it, and it does!
No!
James throws the perfect nades and finds 3. The second one to follow takes them all out, and in an instant, Salik is all that's left from Exhalation.
Get him some more nades. He scores an average of 1.5 points per nade. That was incredible from James. And he was patient with that as well. He wasn't like, I need to loose this nade as soon as the car was pulling up. He waited a few seconds, and yeah, he just waited that beautifully. Really, really good stuff from Team Liquid. And now we've got FaZe Clan on the south side as well.
You do not get the name Nade God for free. You have to deliver. And that one right there goes straight into the highlight reel. As you said, cooked to perfection, thrown perfectly to make sure that nothing could happen off it. In the meantime, Diggory trying to stay put for as long as he can. James will get knocked, but Liquid overrunning down below will make sure that the rest is going to be possible. As I say that, we are seeing ENCE players encroach from the south, so maybe they'll get an angle from where they can do some damage. But I am loving how fast Liquid reacted on that pull-up from Exhalation, because the issue with the position they were in inside of shooting range is, if you allow for teams to get up kind of literally on your wall, you all of a sudden are very limited in what you can peek, because there's always going to be someone with an angle.
Sure.
Whereas if you manage to keep your space safe, if you manage to pufferfish for long enough, you have that much more room to maneuver around. And then when we come late game, when teams have to rotate in at the same time, they will do all the work on the wall for you, because they'll be fighting one another. Whereas to here, they essentially turn Exhalation into a no threat by taking out 3 players instantly.
It's almost like the way to think about that position is, we can take it, it's ours, on the condition that every team that pushes us until the late game, we must take every fight. We must repel every enemy. Otherwise, sharing shooting range with someone else, that's just not going to work.
Exactly. Let's see now, Heroic. They've been able to sit tied up north for a while, and well, I mean, technically they still could stay up here. They want to, of course, make sure that they have the info on exactly where everyone else is moving, and having seen Na'Vi wrap west around, they will play with that information accordingly. Uber, in the meantime, barely makes his way around the shack, and then instantly met by a headshot. Does do damage in return, though, but he is very, very alone. His teammates, I mean, once again, best. We're seeing these weird splits. That last time it was best of luck. This time around it's Uber. It's as if Ding has a way of just kind of forgetting to bring their teammates along.
What's the play? So what I want to understand is, what's the play from keeping someone out like that? Like, what's the leverage you can how do you cash in 5 minutes from now?
I think the idea is that Uber goes down to clear an angle and they can rotate through on it. Issue is, Uber didn't clear an angle. And because the remaining teammates were up on the hills, they're like, Uber, you have about 4 seconds to clear this. If you can't, we're going to have to make a move. Doesn't succeed in doing so. Now knocked in the blue. No way he's getting back alive. And his teammates had to make a move accordingly. So they kind of sent it down the hillside, took the safe play rather than the potential better gain of wrapping north around. But Circle now down towards the south. Heroic has a clear-cut rotation straight down south. They've been able to scout that all the way through. Make their way down there. Gusiara in the meantime finds Squeaky down to low HP himself. But let's see how much more Tokyo Manager Gang can do from here.
And it's almost like Liquid knew from the start of the game here, but all eyes on Tense versus Tokyo Manji Gang right now. Ding are rotating into Liquid, but Guzyara is fighting for his life. It's just him and Aimler, who's in a vehicle, remember, trying to get a drive-by onto the rest of Ents. He gets it! That is so critical. Guzyara had the low ground. He wasn't sure which tree to necessarily look behind. He was struggling for an angle, and that was a lovely drive-by, but Entropic are coming in behind them.
Exactly, Entropic full speed forward up the hill here, want to capitalize. They saw the knocks in the kill feed. They know that their wounded players up here. Do as much damage as you can and do it fast as the circle is closing on in. Let's see. Nail up, Halsinate. That could easily be a double. Should he be able to get it perfectly from forward? They will be able to start driving, but do they get far enough? No, they don't. Both Ivers and Lugarooks work together. They find two. Guzyara is now all on his own.
Guzyara should be able to stay on the edge for a little while, but Entropic spotting the fight here. The good news for Guzyara is Entropic won't... It's not guaranteed that they know where he is, or even if they have a guess. They heard the gunshots and they came running, and Guzyara was already out of line of sight by the time they started firing, but that doesn't mean this is a great position to be in, let's be honest.
Liquid dealt with Exhalation. They dealt with FaZe. They dealt with Ding. Every team that's pulled up on their wall, they've dealt with instantly. This time around, Polish Power is allowed to play close, but because we're so late in the game, they don't have to worry about Polish Power, because Polish Power cannot focus inward. They need to deal with Na'Vi, and believe me, the second Polish Power and Na'Vi start knocking one another, Mexi and Clip, who are currently just sitting, lurking, waiting for that to pop off, they'll be peeking on over.
I thought you were going to say they don't Polish Power don't have to worry about them because James is out of nades.
Oh, well, that too. That's another very solid argument. There is no nades on James, so they might just not all die instantly. Having said that, nades are now being lobbed forward, but if you're Liquid right now, you're waiting for this to pop off.
Yeah.
Heroic wants a piece of this now as well, wrapping around the north side. Sample falls down. Corexi, the first one to peek on over, and actually working in tantrum. Polish Power and Heroic take out Na'Vi, the victors of the previous game, fall in 10th.
Entropic and BBL Esports on the east side of the circle being very close to each other. Close enough to hear the footsteps. They know someone's there. Code Marco's got the nades out, trying to listen for where he should be chucking that. This is a pressure cooker that is about to explode. Wow, that was cooked so up. He barely had enough time to loose that nade before it went into the face of Entropic.
This is such a smart play from Entropic. Not only do they get the kill and kind of clear out the top side, but look at what happens instantly. As soon as that flush comes in, Entropic goes, guys, we don't care about the south, like by the downhill anymore. We need control. We got control. Don't stay down there with the potential of being taken out by BBL. Come up here. Let's get high ground. Let's play it smart from above.
Some interesting rotations here. We've got Entropic just taking the southern edge, exactly like you just said. There's
you just hear the suppressed bolt. You just hear the suppressed M24, and you see the headshot and the kill feed. I'm just so sorry for Beamy that we never catch them.
I have a theory. I reckon while we're observing Beamy, he doesn't headshot those.
That's how it is. He can't hit it if we're looking at him.
I think we're jinxing it. Like this is like
what it is.
This isn't caster curse. It's observer curse. I didn't realize this existed.
No, that's the thing now. It's most definitely the thing. Now let's see, Yanni. We've seen some good sprays from him throughout the tournament so far. Can he add more to him? If you're Enterprise right now, you're relying a lot on Yanni to really make kind of space for you to maneuver through here. The remaining two players are still up towards the shack. Further above, Yanni does find one. Fortunately, Beamy doesn't hit the knock needed in order to make some space. The second nade does come through, no damage done with it. Third nade from Corexi. If he can throw it at the exact same spot, that should be a knock. No, bounces a bit too soon.
If it bounced a little further, if it was cooked just a bit less. But it's really hard to tell when you're also throwing it through about 3 different smokes, to be fair. Follow-up looks good. It's actually... Oh, wow. No, I was looking at the kill feed there and I went, hang on a second, that's Team Liquid again. It's Enterprise we're watching out for right now. And T-Bone finally gets the double. They've thrown so many nades at them.
I was going to say, how many nades do you have? There's no wonder he only has 18 spare bullets when he's been carrying, like, literally 100 nades in the back. In the meantime, James goes back to doing what James does best. Lob those nades on out there. 8 kills so far for Liquid, and they're continuing to thrive through this. Northern Lights will fall. It's been a pretty quiet game for them overall. And Tropic, in the meantime, able to continue to maintain control out east as they take out BPL.
Only 5 teams left alive now. Team Liquid still with control of shooting range, but it's a little less solid than it was before. Polish Power are still up in this game, remember, and Heroic have got that northern wall. That doesn't mean Team Liquid are in trouble, but it does mean they're a little bit weakened. They've lost Vard. To be fair, they've held shooting range for so long and they've got so many kills that losing Vard at this point is almost... You're almost surprised that they don't lose someone.
Yeah.
Like, they've played this really well.
The fact that they've been able to keep 4 alive for that long, especially after teams were allowed to get close, is pretty damn impressive. In the meantime, massive props to Entropic for having completely captured the east side of the circle. Coming into this game, they had a bad day, to say the least, and now they're thriving. Look at this. They've got the hill. They know they have the hill. That means they can play backs free, make the peek on forward. Beamy finally hit something while we're watching.
That's why we went back to it.
Entropic is just, look at this. I mean, they're just continuing their onslaught from the hill. They spent all their time focusing on what essentially wasn't the action in order to now be able to 100% dedicate themselves to shooting range. Correctly, though, in the meantime, does find QBE. So let's see how the response come in. And it comes in instantly. Lukarook's there to get the rest. They know that they have the circle. This game has Entropic written all over it.
I think it absolutely does. And Liquid there put so much pressure on Polish Power, but couldn't finish. And as a result now, it's Liquid that have to rotate around Polish Power, who have gotten a bunch of reses, even though Entropic have been helping them out. It makes it that much more dangerous for Team Liquid. It gives a lot of hope to Polish Power as well. And look at this, Entropic now just enjoying so much circle control. They're mopping up everybody else who's in here.
They cannot allow... Naleb right now has a key position. He cannot allow for Liquid to split their team. That nade is perfect.
Oh my God.
Right on the head. Page,
this
solid
game,
throw, straight in the face.
Nades.
Oh yeah, it's been a joy to watch. It's been an absolute joy to watch. But QBE, the way that Entropic are positioned right now, I absolutely love it, but it puts so incredibly much pressure on Naleb to be able to hold off. James is allowed to get very, very close to him right now. And Heroic aren't trying to engage on this. As you can see here, the Ridge doesn't allow them to get the vision. If James takes down Naleb, giving him the high ground position, Entropic are going to be insanely exposed. So I would love to see for them to commit. Do we play the high ground or do we play the dot right now?
It's Naleb's job to hear James coming. He wants to maintain the element of surprise. He's not up there to shoot at everything he sees. He's up there to make sure that if any flank comes in, he holds them off at the pass so that the rest of his team still have so much freedom in the circle. Heroic, they've got one job right now, and that one job is wait till the other guys start shooting.
Yeah, Heroic ain't in a hurry to do anything. We've got 3 teams left alive. Final circle will pop in 10 seconds, and we'll see which of the 3 teams, I should say, gets blessed with a circle in their favor. You can see Naleb, he's getting impatient. The way he's peeking right now, I mean, there's not a good chance, but looking at the amount of players down there, thank you, Naleb, for looking that direction too. Because peek there at the wrong time, you have a full team of Heroic players shooting at you out in the open, but smartly runs back down the hill, doesn't want to give up anything. Circle goes northeast, and Naleb is not too keen on staying up on the hillside. I like this play from them. Regroup down below.
I like the play. I wonder if he could have stayed there another 10-15 seconds, because I feel like if a team is discussing coming up on the hill, it might not be instantly as soon as the circle pops. It would have been in about 10 seconds, but this is the safe approach. You can't fault him for it. They're the only team with all 4 alive. They're within rezzing distance of each other. And they've got the high ground in a 3-way fight. So to be fair, all the boxes are being ticked for Entropic still.
This right now has become essentially a strongman contest. Who can push the other team? I don't know what the opposite of tug of war is, but who can push the other team into the third team? is right now the challenge for these teams.
Last weekend, you were talking about this very thing, Toby, where you said and the Entropic of old might have been tempted to say, we're in a better position, let's aggress, let's go. They're not doing that right now. We're watching a different style of play, very calm, very measured style of play coming out of Entropic here. And we're not counting chickens before they hatch, or before you win them in this case, but this is serving them really well. I love the way they're playing this.
One thing that to add to your love for this match, because I really, really do as well, is that these three teams are arguably the three teams that has fought the hardest to make this late game. The way that Heroic fought the way down, okay, you could make the argument that Heroic didn't have to fight as much as the other teams, but they've been able to position themselves in really, really good positions, or in areas of the map where they could really utilize the third-party opportunities that they were given. And right now, I mean, I kind of feel like I don't want to say all Entropic has to do is wait, but with this hillside, I mean, you can see the way that Heroic are positioned. Heroic would love for Liquid to push up the hill first. But at the same time, Liquid would love for Heroic to push up the hill first. Because the game is going to end on the hill. I think the question is how are things going to work out, and I'm afraid that if Entropic don't take the fight to one of the two teams, they will get third-partied. They will be the ones to lose out, because the response will be from either... I don't see a situation where Heroic and Liquid start fighting first.
I want to see Entropic use their utility in a really smart way. So I think both of these teams get pushed towards Entropic. The first team to aggress on Entropic, they immediately throw a lot of utility to keep them back and force them back into each other. They need to herd sheep just a while longer.
Exactly. Both teams right now, being Liquid and Heroic, are trying to wrap on Entropic. And Entropic are wisely so continuing to back off. Issue is the circle is pushing them further in towards the middle. Iva's playing the very center of what is the end of the game, essentially, right now. You can see this exact position is where the game will end. Right now, a lot of smokes are being used, and not a whole lot of them are being utilized to move further forward. As I say that, you can see here, Heroic, sneaky peeky, make their way on forward. One missed bullet could be the deciding factor in whether you win this game or not. And we're just seconds away now from seeing all of this blow up.
James getting a good amount of info on seeing two Entropic players on and near the rock. That's useful to know, but now we have to hope.
Oh my God!
I swear he fell into that. Oh, James actually got there. Okay. He should be able to heal in time. Heroic don't want to push up into Team Liquid at the moment. Entropic are now risking fighting two teams at once.
Entropic has to commit to a fight.
I agree. I think they have to commit.
They have the numbers. They need to commit here. They need to wrap north or wrap south. If they stay here, they're going to get shot by both teams, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Liquid allowed to wrap on over the side. Now QB comes around the corner. Not going to happen. Heroic from the other side are holding them off, and exactly what we said was going to happen is happening before our eyes. They are getting butchered because they were being indecisive. Liquid will fall, though.
Heroic!
Liquid falls first! Somehow Entropic stands their ground for just long enough to secure themselves a second place, but in the end, the team to engage last is also the team to seal the deal and win the game.
I am so glad we have an analyst desk to break down the last 12 seconds of that match, because
that was fast.
You could spend 15 minutes talking about nothing but that. Heroic come out of that position with the chicken dinner. Now remember, they weren't in shooting range, but they did have to hold the north side of shooting range from Team Liquid and try and hold out all of the teams north of them. They had a tricky position just to get there in the first place, and they had the lowest ground position at one point coming into the final circle. They did not have an easy game.
In my opinion, two of the things that led to that win for Heroic was one, both Entropic and Liquid used all their utility in the early and mid game. Heroic barely used any.
Yeah.
And the way they rotated into the circle, they essentially looted 3 Exhalation players that had yet to fire a bullet that entire game.
Yep.
So they got smokes for days. They used those to essentially make themselves blind by both isolating the Liquid angle and the Entropic angle, continuing to do that further and further forward. In the end of it, forcing those two teams to fight, wrap around the corner, take down both of them. Picture perfect play. When you have the utility to do so, there's no other way you can grant yourself a better, more secure win than that.
And it's a little bit of an unknown as well. You can hear other teams using utility. You know you probably have more than them, but you don't necessarily always know exactly how much they've got. You always wonder, if I aggress into this situation, am I going to get 5 frag grenades thrown back at me? Is Entropic up the hill holding out those frag grenades? waiting for someone to aggress. And if we happen to be that first team, we eat all that utility and we go down. There's no way to know that for sure, so
Exactly.
it's such a tricky situation.
Exactly. It turned out the way that we expected it to, though, in the end, with Entropic having to make an aggressive play at some point.
Yeah.
But never, I don't want to say dared, but never opted to take that chance. Therefore, they fall out in second, albeit. I thought they were going to go down before Liquid did in the end, but they managed to stand their ground, at least grant themselves an extra placement point off of it, and finish in second place.
So that was game number 1 of 3, ladies and gentlemen, of our Erangel games today at the grand finals of G-Loot Season 5. We delivered on our promise of at least it's not a military circle, but my God, the ending to that, we could break that down for ages, which is exactly what the desk is going to do when we come back from this break. See you in a bit.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets a knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push more past it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back to the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals, day number 1. I want to get right into what we just saw. Froz, Entropic, they had control for most of that in the final, but I thought that they were going to take it. What happened?
Okay, first of all, I'm glad that we're seeing what's happening right now because Entropic is coming to life finally. We've been waiting for this one. But what we saw from them, of course, they had so much control on the top there, but they had a little bit too much control and they didn't really know what to do with it. So basically, because they waited it out a little bit too long and didn't make any push, of course, you don't want to make a push there, but at the same time, not making that push means that basically the other teams are just going to pinch you in a while. And that's exactly what we saw happening towards the end there.
Yeah, in the very late game, you always want to be the last team to engage the other two teams, right? Because then you can be the third-partying team rather than being third-partied. And yeah, if Entropic did anything actively there, they're going to have a team and they're going to go around like clockwise or counterclockwise, kind of chasing each other around because it was 3 big teams, right? 3 versus 4. And them, what they went for was a 2-2 defend, right? They tried to defend 2 players from Liquid, 2 players from Heroic, and it doesn't work out. If you have 3 players from Heroic trying to push 2 players from Entropic, they're just going to win based on the numbers.
Also because we saw both Liquid and Heroic,
that
of course.
nade.
Oh, yeah. The nade god is back, by the way.
Ooh, triple.
And yeah, not only that, but finish them off with another nade. But because Liquid and Heroic put up that smoke wall in between them with those Molotovs on top of that, that means that none of those teams can actually see each other. They can't engage each other. When that happens, Entropic need to make a choice straight away. Do we fight any of the teams or do we fall back? If we fall back, they need to build a smoke wall against one of those teams and then choose to take the fight against another one. Or basically just fall back, try to let them fight each other. But they could have dictated the fight a little bit, but trying to push a little bit, try to nudge them a little bit, try to nudge them closer to each other, maybe get a push, maybe get a knock on one of those teams and then just back off because you might get the other team to push them because of that one. But we didn't see that happen. They were trying to, as Martin was saying, fending off both of the teams, and because of that, they kind of lost it.
We're taking a look now at the scoreboard from Game 4, and you can see the Heroic at the top. Lots of kills as well, the same as Team Liquid, so that's good. And Avenger, you did call it, the more experienced teams finishing up at the top?
Yeah, we have 4 out of the 5 top teams here. Exhalation's also establishing themselves very nicely here, but they are performing here and very top-heavy as well, I would say here. 17-17-22 Heroic, a team that have been playing really well recently in upcoming scrims and also the tournaments leading up to this as well. And I also love to see that Beamy is holding on to playing bolt action.
Yes.
And you know what? I swear to God, this guy is absolutely insane. He hits the nuttiest shots all the time, driving like out of driving cars and stuff. But this is obviously leaderboard here. Navi's still in the lead, but they are catching on. Liquid and Heroic super close to them now.
They've been able to get those kills as well. But you know what's interesting for me? Navi having that pop-off game. They didn't really finish that high in the last game, but it didn't actually matter. And that's the thing. You won a couple of those pop-offs and then what? Like mid-table finish and you should be good?
Yeah.
You have that cushion to work with. It doesn't matter if you have a bad game like this one. They got themselves 3 kills, so they got themselves 3 points in the previous one, of course. But at the same time, they're still in the lead. It doesn't really matter. You want to keep yourself towards the top. That's the most important thing because then you can always be chasing. A lot of the teams, they like chasing a team towards the top rather than being on the top and hold that position because it's like in anything, right? Holding that one, you need to be the front liner all the time, making sure that you're holding it. But chasing someone is always kind of easy in a way. It's like having a carrot in front of you.
This is maybe a controversial question. It's only been 4 games. How many teams are looking at this already starting to get worried, or do they sort of play out day 1 and then start worrying about this leaderboard in day 2?
I would say if you have 3 points after 4 games, I would be a little bit worried. But the other teams are kind of catching up. Again, if you have a 27-point game as Enterprise right now, you're straight into the top 4 and you'll be fine. But then again, it's hard to do against these teams. Like it's going to be our top teams that are consistently going to be able to do so. But right now, it looks good. I mean, the teams that we're expecting to do well are invited teams. They are doing well. The vast majority of them at least are.
But let's be honest, it's been 4 games and it's still pretty packed in the mid-pack there.
Right.
It's super close between all of the teams, so I wouldn't be too worried. But as Martin said, I would be a little bit worried if I only had 3 points and seeing all the other teams, because of them having so many, because of mid-pack being so close to each other, they are all just going away from you right now and you're just staying towards the bottom. We want to see something else happening down there.
This is, I mean, I like the mental game, and it's something that I speak about a lot just because I find it fascinating how players' minds work. That's a hard place to be in after 4 games, right at the bottom there, still in single digits. Do you start fighting with your team members now? Because you see that happen. How do you get yourself back together?
Right. Yeah, for me, it is the hardest thing in PUBG, and I think for all the players, is to be able to reset and think about this is a new and fresh game and not think about how bad your day or your previous game has been. And for the teams that are able to do that, or even having, you know, mental coaching help, or having been able to do that with your coach and stuff like that, they just have a benefit from that. Because if you're able to reset after bad games and go into the next one, have a really good one, and it's literally what's going to put you those 10% extra ahead.
But at the same time, if you're down right now, you're struggling with your games, there's just don't do what you've been doing so far. If that's your normal playstyle, don't do that. Do basically anything else.
Right.
I don't care what it is, but just change something up and see what happens.
There's a very important rule that you need to follow, and if you watched our Super Weekend, you'll know it already. Don't get shot.
Right. Yeah, the obvious one.
Yeah.
This is obviously why I'm a professional PUBG player, because I just know all of these things, right? Don't get shot. We've now seen all our teams on 2 different maps. Any surprises for you? Anything that was unexpected, maybe?
I would say it's a very hard zone that we had for this one, especially with how our plane path was. Northern to southeast, and it's going to go northwest. We had, two and a half teams that was close to the first circle. But it did stay in the north. It stayed around the area, but it's super hard to play around in general. There's so many teams that's going to crash into the shooting range and fight around that, and you end up losing players, especially when you have players like James. It's just going to be like, oh, there's people going into that dip that a lot of people like to play. 1 nade, think, and that's 3 knocks right there.
Talking about fire range, though, like how Team Liquid was holding that down. Basically having that 2-1-1 split for the whole game and being able to get rid of... was it Footballist that went in there? And Vard was in there with them. They got a knock on Mexi, but Vard just cleaned it up. And I mean, seeing all of that, James with those nades on Exhalation, it just shows like how good they are as a team. Being able to communicate and hold a 2-1-1 split throughout the whole fire range, that is something that is pretty unusual to see.
Yeah, but they also held on to the best side of it, but they're able to defend from both the south, the west, and the northern side.
Exactly.
There's a lot of teams that's coming in trying to kind of penetrate into it, but they just weren't able to. Like Heroic played, they played that game super well, managing to win a game like that, where I would say they're coming into the hardest position to play from, because they're the ones that have to advance. They have a snake with Exhalation that are playing in the dip. They have to try to make something happen with Entropic on the top, but they played the waiting game better. They third-partied and actually attacked both Entropic and Liquid at the right time. Also got 1 knock on Liquid, cleaned that up, and then it's a pretty easy game for them. 12 kills as well as a 3-man there in the end. Super.
Yeah, I mean, that's just impressive. Of course, always seeing Beamy without Bolt as well is super fun to see, because like there is a big potential that we'll see some good initial knocks coming into some crashes, some pull-ups, whatever. But it's just like, if we get those shots, ooh, I can't wait.
I have one more question. You're going to have to answer it quick, fast before we go into game. What is happening with FaZe? They had such a good, strong start. Last 2 games hasn't looked good. Just a little bit of luck?
No, I would say new lineup, new everything. They also have, we were talking about in the pre-show here, they have Exhalation in that shark fin kind of between Farm and Milta. That is putting a lot of pressure on them. They like to have a split. They don't feel like there's not enough loot in Milta, so that puts a lot of pressure on them. But also, rotation from Milta to shooting range, that's a long one. You're not going to have any priority in that circle.
Don't worry, they'll come back.
Yeah.
I always feel very lucky that I get to sit with these guys and watch the game, because they're just full of knowledge, and I'm like a little sponge trying to learn all of it, because obviously, professional PUBG player. Not really. Jarosar, Toby, just start talking, because I shouldn't.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you guys very much. We are going to be moving into our next game now on Erangel. Are we going to see the return of Beamy Bolt Cam? I mean, I feel like that's a little bit of a theme across the last 2 games. We have seen some really sick shots there, and that, in no small part, has contributed to Heroic's success.
Thing is, we haven't seen them.
Oh,
6 shots then.
Yeah, we've only seen them in the kill feed.
We put our things together. I thought when you were going to start asking, are we going to see? I thought you were going to ask, are we going to see a military circle? And with this plane path, I mean, the last plane was equally eastern, so I would say that there's a good chance we could go in that direction. Having seen that, you can see now Ding are all flying towards Fair Pier again. Last game, I believe, started with Best of Luck disconnecting. Now, this time around, not quite the case. They will all be making their way north of the Millie Island first time around. Makes perfect sense to me.
1 to 6 o'clock plane path here, so very eastern skewed. Shooting range a second game in a row would be highly unlikely here, but let's wait and see where everything pans out. Well, I say that.
Second game.
I say that. Suddenly everything's back on the menu.
I mean, military to shooting range. I feel like there's a certain theme.
Oh no.
That goes on. So maybe this weekend is going to be the shooting range weekend. Is that where we're headed? To shooting range weekend?
You know what? Based on the way that last game played out towards the end,
I wouldn't mind it.
I wouldn't mind. Ask me again after we have 6 of them, and I might have a different opinion. But for now, when I'm thinking about how teams had to preserve their utility, who had the high ground, who had the low ground, when teams needed to be aggressive versus when they needed to wait everyone else make the first move, there was an awful lot of strategy involved in the last 10 minutes of that game. And it's like, you know what? I'm here for it. Let's have a few more of those.
No reason not to. I'm watching the map right now, and I'm seeing 2 players from Polish Power trying to cross over military, but there's an entirety of Ding players waiting on the other side. Issue is, I feel like half the players that are quote-unquote ready to kind of receive them are still running around the open without guns. So maybe this is Polish Power seeing them stretch in the parachutes. You can see there's Uzis going on, there's everything. I feel like this might be, or hopefully this is Polish Power wrapping early, knowing that we saw them in the air. I mean, we were pretty much flying side by side, but we were on the ground looting while they were still flying. If we can beat them, like if we can cross over fast before they get settled, for starters, there's going to be no risk involved in terms of crossing the bridge, because obviously Ding ain't really ready for a fight yet. And secondly, should they fight us, there's a good chance we will be better equipped than they are.
And so every second you leave as well with... how do I put it? Imagine you have one team holding an angle when you're looting in the early phase of the game. For every 30 seconds you're holding that angle, your opponents are getting more looted as well. So it's a question of how aggressive do you want to be is even more of an important question this early on.
Exactly. Circle, as we saw, is pretty centered with the river and Rostock right in the middle. I'm kind of curious to see how many teams are going to opt to play this circle from the north side. It could obviously still easily head to both the north and the south side of the river. We could also do the type of... I've only casted this game once, where it goes onto what I like to call the Bermuda Island.
No, don't say it.
The island north of Ruins. I call it the Bermuda Island. I don't know if that's actually a call-out that people use. I can't even tell you where I got it from.
I'm going to Bermuda, you know.
That's what you said.
I'll let you know what it looks like.
The question is, are the players going to Bermuda as well? I mean, taking that game that I got to cast back then into account, I hope they won't go there, because if we thought Los Leones endings were bad, this would be even worse.
Yeah, that would be.
But it does make for great entertainment, which I know all of you guys out there in chat are quite big fans of. So who knows? Maybe we'll throw them a curveball and give them a tough one there. In the meantime, Exhalation, well, I think they thought they had a good plan. And honestly, I didn't mind their plan either. But the kryptonite of that position is Nate's. And when you have Mr. Nate God James himself standing with Nate's ready in that position, you ain't surviving in that dip for long, friends. And they didn't. So, I mean, to be honest, they did get 4th place. So it wasn't because it was bad for placement points, but I think they had hoped to earn more from that spot than what they ended up doing.
So to give all of you a rundown of what's going on right now, we are 5 minutes in to game number 5 of the G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals. We're watching Dedrix have a peek at Tokyo Manji Gang, who don't know he's there, but I think he might end up hightailing it out of there.
I was going to say, I think it's very wise that you don't start shooting now, Dedrix, because...
I think he should go soon.
Oh, they're going to see him. Get away! Get away! Oh. My position has been compromised! He yells as he tries to get out of that. Unfortunately, Rage runs out of ammo, because he's 1 bullet away from getting knocked, but the SLR does the rest of the work. And here comes Exhalation. Let's just add a 3rd team to the party for giving no reason. As they come crashing on through, they get to run him over. They say, you do the damage, we'll find the point. And that is arguably one of the freest points Exhalation's going to have in a while. Just seeing a player get knocked right in front of you and just run him over.
I thought they were going to commit to the second drive.
Hey, that's what I was
and I was going, no, don't do that. That's a lot less certain.
That's what I thought too.
But they're not going to, at least not yet.
I like that they're disengaging on that one, because they've realized quickly that, oh, okay, there's more people here than we thought it was going to be.
And here we've got
the backstab. The backstab. Kitpa's going to find it. Here he comes around the corner. I'm so glad he didn't shoot initially. He shouldn't know. But then again, he is inside the same building. Shots now being fired. Shots connected. Unfortunately, but Kitpa finds the knock instantly. Issue is, Janny is there on the receiving side. Gets it. Wants to turn around. Has Grandy's there to help defend as well. Marco now solid spray on through. Finds Janny. There is still a player on the wall, though. Smash coming in to help. And you can see the remaining players. I mean, you still have Thin all the way over and Rosok. And that nade.
That was so close.
That nade.
That would have been God nade if that hit. That was so close. The fight continues as a result. More BBL Esports now moving in. Enterprise trying to consolidate their position here. Code Marco continuing to be a pain, trying to stop them from getting any sort of revive up. But who's going to win the fight ultimately? It looks like, I was going to say, it looks like the tempo's sort of chilling out a little bit. And it's literally, as soon as I say that, Crate Weapon into Smash and Enterprise eliminated.
You're 7 minutes into the game. You got to send a position. You got a Groza as well. What more can go your way? BBL. They get themselves as well. This is not exactly a poor start. They do lose one, unfortunately. But fortunately, I suppose that is all that goes down for them. In the meantime, Northern Lights, hearing the commotion over in the Garden Compound, they will split out and take more control. I like the way they're split right now. School, south of School, and Rosok now in control of Northern Lights. In the meantime, ends crucial info from Nuki there, seeing No Name yet cross on over. They ran into them right here in the previous game and lost players because of it, but oh, guys, how long are you planning on sticking around here? Oh, nope, they're getting to their cars. They know that they have a journey to make. Why not do it instantly? And I'm sure that Tixu and Squeaky will, or Tixu and Rustamar will feed that information across as they make their transition.
End's going to be the last team into Circle by the looks of things. We've had a couple of skirmishes early on. 15 teams and 59 left alive as we slowly meander towards the 9-minute mark in this game. Enterprise already out. A lot of the positions, a lot of the compounds immediately south and immediately north of the river have been taken as well, so the team's quite crowded into each other. I want to know how deep into the circle the late rotators are going. So I'm thinking about Ding. I'm thinking about Polish Power. I'm thinking about Ents when they get there. Are they happy to play the edge knowing that everything is taken? Or do they go, the moment phase 2 hits, we want to maybe send it and actually pick an aggressive location to take? So I'm keeping an eye on them because those teams are very good in a coordinated team fight. And I reckon at least one of them might actually pick that fight.
I'm surprised that Footballers hasn't fought anyone yet. Considering that we're already
already
9 minutes into the game.
Right.
And I'm curious as to how or when they're planning on doing so. They have positioned themselves on the hard northeast, which honestly, right now it's a gamble, right? It's phase 1, it can go anywhere. You want to position yourself the best so that if the circle comes to you, you have
what they
position, and that even if it doesn't come to you, you can leave.
They're unbackstabbable.
They are currently unknowingly unbackstabbable. That is true. They're continuing the wraparound, though, and this is what I'm seeing, and this is what I was a little worried about, that maybe they'll get eyes on the compound, that Heroic currently. Let's see, in the meantime, Polish Power spotting a Ding, make the rotation on over. It's only Senyo who's crossed on over so far, and somehow has yet to take any damage. That is rather impressive. Polish Power usually hits a few of these, but not this time around. Circle, in the meantime, does shift to the north. How is his vehicle almost blown up, but he has yet to take any damage at all? Is it bulletproof windows, Senya? Is that what you're driving around with? His car is literally almost destroyed.
Level 4
and they haven't hit a single bullet on him. That is impressive.
Wow.
That never happens. But Circle, I guess Footballers, they bet it right. Hard towards the north. Have fun rotating teams and look at the migration.
I think Senya's being cast in the next Matrix sequel after that. Oh my goodness. You don't see that in these games very often. It was like multiple players and teams as well having a swipe at him, but he lives to fight another day. And now we have a lot of teams scrambling to get north of Yasnaya Lake now, which is where phase 2 is going to be heading. Means also that a couple of teams that are stuck on the south are going to have a tricky rotate. We're taking a look here at Entropic. They're trying to get across one way, but Sakura Zensen aren't really having very much of it. So Evas and Co. are trying to move towards the east instead. They've got Tokyo Manji Gang, but in theory, they could... well, I was going to say they could let them go in peace and just move in behind them, but given the amount of bullets they've just expended trying to knock one of them out, I get the feeling they'll now be looking behind.
The fact that Exhalation are maintaining this two-way split has me a little worried. They have the Granny, or Junkyard, from whatever you call it. And they have No Lean as well, just on the northwest side of the Yasnaya Lake. That is, I mean, it's not that wide a split, but it's a no-info split in terms of the fact that you can't overlook your teammates. There's no clear vision path between the two compounds, which makes it dangerous. And I feel like if one of them gets pulled up on, the other teammates can't get there fast enough, I would assume anyway, to be able to have a proper impact. It's pretty dangerous, but at the same time, I mean, as you can see, if you're watching the map stream as well, they are maintaining full control of what's going on right now. In the meantime, Na'Vi, they've come in from the south side of the circle. They've spotted players up the hillside. I'm not sure, though, if James and Mexia are aware that there's an entire team of Na'Vi players just below them.
I don't think they are, you know. But at the same time, if Team Liquid were to get back into the buildings, for example, like Triple, it's so difficult to get a grenade knock because you can move up and down the stairs and stuff like that, and they can see you coming from a fair bit away. So Na'Vi are perhaps looking for an excuse to move in closer, and if they can't find that excuse, they've got options still for rotating. I'm pretty sure their vehicles are safe there. They could still go via the south, like round, although I don't know where they'd go from there. But options are available. They just, honestly, knowing them, they want an excuse to move in. We'll see if Team Liquid gives them one.
Have a fire escape ready, and you might see that you're going to need it. In the meantime, Clip, I mean, you can kind of see him at the bottom of your minimap there. They heard the vehicle from Clip, but obviously Clip doesn't have an idea that Na'Vi is there. He could be the one to kind of accidentally spot, guys, by the way, there's an entire team south of you, but with the way that you can see the arrows from both Mexican teams right now looking south, as they were at least for a second, I want to say that Liquid knows there are players south of them. You can see now Clip is looking over in that direction too. Yep, he spotted the cars, he spotted the players as well. 1, 2, 3, that is crucial info from Clip to again, probably kind of coincidental that they even saw them there, but massive information now. He sees them all run off. Circle down towards the southeast, and remember, we do shift away from the water come phase 4, so we're heading inland. We're looking somewhere between where essentially Sakura Sands and Northern Lights is right now to be where this game is going to go down, and we all know for a fact that that is an area with little to absolutely no cover, and a lot of people dying within the next, I would say, 2 minutes.
The teams are rotating in well, but you're absolutely right, Toby. At the end of the day, there's only so much real estate available, and 15 teams are still here. Footballers appear to be going for the Shack Life, which, to be fair, is unlikely to be crashed, I would say, especially when you've got a couple of reasonably prio compounds really close. So I get the idea there, and they might have... I don't know if they can hide their vehicle in a dip, but, you know, they have options. Polish Power are starting to struggle here. It looks like they're just going to be using their cars as a fort and playing dips as well. It really isn't ideal. That's why Crunio kept driving for a sec. He wanted to know if he could scout another compound.
Yeah, that's... I mean, they have to commit to it, obviously, being where they are. But as you were saying, too, it's a position from where you can get your tires popped. And if that happens, I truly hope they, instead of packing bullets, pack some extra smokes, because should they want to try and get out of that position, they're going to need it. The good thing is, obviously, with, again, the circle shifting away from border, they're probably going to be in at least for the next circle or two, so they should be all right. But if they get pulled up, well, like, that is a position you see a lot of teams pull up on, because usually teams crash that position from the west side. Like, they come in, they wrap around, and they come in from the west, essentially the same path that Polish Power took into that position. Yep. And you don't know that there's an opposing team there before you're literally in that dip because you're coming over the hillside, and Polish Power can't do a whole lot to prevent a team from doing anything until they're literally right on that doorstep. So it always becomes pretty chaotic when people go there. In the meantime, let's see now. Here comes the rotation from No Name yet. They're getting picked apart, but also footballists are starting to take casualties here. Liren already down. Ulsing trying to get away, and it not going to happen as Tokyo Mancha Gang third party on in.
And unfortunately, this is a tricky multi-way fight here.
Yeah.
It's not that easy to get those reses off.
I'm not sure exactly why, because they had this position. They were sitting up here, but they opted to push 2 people down, and now they're taking casualties because of it. I thought, I mean, when we saw them all 4 sit up here, I thought they were going to be kind of happy and satisfied with being up here. But then they push 1 or 2 across down to the... You can see where they ended up dying. I'm not sure exactly why they ended up being... We did see that Ulsing had a vehicle, so we'd have to assume that they went down there to pick someone up. I'm not quite sure. But surprising to me that they opted to cross the road in that split rather than just sit 4 people in that same position. Because you were very close down there.
To pop. 3 seconds, and we can see teams are quite desperate for a location to play. We've already seen some dips being taken, although in this case, Tokyo Manji Gang are going to have to move because it's a 10 o'clock hard shift. Polish Power will be breathing a temporary full sigh of relief, that's for sure. So many teams already on foot rather than in vehicles, being a little bit afraid of making too much noise. This is so difficult.
Oh, he just got the res up too.
Brutal.
Do you get the second one as well, Max? So now they know where you are. Now the bullets are coming in. Thunderlost needs to keep them at bay. He needs to do all the damage needed in order to, well, allow for his teammate to get the rest on up. Aimlol, though, is going aggressive on this. They saw the knock. They saw that they were resting before, and they know that there are kills to be found up here, and they have the better position in the circle. Let's see Nate in hand, being pulled, being lopped. Let's see if he can get anything with it. It's going to go a little off to the left side, but might actually be good at least for one. Yes, finds the first. It's actually going to be with the M4.
Might have been a little bit long, but I think it did some damage, contributing to Code Marco going down there. We now have Maxizor pushing in as well, and it looks like they want to apply a bit more pressure. The problem is, Aimlol can't necessarily assist too much because everything else is focused on his position, including Salik from Exhalation. So this wasn't even a fight that took that long, to be fair. This is sort of in around the first 30 seconds. They were starting to commit, starting to push ahead. And already just with that, a third party has absolutely tapered off Tokyo Manji Gang's chances.
Cannot just play with your bag open like that. Even nice double headshot. Rustin Mar stands no chance of surviving that one. In the meantime, Max is still trying to do the same thing. Finds one, finds two. Will he find the third as well? Yes, he does!
Wow.
The Mini completely dialed in as he finds three with just a couple of bullets, lives to see another day, or at least another couple of seconds, I should say. Gets up close, gets healed on up, and adds 3 to the kill count for his team.
Molotov going
That was
out.
huge.
That was mega indeed. Wow, that is so good. Stopping him from coming out of the shack, giving him enough time to heal as well. It's 18 minutes now, so do we feel that football is Shaq becoming prio is acceptable at this point in the game? Is that a thing now?
Maybe it is. Gluttony couldn't go out and get the rest on up to Odin. That flashbang is going to keep him blind for at least for a good while. So there should be no way in hell he's getting out of there alive. In the meantime, tries to jump on over, tries to spot one. They know for a fact that he's in there. Throws a smoke. Don't want to be in vision into Exhalation, but they need to deal with Gluttony now. They need to do it fast in order to move further forward. The timing! Goose might just get caught off guard here, but no! Gluttony up to stay inside the smoke. Fortunately, the smoke fades and Maxisol takes him down. 8 kills and counting for Tokyo Manji Gang.
Now, how are they going to escape from this place, though? This is yeah, maybe. This is rough. It's like, okay, now you've got this shack. Do you really want to use it? Are you sure that's a thing? I don't know. We've only got 4 of the remaining 12 teams as well within Phase 5, but we'll talk about that in just a second because Ents managed to pull up next to a pylon, and Norcus with a beautiful grenade finishes them off. We've been blessed with some really good grenades on today's broadcast.
Push up, lup 2 nades, back off again. That is so much pressure off, like just taken off of your shoulders. Very, very smart play. Dangerous play, don't get me wrong, but smart play by Norcus to grant them more space to play around. Or more breathing room, essentially, in the circle. In the meantime...
Yeah, it gives you options.
Yeah, exactly. Heroic and Ding, they were fighting off the west side of the circle. That came to an end. Heroic stands 4 strong. Ding down to just 1 player. So the victor, obviously, Heroic in all of that. And now, FaZe Clan pushing aggressively forward here. Nades in hand. Gustav, no helmet, but that nade looks absolutely prime. Could be as well. Damage jump with the first one. Damage jump with the second one as well. Ivers stays on his feet, though. Diggory finds Nux, but that's from elsewhere. In the meantime, Entropic continuing to get butchered from absolutely all angles. AC does find Ivers. Let's see what more damage can be done with the utility before FaZe commits to the full push.
So 1 knock so far, a little bit of additional damage as well. Entropic.
They're throwing everything.
They are. And Entropic not quite going for the res just yet. In fact, actually on the other side of a ridge, rather than risking getting Evas back up. Quizzy's gonna steal that. Where on earth even are
with the nade in return as well. I love the fact that they're giving up the shack. Look at the amount of utility FaZe, I mean, obviously unknowingly, but throwing into nothing. They backed off from the stack. They made new cover with the utility they had available. In the meantime, Tokyo Manji Gang will be taken out, but plenty of kills come in from Maxis, also making up, or I should say salvaging, what probably would and should have been a pretty terrible game, turning that into plus points. Of course, Hansen will fall as well, and now Entropic, no more utility left to use. Is he going in to fetch someone from a fallen teammate? I'm not sure, but they're coming back in here knowing that FaZe has used all their utility.
Entropic versus FaZe. We're going for round 2 here.
They're not going to expect the person to still be in.
Oh.
In the meantime,
It's the Team Liquid. They're crossing the road, by the way. The blue is pushing Team Liquid into Northern Lights. There's no choice. They definitely have less cover. They've only got smokes, essentially, and they have to try and make this work. But right now, they're struggling.
They're sitting here. They're holding tight. Northern Lights in a good position to do all the damage they have to in order to stay alive in this spot. One falls down. Does he get the second as well? No, not immediately, but he will be taken down to the Molo. I have to assume yes. Falls down. James spots Perfectus as well. There's just Spiro left alive. Hell's James are on the side. Finds him as well. And should be able to get at least one of the reses here, unless if he has something to say about it. Ali are trying to push in as well, but no, phase 5 coming in. That is kills guaranteed. Spiro has to make a move in the meantime, and Tropic will fall to Diggory, the latest pickup for phase 3, who now stands alone against the remaining 5 teams.
Brutal way to finish that fight. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's an easy way out of it. 5 teams and 14 left alive here as we approach a 23-minute mark. Exhalation deciding to ascend. We got a glimpse of the car on the north side of the circle.
To that res?
And I think Heroic are coming out to greet them as well. They think everyone's that side. They have managed to get Qrexy. Here comes the flank nade. Not quite close enough. I thought that was good enough to do some damage.
So too. I thought so too. Seeing the Boomhawk back with just 39 HP, thought that was going to get him too, but not going to happen. The victor of this skirmish here could easily also become the winner of the game as a whole. And what wouldn't it be like for Heroic after a couple of quiet first games, I should say, to go out and win back-to-back games here. Beamy finds Marsalik, tried to go for the crate, not going to happen. Forcing him back, has swapped on over from the bolt action to the SLR. Doesn't have any lethal utility, but does hit headshots galore with the M4 in hand.
Second nade, I think that was, but Beamy managing to run back just in time. A lot of utility now getting thrown at him from Exhalation, but to no effect so far. Oh god, that was so close to perfect as well on the tree where Beamy is.
Spiro has managed to make his way into the circle as well, despite being forced out into blue for so long. And he actually has the ridge to work with up the hillside. No one's gonna be anticipating this. And knowing Spiro, he usually just doesn't, like, he never sits around quiet and doesn't do anything. He'll see if he can find a third-party flush somewhere. And he could be the deciding factor in one of these fights going on. I'm just curious to see how Polish Power do this, because Polish Power, as we know them, they're an aggressive team. They like to go out and take fights, and seeing them here with all this space to maneuver, I would assume for them to try and third-party. Issue is there's too many players live. There's too many unknowns right now. They know there are solos in the grass somewhere, and you don't want to get back to that by them, this being one of them.
So, we might be going snake hunting here, ladies and gents. It is only phase 6, to be fair.
Exactly.
So it could move to like an undulating hill or similar. That is by no means guaranteed. I don't recommend players get rid of their backpacks just yet. Excellent. And Heroic continuing to be a thorn in each other's side up in the northwest side. And that was, well, that was a drive-by and an anti-drive-by at the same time. Exhalation with all 4 alive and up to 9 kills.
BTM standing strong. I thought that was going to be to his downfall when he didn't spot the second one being in the car there initially. I'm not sure exactly what the idea was from Heroic the first time. Unfortunately, Crunio does spot the snake in the grass. There's still one more to be found. But other than that, we're looking at a 4v4 Exhalation versus Polish Power. Both qualifier teams making it through here. Now sitting in top 3.
Very interesting indeed. Northern Lights, of course, still in it. We've got Spiro just chilling out by the road in that position you were talking about earlier.
He's going to win this game somehow.
Wouldn't that be epic?
No one knows he's there.
No, no one.
The thing is, I mean, obviously with them both being 4 alive just a second ago, they know there's a solo somewhere. 9 doesn't make 2 teams. There's a solo somewhere, but they haven't found him. Crunio just drove straight past it, and now he's going to shoot. I talked about it before. He's just not a player that sits around and doesn't shoot. He has a trigger discipline, but he also wants to get the kills in here. Grants himself 1. Probably didn't expect to get that many placements anyway, but again, we said what impact can the solo have? Them going down to 3 players could be the deciding factor. Good nade from Cabby, but the fight is far from over.
Exhalation with 3 up. Now they managed to get the res up. Polish Power with 3 as well. And I think a potential deciding factor here is that if you take a look at the number of lethals in Exhalation's inventory, no frags, no Molotovs, Polish Power, I think, have a strong lead in utility going into this final fight.
I mean, Exhalation has been forced to fight on the north side. Polish Power has only fought at a distance up until this point, really. So we'll see how things unfold from here. Marcelik looking over the top, I assume doing the same but the other direction, missing some crucial shots that he probably would have wanted to connect. That could have easily been Marcelik knocked to his knees instead.
Yep.
I assume has to back on off. That nade is unfortunately going to be a bit short as he runs off with just 2 HP. Marcelik, no vest left to work with, no smokes either, but they do have quite a bit of lethal utility. Issue is, they're far from range and can't really make much use of it.
Polish Power need to find
He rep on them?
I think with extra utility, I think they're going to try.
Cappy's going to rep on them.
BTM might hear this from Cappy if he doesn't, if he's not too careful, because he's just prone, sort of waiting to hear. So Cappy has to have his eyes super peeled, and he needs to not be holding down shift, right? He needs. To
I was just gonna say, how far do you go before you slow things down, before you anticipate there to be opponents nearby? BTM heard something, or did he? Was it him kind of psyching himself out going, did I hear something? No, 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 it's fine. It was just grass. You know, it's just the wind in the grass. But there is most definitely someone nearby. Issue is if Cappy starts shooting now, BTM could get the surprising shot off on him. Let's see. First shot comes in. Crucial spot from the boom. This is going to allow for BTM to peek on over, potentially anyway. If that's what he wants to do, he's pushing up the hillside. These two contained players could be the decision, or the deciders, in who wins this game. Who gets to take high ground control? BTM jumps for info. Don't want to be doing that. Not right now. Not with Cappy right over the hill.
And I love this from Cappy. Just trying to match.
Oh, the drive-by attempt!
So
the bait!
good! The drive-by bait is so good.
But Norgis to blue. Norgis ends up knocking himself because of it. Marcelik now finds Isom as well as just a 1v2. 1 versus 2, 1 HP up on the hillside from Cappy. Marcelik down to half HP as well. The boom is all on his own, but wanting to make his way further forward. The nade is up, the nade is close, and it finds him! The boom finds Marcelik at max distance with the nade, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Spots Cappy. Peeks at him, Hell's fresh level 2 helmet, only level 1 vest to work with though. Does he go for a vehicle here? What is the play?
Cappy versus the boom. It's a 1v1. Cappy spots him to the right side of the smoke. Remember, Polish Power had more utility earlier, although now that it's a 1v1.
There's no way he goes for the rest here. Oh no, 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 no. This could be the death of you. This could be the death of you, and it might not be! The max range nade met by a max range nade in return. Cappy throws it, seals the deal, and Polish Power wins it with 11 kills.
That was a brilliant end to the game. Once again, down to the wire, making it a 1v1. These individual players squeezing some fantastic moments of performance in where we would say, oh yeah, this team is favored to win here, and then suddenly it all goes to pot, and these individual players really making such a good game of it. I love the way that ended.
I want to give credit to Marcelik here. Had he been flushed earlier, I think crucial info that Cappy got could not have been received. Yes, we see Cappy. I mean, yes, I should say he sees the boom running into the smoke. But I think it's a call for Marcelik going. He was going for that rest inside that smoke because he was crawling up close. He gave him the info.
He knew.
Cappy knows exactly where to put that nade. It's still a hard throw to nade, or to make, don't get me wrong, but he makes it picture perfect. 11 kill win. We told Polish Power asking, are they the team that can go out and perform against the top tier teams? Well, I guess they've just proven themselves.
And look, you don't spend 3 or 4 seconds running out in the open to pull that nade and throw it unless you know the res was taking. So I completely take that point. Undoubtedly, the info was there, and if the player was flushed, they wouldn't have known. It could have been a very different outcome. But that, ladies and gentlemen, was that game on Erangel. We've still, of course, got 1 more left to go today, and then 2 more days of games as well here at the G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals. We're going to go to a quick break now, and when we come back, we take to the skies of Erangel once more.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push more past it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals, and we are moving into the final game of the day. But before we do that, we're going to chat a little bit about all the action you just saw, and a chicken dinner for Polish Power, or more for Cappy, who, I mean, big shoulders for such a young one.
Yeah, indeed. You know, in a clutch situation like this, you're coming into a 1v1 to win the game, and it's 5 points basically that you can clutch, right? 4 more points for the win from second to the first place, and also 1 more point for the kill, right? And yeah, first year that he's able to play these PGC giving tournaments. He turned 18 late last year and is now able to compete here, and he's been talent scouted by Marsalek and the rest of the guys, and he's extremely talented, of course, so it's good to see these guys are able to step up into the big shoes that they left themselves after the Super Week. Obviously, getting that 70-point day was massive, and now, you know, not bombing out completely in the first day, but having a good day in day one means a lot to these guys.
I feel like we still haven't seen those kind of crazy things that we've been talking about from that team yet, though. So this was just some great play from them, and obviously towards the end there. Not acknowledging, seeing that smoke, knowing, okay, there's a rest going on. There's just one smoke. Right. Well, I'll just nade that one. Easy.
Yeah, exactly. Perfectly executed by them. But overall, a pretty crazy game, I would say. We had a lot of drive-bys, a lot of, you know, pull-up in compounds where the circle wasn't even in. So we ended up losing quite a few players in the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, early on in Garden, for example, we saw a lot of pull-ups there happening. But as we saw, of course, the circle, they went towards the north side and then towards the west side of the river itself. And it was so crowded over there, right? That's what we're seeing, like all of this commotion happening so early on, because everyone wants to get to the best position possible. But towards the end, I just want to go back to Polish Power there. I really like that 2-2 split they had.
Right.
They had 2 in the center, 2 on the south side, and basically the 2 in the center was just gathering the information while they were making sure that they were pushing people away, and then you had the 2 in the bottom that was working against the teams on the edge, making sure that they had all the control over there.
Yeah, they're basically poking all the players, and also in this nade here, big nade game from them all. And also NLT and Liquid, they had mutual destruction upon each other. It ended up only being one player that survived, to Spyro. He wasn't able to get the rest here, and then he had to go Snake. And they eliminated him as well. Heroic also having a decent game in terms of placement. Not that many kills as we usually see from them, though. But in general, it's been a day of, so far, northern circles here. It's been pretty rough for the teams looting on the south side.
Yeah, and that's how it goes sometimes. I mean, sometimes you get those military circles, sometimes you get the northern circles. This time, it's going to be the northern circles. Maybe we'll see that in the upcoming game as well. But also, of course, Exhalation here towards the end, we saw them having a really good split as well. Kind of like the Polish Power split with the 2-2, but we saw Exhalation having the 3-1 instead, with 3 in the center, 1 on the eastern side, and basically Exhalation and Polish Power together worked against all the other teams.
Yeah, and let's look at the scoreboard, Sam.
I was actually going to bring this up with Exhalation because I think they've had a really good run today. And to be honest, I didn't really pay that much attention to them during the Super Weekend. And I know that sounds terrible, but they didn't really feature in my mind as opposed to some of the other teams. So seeing them do so well today, I've gone, oh, maybe I should have been paying more attention there.
Exhalation has actually been, the last couple of weeks, had really, really good performance. Also in upcoming tournaments, previous tournaments leading up into this as well. Scrims, they've been looking really good. They're both in consistency in placement, but also in kills. They're able to kind of combine both here, and it's looking really good for them, obviously.
Yeah, they've been exhaling a lot. Now they're inhaling all of the points, of course. But joke aside, I mean, it's great to see that team, right? Being able to come back here. We see them a lot during the previous year as well, in PCS and stuff like that. But now, this is a new year, new chance, being here from the beginning. And so far, it's looking really great seeing them here.
Seeing them here and seeing them where they're sitting now on the leaderboard after Game 5, up in the top 4, they're going to be happy with that. But Polish Power and Team Liquid as well, I want to pull your attention to that. They're closing the gap with Na'Vi. So this is starting to look like those teams that are possibly going to pull away as we go. Still quite close, but I think those hitting the 40 mark, maybe going to end day one feeling quite happy. We've only got 1 game left.
Yeah, and 6 teams out of the 8 invited is in the top 8 right now. So looking good for that as well. I want to point out Na'Vi, though, 9 more kills than Polish Power. They have had a fantastic day in terms of frags, but placement-wise, it's been that win that's been 10 of the points, right? And then it's only 7 from 4 other.
Sure, but at the same time, getting those kills, that's the first step of getting there towards those placement points. So I'm not too worried if I were Na'Vi right now. I mean, they're sitting pretty comfortable in the top, I'd say.
You say that, but like you look at Tokyo Manji Gang, they get all the kills, so they're just not getting the placements, and that finds them on the lower side.
It will come.
Will it come? Are
Eventually,
you sure?
Eventually, but is it going to be enough, though? Like, when it comes, does it come too late?
Well, that we have to wait and see, I guess.
Tune in again for next episode on Sunday.
That's when we're going to have to talk about this, right? So I'm going to remember this and bring it back. But so far, the teams we thought would perform are popping up, but it is only day one, and it's going to come down to consistency, right?
Yeah, it's always down to consistency, especially when we're bound back to on the point score system as well. And it's great to see, right? Having some of the outliners, some of the qualifying teams towards the top, especially maybe some that we didn't expect. It kind of shows sometimes that, hey, they are doing much better than we were expecting, but at the same time, this is just the first day. I'm expecting a lot more coming into day 2, day 3, when the teams can look back on what happened the first day, what happened on the second day. How do we make sure that we play even better in the upcoming days?
That's why I love PUBG, because by the end of the weekend, you know it's going to get crazy aggressive, lots of chaos. And that's the best part about this, that those final games on Sunday, that's where I get very excited. I'm not even going to lie.
It's just on Sundays in general, you get excited, right? You
just,
Sunday, you wake up, Sunday. No, but you're right, completely right. Frost is pointing out this with how well are the teams going to be able to improve from today to tomorrow and from Saturday to Sunday. And again, that's where we again see the benefits of the more established teams, the experienced coaches, analysts that they have working with them as well, is they're going to find these kind of problems and errors from all these other teams, and they're going to dive into that. Okay, they're doing 2-2 splits or 1-1 splits. Yeah. They're going to take advantage of that.
You just fine-tune a little bit at a time, making sure that you get a little bit better on your play style itself. But also, of course, setting up traps, looking what are the other teams doing. What can we do to stop them, depending on where you're on the leaderboard as well. Is there a team that is a big threat to you right now? What's happening? Do we even need to care? Because a lot of times, some teams can get a little bit in the front towards the first day, but they will drop off naturally coming into second and third day.
Let's have a little fun now. So we had an Easter egg hunt, and it's going to be going on for the entire broadcast. And of course, today there was a legend's name popping up on the screen, a previous G-Loot season winner. Frost, who was the Easter egg?
Oh, there he is. Look, his name is going through the screen right now. Batulis. He's, of course, a legend. One of the best players here in the scene itself, but also one of our previous winners. On G-Loot Season 2, it was a lot of Miramar circles. They went to the northwest a lot. And it was a team that liked to play a compound, a little barn up there. They were called M19. They didn't win a single game, but that didn't matter because they won the whole tournament.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to see a tournament winner without any chicken dinners, but it happened. They had a lot, I think it was 3 or 4 second places they had, and in general, a lot of consistency. It was a different placement point back then. I actually haven't looked back and tried to apply the placement points we have now, but I don't think they would have won if we had the same system we have now. But their consistency in general with the second places, third places, and the amount of kills they had, it was simply just enough to win them the whole tournament. And it was a bit controversial because people were like, can they even win the tournament without winning chicken dinner? Yeah, it's point system. If they had the most points, they win. And obviously, it was a young Batulians back then that took home that trophy. I think it was like 18 or 19 back then.
We were all young back then.
Yeah, true.
I know what she's talking about. I'm still very young. You know what we should do? We should have a little bit of a G-Loot quiz thing where we just throw random names at Frost and Avenger and see if they can give us a bunch of fun facts. It'll make us all look really smart, and so it's a cool test for you. I think you could probably say a lot just with a name.
Yeah.
FaZe.
You didn't say a name.
FaZe.
Oh, FaZe, yeah, FaZe. They didn't win a G-Loot season, but they won the GLL Super Slam after they qualified from
Grand Slam.
Grand Slam, yeah, too, from PEL Phase 2.
I'm going to come up with more names.
Yeah,
and I'm going to get player names. I'm looking for the most absurd ones. We'll work on that. But now we move into the final game. What's going through a lot of the team's heads? A bit of fatigue, maybe?
It's the last game. All you want to focus on right now is getting a little bit more points on the board. It doesn't matter what happens. It's all about giving it all right now. Reset your mindset for tomorrow and prepare yourself for tomorrow. Now, it's just like, all right, if we get 1 or 2 kills, fine. We got at least a few points on the board there.
Yeah, for me, it's like how are the teams playing going into the further you are into the day. It's also how aggressive and how passive are they. If we can take a look at how the players have played so far, is there a lot of space on the edge? Is there a lot of space in the center? And how the meta is, that really evolves throughout the day as well.
We're moving into the final game here for day 1 of the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals. Your casters, Jorasar and Toby.
Thank you very much, folks. We're now moving into our last Erangel game. Are we finally going to see the crazy circle? To be fair, we've sort of seen a variation of the crazy circles, and we've had the crazy games on what we would not otherwise consider a normal circle up to phase 4 and 5. This tournament, this event, has just been determined to constantly throw us and the players off balance at every possible opportunity.
I'm just going to put it this way. Every single plane path could have given us a military game.
And yet it hasn't.
And yet it hasn't. So I feel like now, third time's the charm. But having said that, I kind of don't want it to go military. So maybe that's also all right if it doesn't. I just got to say, I'm loving these like nice, straightforward plane path today. This one a little harder to rotate east on. Obviously, we do know that down around the southern kind of belt from Ferry Pier to Farm, essentially, Ferry Pier to Milton Power. There's a lot of teams like the Luton around. One team that will opt to go far south this time around, though, is FaZe taking over military. Maybe they saw something that others didn't. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe they got dialed on in, as you said, when Na'Vi won their 17-kill game.
I don't know, man.
Just about 6 seconds from now.
I feel like we had like 4 teams Millie Island, then 3, and now it's 2. And I feel like the teams are slowly losing faith. And that's exactly
why.
And Liquid in shooting range in 3. I've seen this game before.
Now,
I've seen this before.
There has been doubts. And I think for quite a few of the people that has been in doubt, that doubt has, at least for now, turned to reality in the expectations from some footballist. I feel like this game, though, they're sitting with, I'm not going to say they're going to win the game, but they're sitting right now with the opportunity, like they literally have an open buffet. And they know it, because they were one of the 2 first teams to jump out of the plane. While they were parachuting down, they've seen that, oh, wait, for another 2.5 kilometers, nobody jumps out of the plane.
Yeah.
So we have space right now to go take. What I don't want to see happen now, though, is what we saw in the previous game where they ended up fighting against the Coruscants and then Northern Lights, is if you try and split now, you have to have an exit plan. You have to have an exit strategy. That's why you claim 4 compounds, so that if a team comes to fight you in one of them, you say, oh, okay, you'll take that. We've still got 3 left. You don't start fighting for that 1 compound, because if that compound means that much to you that you don't want to leave it when you're in a 4-way split, maybe you shouldn't have been a single player there to begin with.
Yeah, and completely fair. I mean, football is... I'm not defending them. There's a reason why you don't have that many points at this stage of the day. And if you're consistently at the bottom, you do need to switch some things up.
Yeah.
At the same time, I feel like they have had their share of bad luck.
Oh, most definitely.
Like I still feel bad for them. And I think that this is a golden opportunity for them to say, guys, this is day 1 of 3. Don't write us off. This game is the statement that they can make.
You know what? I will give them all the benefit of the doubt. They got the circle. They're sitting well in it right now. They have, as you said, everything to pick and choose from. We will see how they make use of it. In the meantime, over towards Yesnaya we go. One of our other teams who, well, I mean, they qualified through with flying colors. They did incredibly well, being Sakura Sanson in making their way on through to the grand finals, but we haven't seen a whole lot from them as they made it here. One of the things that they've really succeeded in doing during the Super Weekend last week was to play quiet in the early and mid game, find approaches, come in late, find approaches to the circle from where they don't really have to fight a whole lot of people, kind of on the more quiet side of the circle.
Sure.
And then once we get to the late game, because they hadn't been fighting early and mid game, they have the numbers, they have the fresh Kevlar and utility, and they will be all right to make the aggressive play. In the meantime, as you can see, I love that Joro is pointing it out to me for ballers. We are not splitting 4 compounds this time. We are fortifying the center of the circle.
If anyone is asked whether they think whether they've taken lessons from what happened in the previous games, they're like, no, look at this. That is literally Fort Knox in the middle of the circle.
They're sitting
right
with
now.
shotguns galore, just wait. They've put down they put down the gas cans, they've done everything. They are ready to be breached this time around. But to finish my point, Sakura Sanson succeeded in being allowed to play quiet on the edge to then aggress late. Like, they never really got their kills in the early and mid game. Here, because of the aggressive playstyle of most of the, or at least some of the other teams, they aren't allowed to play as passive as they probably would. They aren't given as much space as they would because when they sit on the edge, when they play quiet, they still get challenged. And a lot of the challenges that they could kind of weave out of during the Super Weekend, because we've stepped up the competition that notch, they take a casualty early. They take 2 casualties early. And all of a sudden, they come into the late game where usually they would come in 4 alive, no damage done, all that good stuff. Now they come in 2 alive, 3 alive, half vests, half helmets, haven't been able to just sit through and rest on their meds and all that. And they don't have that upper hand to take the fight slate. And therefore, when they meet some of these teams that might on individual terms be better mechanically, they can't win the fight with sheer numbers. Now, let's hold that thought for a second. Polish Power, winners of our previous game. I was going to say getting pulled up on by Liquid, but that's a little bit of an overstatement. They'll continue making their way north. I just think it's fun to see how certain teams thrive and succeed in lobbies, but when trying to take that same playstyle that has granted you the success to other lobbies, they can't kind of make the same results. And it's got to be incredibly frustrating, both as an in-game leader, but also just as a team as a whole. Liquid, where are you going here? You have gone too deep. You have gone too deep. No. Nothing else to say.
I mean, that was excellently done at range, to be fair, by Enterprise.
Oh, yeah.
But it was also handed to them on a plate a little bit.
I like the way that Liquid pathed their way up north, in the fact that they weren't ever really that much in trouble. I mean, they could kind of back off of the Polish Power position, but knowing that there is a team looting, like that many teams to the north and the northwest, I'm not going to say that it's obvious that there's going to be a team in that compound this early on, because they like in many other games, they probably could have been the first team to that position. But I also feel like they had many opportunities to stop earlier and make sure that it was free.
Sure, yeah. This perhaps it was maybe a sense of urgency after they were shot at by Polish Power, where it's, instead of taking a look, from the next hill and slowly scouting things out, it's the feeling is more, quick, we haven't got that compound, we need to get somewhere quickly. And then you end up rotating just a little bit quicker than you otherwise would have, and that's what does the damage.
Exactly.
But either way, Team Liquid down to 2 players, still very much in the game, very much center circle, if we're being honest.
Oh, yeah. They can sit tight in the forest for a good while, depending, of course, on where the next circles do end up going. And Tropic, in the meantime, alongside FaZe Clan, will be leaving military. Once again, disappointed that the games do not go in that direction.
I refuse. It must come down here. Come back.
Wait till tomorrow, guys. We'll get that tomorrow. Or maybe because all this has been happening so much, PUBG has been like, okay, this is too crazy. We're not giving
They're toning it down a bit.
We can't give them more of those circles. Let's see. Thing rotating in late, nothing new in that regard either. They're going to be backfilling on ends, and there is still a weird universe where this circle ends on Everest. Not saying it's going to happen.
When's the last time you saw a ruined circle?
It's been a while, but that's because of water.
Yeah. Ruins is so much fun.
The land ratio rules are... I get why they're there. And I like the fact that they're there, because we could have some really weird and wonky circles as a result of it. But I do like to think that when they were added and swimming hadn't been nerfed yet, that was the reason to add them. But then when swimming was nerfed, they could have not necessarily removed... I don't think there's a halfway. You can't nerf the land ratio, because then it just won't really play much of a factor at all.
Exactly.
So either it's one of those, either it's toggled on or it's toggled off.
Which is a pity, because
it is.
This is very mean on the players, but I would love to see like a Venice Watertown competitive ending. That would be... It would be atrocious for the players to play, but it would be so much fun.
And all that good stuff,
Right.
Just allow people to shoot with sidearms in the water. Like, allow people to use... I don't know how that would function. Or add harpoons. I don't know. Maybe we're getting sidetracked here.
Add harpoons. It's like, forget the crossbow, guys. The harpoon's the new bad boy in town.
Maybe that's what we need.
Your Panzer Faust won't work here.
We're getting sidetracked.
But we've got blow darts. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. We're going that direction all of a sudden. Thing full speeding forward through North George. They don't want any real estate in there, understandably so. Let's see, 20 seconds from now, first circle, or second circle, I should say, is going to pop. We lost 2 players, only 2 from Liquid has fallen so far, so kind of opposite to what we've seen previously with this northern circle. Not really the same amount of chaos that we had in Game 1.
No, like, the last time this happened, we had, what,
I mean, we had like 11 players dead at 9 minutes.
Drive-bys. Oh my god, it's. Well,
oh my god.
Well, we'll show you guys in a second, but wow. Okay. So the point is, the teams are coming in. There are 62 players alive at the moment, as opposed to, say, 50-ish.
Yeah.
Which is what we had before. And look at this. Northern Lights doing the Team Liquid cosplay.
Going full speed forward. Issue is BBL is already here, ready and waiting. They are fully committed to this position. Liquid is pulling in behind them. So is Exhalation. A lot of teams trying to succeed over what other teams did in previous games in this exact position. Smash knows that he has opponents just over the top. Maybe... No, that's a... He's going to be blind for a while. Oh no, and now they're hearing all the utility being used from the other side. That nade is good! Oh, a lot of damage done from Lou with that nade. Unfortunate for him, no knocks coming in. Nothing allowing for him to make the aggressive push forward. They want to get Batulin's back on his feet, but unfortunately their opponents on both sides of them now making things a little more difficult to maneuver through.
This is getting very messy very quickly. Interestingly, Team Liquid as the duo have essentially been allowed to sort of park up on the north side of this because BBL have been so preoccupied with Northern Lights.
And this is what Liquid succeeded in doing in that previous game, that BBL has failed to do. You must maintain control. You must split out, force teams away, and take control. But by allowing, or by, I shouldn't say by allowing, by not making sure to either take out Northern Lights or force them away from there, they have lost all functional use of shooting range. Now, instead of being a place where you can spread out, take control, and shoot at people from afar, now you just have to sit, hold angles, and kind of focus on Northern Lights rather than try and scout outward.
Yeah, as soon as you sort of lose that first, you let that first team in, you suddenly have to shrink your long range game into close quarters game. You're being forced to do that.
And then that position becomes, I don't want to say pointless, because it's still very, very center in the circle, and it could easily have the game end there. But you want to be able to scout up and around you, especially in a position where you have so much open field around you. Yes. You want to be able to know if the circle goes away from here, where can we go? Where are our threats currently? But you aren't allowed to do that because you have to deal with the team that is next to you. Or not deal with them, but kind of just, your attention has to be there.
Here we see Exhalation facing off against Tokyo Manji Gang. That's northwest of shooting range, and I mean, very much the dips-free strategy here, but remember, 62 players alive in this circle as opposed to 50 the last time we saw something like this. It's high risk.
It adds to it for sure. Can we, by the way, talk about it? And I know they mentioned it quickly on the
Beamy gets the headshot. We missed Beamy.
It has to be off cam.
It has to be off cam.
That's how it is. Can we, by the way, talk about how Tokyo Magic Gang has 24 kills and 0 placement points so far? I mean, they've been farming in the early and mid-game. They've been absolutely farming throughout the early and mid-game so far. They have the 5th most kills in the tournament so far, but they're like 12th place overall. It's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting that they're sitting... Oh, to make that 10th place, actually. Sorry. But sitting that far down the list with 0 placement points.
Might be a symptom of doing well getting into the engagements, but then overcommitting to staying there. Yeah. And because you overcommit to staying there, it means that your later rotates, you know, you get drive-by'd or there are no compounds left for you to take and you can't go... Recognizing that and making the adjustments, like the small adjustments and understanding, oh, this is the adjustment we need to make, not this, is the difference between teams like that potentially being on 24 points or 34 points, for example.
New circle pops. Enza quick to make a move in from the southwest side of the circle. In the meantime, Na'Vi, realizing there's a team backfilling on them, they want to and have to deal with them before anyone becomes a threat. You can see on your mini-map down in the bottom right corner that Melman is trying to flank around, maybe get a good off-angle position on them. And if FaZe aren't smart about this, they could get caught by surprise. Has the most in hand. Bold action that does the exact same as the Kar98. We'll see how he puts it to use, though.
Here we go, Polish Power after a couple of knocks onto Tokyo Manji Gang. They're moving in, and it's actually just the pair of them, so they're doing okay because
in the split.
Wade's and Aimlow exactly are still back in the dip. The problem for Polish Power is that they have a team that can see them from the north. That's Footballist, by the way. And they have a team that can see them from the east, which is Exhalation. Exhalation, by the way, are operating a split that sees them both sides of shooting range. And I'm thinking there's no way they can cover each other.
Exactly. It's I don't think this split was intentional. Let me put it that way. I do not believe that splitting like or the way that Exhalation are doing right now was what they initially wanted to do. Because they're sitting very far from one another, and Zoom is currently prone with his face into a fence. So I wouldn't go out and take for granted that there's some sort of master plan behind what they're doing right now. What I do like to see, though, is both what we're seeing from Entropic, what we're seeing from Sakura Sanson, and from Enterprise. The north, like northeast and west positions are all maintained under full control. In the meantime, now let's hop down here, FaZe Clan. Up against the guys in yellow on the other side. 80 first to fall. Millman makes use of the bolt.
FaZe Clan lying in wait. Na'Vi so close by, they want to just try clear out this quadrant, and there we go. That single bolt shot gave Diggory the opportunity he needed. He got Melman. Alia trying to trade. Unsuccessful so far, and Gustav comes in as soon as that gun goes off. That's why it's so important to make sure you can get that knock, because as soon as you telegraph your position to everyone else, you don't know who is lurking in wait. And now it all comes down to whether Example and Quizzy can try and save everyone else. They can! Quizzy with the angle, unexpected here, and Vex almost going down. But Entropic, that's a third party. Yep. No, it's Vex.
He found that knock all the way from inside the city of Severny. Count that distance, friends. In the meantime, Noogie peeks on over. That's a fight against Heroic. Tries to take the fight. Choosing corrects. He has a response, though, from down below. These off-angle players are doing so much damage. Na'Vi will fall in the end of it. Vex stands to survive.
Here comes
in the meantime, Squeaky makes a push on forward, but gets spotted from the side. Page with a double, and it's Janny from the other side, able to do the damage needed in order to take out Ends. Heroic lives with a scare. They lose T-Bone, but they stay alive.
Third party, fourth party, fifth party. This entire server's a party at this point, and we finally have a shift away from shooting range, by the way. So Team Liquid have taken the position that Heroic did in the game that they won, but it's going to be very much in the open. And would you look at who is smack bang in the middle with a compound.
Just when you thought this server was a party, wait until you start seeing teams rotate into this next circle. Because they're all going to be fighting for 1.5 compound. And as you were saying, look at that compound.
Oh no.
Footballers has been waiting for 16.5 minutes for this to happen. They have been spending countless hours prepping for this battle. And they will be ready and waiting for it. Let's see now. Sales drops on over to the AR. Not going to find anything with that. In the meantime, Entropic on rotation, getting picked apart. Diggory running over a teammate. That is suboptimal considering that they're currently fighting Ding on the other side of the circle.
FaZe Clan can't really move in. Ding can't really move in. They're sort of blocking each other at the moment. And then Northern Lights too. They might be able to gatekeep whoever wins this as well. And No Name yet are just chilling by the plane crash, by the way, because that's high ground and they can afford to rotate up west. So that's super smart. But these guys are locked in battle. They've got no choice. I mean, this is phase 4. This is starting to chunk.
It sure is. You can't rest in the blue. Unless if you're very close to the edge, doesn't matter. The Uber and Pestalog work together, take out the remaining FaZe Clan players. They fall in 14th, and Ding now has a rotation to make. Where do they go from here? Do they somehow avoid confrontation with No Name yet, or do they go straight into the action?
There's no easy answer here without knowing where everyone else is as well. I think Footballers are just surprised that 4 different teams haven't crashed at the same time. That is
the nade! What? The amount of damage from Monkey on that one takes Uber down, almost gets Senya down as well. And look at the HP and Bestalog. Absolute perfect.
How do you predict that? It's like, not only is the car going to stop here, but they're going to get out of the car and go slightly further. That is... Oh, no.
No, Smash! No, Smash! Oh, Exhalation!
Oh,
there you go,
man.
that's a free B2 nades thrown. They'll do the rest of the damage themselves. Polish Power out as well. You said you wanted to see the party. That was only the warm-up you were seeing before.
My God.
This is the chaos unfolding before your eyes, and the ending will fall as well. We lose team after team after team as this phase 4 continues closing on in. We're only 20 minutes in, and we have lost half the server.
We've seen 2 different nade plays there, and we went from exhalation to exasperation, but unfortunately the namesake was on the receiving end of the stick there after that vehicle mishap. Tokyo Manji Gang now checking out Enterprise. And they're, by the way, comfortably in the circle as well. All of this is effectively free shots for them because they're shooting everyone who's outside of the circle. They just want to farm a couple of points here.
I mean, again, they're living up to the expectation of no placement points, but kill points instead.
Maybe,
That is what they're harvesting right now anyway. BBL fall in 11th place as we make our way closer to those placement points. Here comes the drive-by. Page is ready, though. Tundo falls down. Instantly, more people will be coming down the hillside, though, and unfortunately, Page can't respond fast enough the second time around. Philo gets him down. They stay alive, but Enterprise still roams the hills behind.
Looking for the rest of No Name yet. Heroic were on the bottom of this, so had the opportunity to third party. They're now gone. My God! Grendis, where did that even come from? I don't know. And Vard clutches for Team Liquid. That's on the opposite side of the circle. The Observers are doing an amazing job at catching the end of every fight, by the way, which is hard to do when there's about 12 of them in the lobby at the same time. Enterprise have been having a very, very good game. They've been really good at being the last team to engage pretty much everyone.
Absolute cluster engagements we've seen so far, and yet our beloved Observers have caught all of it. So thank you guys for continuing to do such an amazing job. Let's see here. Nail up. Well, he knows there's Liquid players down there somewhere. Question of whether they're committing to the blue and just saying we ain't giving you the points here, or if Nail up is going to get some freebies off of it. He is a solo player left alive, so there's also the off chance that he goes down. In the meantime, Footballers, 0 kills so far. They ain't in a hurry. They're still in the center of the circle.
And remember how a lot of these circles go, right? You can have a really quiet game, but you've got the utility, your vested helmets are fine, and when it comes down to 3 or 4 team left, you can easily go from 0 to 8 or 10 kills super quick, so no need to worry about it for now.
Thing is, for them though, now is the time they need to start finding those kills. Because if you don't have the kills and you get a 4th place, that is a 4-point game. And you won't be, I mean, a 4-point game off of you having had this position throughout the entire match.
I would say it doubles your point count, but I don't think that's the point.
No, we can't do them like that. I feel like that's a little too rude. All I'm saying is they need to try and find those knocks, and there's the first one to be found. Odin able to get one.
Nice.
6x barrel goes to show that they're kind of prioritizing the close quarter defense here with the dual barrel. You would have to think there's a DMR somewhere that he could swap to. But I'm not gonna make those decisions on his behalf. In the meantime, Nail Up comes around the corner, spots one, Vard falls instantly. Wants to get the second as well, but not gonna happen. He is gonna go down. Will he be able to crawl to safety inside the circle? You'd have to think, pick him up, get him inside, make a run for it, get him in there, get inside, get a butt ton of loot, because there's 3 crates right next to you.
Is this the old Footballers priority?
It must be. It must be. At least now it must be. In the meantime, you can see Odin trying to get some better angles against Northern Lights. There is one player, should I say, from Northern Lights taken out of the game. Spiro is still alive though, and I'm loving that the Footballers continue to play aggressive on this. Odin once again active in the kill feed, finds one more knock, continuing to try and do damage over on the other side. Running low on ammo though, only has 2 bandages to play with. Again, they committed to this absurdly early, and having sat here the whole time and only fought at a distance, they haven't had a chance to reloot, or to get looted up, I should say, on any damage they've done so far.
That's the real... Oh, no, that's the real reason, by the way. You need the kills. It's for the loot boxes more than the points, right?
Honestly, yeah, it can play a massive factor. Taking those up-close fights, getting some extra loot as the game goes on can be essential, really. So you're winning the game. Once again, I mean, Odin, that's going to be the 3rd headshot knock on Batulins.
Here we go.
He's really bleeding out at this point. Granny's, in the meantime, trying to stay put, gets into a vehicle. That is optimistic at best, I would have to say. Tries to make a run for it. 7 bandages in the back. All he has to work with, not gonna matter, not gonna work for him. Tokyo Manji Gang finds one. Will they find more? They might, but Salty might have something to say to it. Prone's on down, gets the headshot confirmed as well. Not sure how he is still alive with this. Gets back on his feet and takes him out. Wow! Nixie functions as the bait as Salty somehow lives to see another day.
That was very good from Salty, proning just long enough to force his opponent to go, okay, there is no chance he's not healing now, and then taking the re-peek when he's looking at someone else.
The first 2 knocks of this game, or the first 2 flushes, I should say, was Jeans and Clip. That feels like 4 games ago. Vard and Mexi have been chilling by that shack.
They're in the top 4,
the entire game.
Yeah.
And not only are they top 4, if they can somehow deal with Sakura Sanson up on the hillside, we know what they're capable of.
That's a big somehow, though, isn't it?
You know, I'm trying to... You know, trying to kind of get the energy back up after a little bit of a quiet time.
It's Vard. 1v4s are his specialty.
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
He's there. He'll get it. In the meantime, Batulin's not too keen on giving any points away. Gonna try and heal it out. I mean, again, with the circles closing in, has an 8, has a molly, has an 8, has a molly, throws all of it, concede. Fair enough. Northern Lights finish 4th place. Futbolist from close to no endgame presence now find themselves. Let's see that headshot here, Odin. Show it to us.
Okay, that's good.
The pre-fire headshot. I like.
Good.
There was a bit of a wiggle peek initially. Anticipates the second wiggle, gets it there. Let's see if we can find one more. Nope, goes for it. But it's the same thing. Peek when you anticipate, or shoot when you anticipate them to make that peek.
He's got 13 bullets.
He is running out of ammo, and he's got literally no meds. Quite literally no meds.
This is like hardcore survival.
I mean, there is only 5 players left alive, so he's just gonna hit headshots.
Just one headshot per player, easy.
Yeah. Add that to the rulebook, or to the how to get rulebook.
Knock someone with every bullet.
Just headshot people.
Just headshot people.
Yeah. Liren, well, no headshot needed when you have a broken vest already. He becomes active footballers now as they push on out, start showing presence. They full on double down on that compound early on, and here it shows why. Not only did they get the compound, but Liren has literally just picked up level 3 gear at home as well. Here they come full speed forward. He-Man falls down. Tegas should meet the same fate in just a short moment, but don't get overzealous. We still have Vard and Mexi in the race here. As I say, that Vard does fall down. 1v1v4, glued in a perfect angle there. Spots Mexi. He is now a single player left alive. Futbolist. A 3-1 push over the top. Smart decision making on their part. One more falls. Odin once again with the bolt in hand does the damage needed. One more left to find, and Odin once more gets the kill. They had nothing at the start of the end game. They finish off with 17 points.
Wow. All right, Futbolist, end our day here with a chicken dinner. And
who would have seen that coming?
You're right. I mean, and 0 kills for most of the way through the game. And we knew from watching last week, we know from competitive PUBG experience, wait, the kills will come. Yeah. What I like the most about that, after the day they've had, I know that, like, even if you're the lowest scoring team in this lobby, you're still a very good team, right? It would have been easy for them to stay in their compound a while longer. They took the opportunity to go aggressive. They had a lot of reasons today to have their confidence knocked, and I think that move showed that no, this is objectively the correct thing to do. Put everything else aside. We're winning this game. Let's go out there and get it. Loved it.
I mean, we said in the first game, right? I mean, in the start of this game, I should say, we said in this game, it's not been a great day for them. They get the circle here. How are they going to take advantage of it? They commit to the compound, fair play. They full-on commit to it. They barely have any meds. They barely have any weapons to utilize, but they make the play out of the compound when they had to. And that's what I feel like most teams fail at. You can get all the circles in the world, but if you don't know when to leave that compound, those walls that you're using for cover are going to be the walls that the opponents are using to narrow down angles on where you're coming from. They knew exactly when to make that play. They did it at the right time. And sure, it wasn't a flashy game, but literally every single team here will take a 17-point game any day of the week, and they were the ones to get it.
And here's what's interesting as well. They've gone from having a terrible day and they're at the bottom of the leaderboard to, because the middle of the standings is so packed, they're actually in the running in that midfield now as well. Okay, they're not top of the midfield, but they've clawed their way right back in this with that one game. How amazing is that?
It is absolutely amazing. It goes to show the comeback potential of a lot of these teams. You don't have to go out and do things wild. You don't have to be insane, but I do have to give a massive shout out to Odin, because we've been seeing more and more people using the bold actions, and he was in that kill feed from start to finish. So while it might not have been up close with a lot of the teams, he was hitting the shots he needed to in order for them to be allowed to make that aggressive push forward.
So, a lot of very interesting stories in that final game. Some really cool ones that we're going to be following into tomorrow and the day after as well. Plenty to break down. And thankfully for us, we have 3 of the best in the business about to do that for us. Sam and Co., over to you.
Thank you so much, Jorasa. I want to talk about footballers because they did not have a good start. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. It looked rough for them, single digits all the way into the final game. But now they seem to have woken up. They're here, chicken dinner. They're going to be happy with that.
I'm happy that they're able to turn it back like that, considering they came into this game with only 4 points. But not only being able to turn it around, but also keeping all 4 alive until the end game was such an important thing. Not just for them to get the win and the points, but the morale boost in getting that, ending the day like this. This is the greatest comeback that they could have asked for. And I mean, coming in for tomorrow, I feel like this is just going to be like any other day for them now.
Yeah, and you know, this compound in general is such a good compound to come out and get a chicken dinner from. Like, you have such a good approach from basically any angle. You can put a lot of pressure from like to anywhere from that compound. And yeah, it's great to see that nobody ends up on having single-digit points. We were talking about it. You don't want to end the day after 6 games having single digits, and they managed to jump into it. I think they're going to end in the start of the 20s there, so it's going to be great for them.
It's that mental thing, right? If you finish today really low, it's very difficult to get back up tomorrow. And there's a couple of teams that I'm sure will be looking back not happy with their performance, but at least for footballers, maybe a different conversation tonight when they're all sitting chatting?
Yeah, you can end the day on a high note. Like, yeah, you can celebrate, and then you can look at, okay, what happened in the 5 previous games of that, because it is not enough to compete for the top 8. And obviously, we're playing for all these PGC points. We're playing for that juicy prize pool as well that you want the lion's share of, obviously. So you need to step up the rest of the games. Their Miramar games was terrible. And if they can step up and maybe get a win on that tomorrow or the Sunday, that would be great.
I mean, what we saw is basically them adapting to the lobby, to the circles itself. We've seen a lot of northern circles, and they had a little bit of trouble rotating into that in their earlier games. But now they realized, all right, we go early, we take something, we're just going to hold that down. We don't need to push anything. We'll play a little bit more safe, use the bolt, and great, of course, Zion with that bolt and that pre-fire into that shack onto NLT. Woo, that was beautiful.
That was spicy. In general, the game here for us as well, it was a hard game to play. Another Northwest circle with an even harder terrain to play. Especially that shift, when it shifted away from the shooting range as well, it's so hard to get away from. You only have that little canyon to kind of play with. There's a few shacks down there. And whoever is on the very furthest north, they can pretty much just shoot at everyone coming into them and take over the area.
Also, of course, a great performance from teams like Sakura Zensen and Enterprise here in the last game. Some of the teams that was towards the bottom of the leaderboard coming back super strong here in the last game of today. And I mean, that is something that is needed for them. Of course, they might not think or might not feel like they have as much pressure on them, but it always feels good to end it on a high note and be able to push yourself up there towards the middle pack themselves. So right now, I don't think we're going to have like a bottom pack. It's just going to be a huge mid pack, basically.
Yeah.
The problem with the huge mid-pack, though, is a team like Na'Vi, who's been sitting on the top first out in this final game. That's going to make them nervous because now the points start coming into play and everyone in the mid-pack can play some catch-up.
Well, again, though, now they might not be in the first place, meaning they have to go for the chasing game instead, not be in the first one. And I feel like that's not just Na'Vi, but a lot of teams, they're way stronger on doing that, having the chasing game rather than holding that first spot.
Any other teams that you had a look at today, Avenger, specifically in this game, that impressed you enough that you think we should give them a mention?
Yeah, I think Sakura Stanton did well. Liquid being able to salvage the game from being 2 players from super early on and then getting that many kills and a 3rd place as well. It is good to see because that is also, in terms of consistency and getting as many points as you can, it's also the average points per game that you can, if you can increase that, and as you can see here, 11 points for Liquid, the 6 kills and the 5 points from placement, if you can consistently put that up, you're going to be in the top 4 easily.
It's going to be interesting when we take a look at the leaderboard at the end of day 1. But right now, a lot of these teams being able to get some points with the kills for us, and that's going to make them move up a little bit. And I think when you talk about the mid-pack, I'm starting to think this is going to be a pretty open leaderboard by the end of today. Lots to play for tomorrow.
Oh, 100%. And that's just amazing to see, right? It's going to open up, and here we can see the overall leaderboard. And, well, okay, sure. The bottom team's a little bit behind maybe, but look how close they are towards the mid-pack there. It's still so close. It's still anybody games. And of course, we have a new leader right now. It's got to be Team Liquid. They had an awesome first day here, especially with a lineup change, adding a new coach to the role. it is a lot of things to take in hand for them, but they've been dealing with that really good here today.
The walking PUBG encyclopedia is next to me. Mentioned it in the pre-show. You both said Team Liquid is a team that could potentially be not only the best in Europe, the best in the world. And they're sitting in the top spot there, and they have put on a really good performance.
Yeah, and luckily I can count to 10 on my 2 hands, and I can count 6 teams out of the 8 invited partner teams on the top 8 as well, Sam. So that's looking good. But what is really catching my eyes on this leaderboard specifically here is the 12 points from football is the 16th, up to FaZe Clan on 33. That is not a lot of points. Like, it is extremely close. Anyone on the bottom half of the leaderboard can have a good game day 1 tomorrow, and they will be in the top 8 easily.
This might be one of the closest leaderboards we've had in competitive PUBG after a day, 1 out of 3 days. It's super close compared to like how sometimes you have a team that is running off, or 2 teams that are having a little bit of better games running off from everybody else, and some team towards the bottom that might be falling a little bit behind. But right now, this is so close between all of them.
So what we've learned today is that it's all still to play for. It's open season, and we can't call it at all. And that was always a little bit tough, because going into tomorrow now, all of these teams know that it's going to increase the nerves a little bit.
It will, but at the same time, as we mentioned before as well, this is where the experience comes in. The experienced teams, they are probably going to jump a little bit ahead coming into day 2 and then coming into day 3. Maybe even a little bit more ahead of the other teams, because they know what they need to fix straight away. They know how they adapt to the other teams straight away, and they do that really quick. Compared to some of our less experienced teams, they need a little bit more time to work on that, figuring out, okay, what is going wrong right now? What's not working for us, and how do we fix that? And how do we do that in a short time?
Yeah, and the in-game leaders, the coaches, the analysts on the team, they're already going to be jumping straight onto those 6 games, trying to break down what could we do better, where are the weaknesses from the other teams as well, because there have been some personal mistakes and errors, and also misplays from some of the teams that you can really take advantage of. Also analyze and look at, okay, how much space is on their circle. Is there a lot of teams doing big rotations? For example, the last game here, I really wanted some of the teams to do some of those big rotations when we saw that northwestern shift to make a rotation over close to Servney, because there was a lot of space on the northern side, and on the southwestern side of the circle, there's a lot of teams fighting, and you could hear it, you can see it in the kill feed. And some of the teams in the very back, I really wanted them to try to make a scout for try to make a rotation all the way on the eastern side to try to come up and contest the Enterprise on the north side.
We do have an opportunity to chat to one of the players from our top team after day 1. James from Team Liquid is with us now. James, you gotta be happy sitting in that top spot after day number 1. How does that feel?
Always a good feeling. Not an uncommon one.
That's a little bit of a cheeky answer there, James, but we'll take it. We'll take it. Obviously, good to be back competing for 2022. How was that first day of competition for you personally?
It's interesting. We've been playing scrims for almost 3 months now, so it's feeling really good to play again. I'm enjoying it.
Definitely enjoying it. And also, you're enjoying it when you're in the top spot, no doubt. Frost, any questions for James?
I gotta ask you, are we seeing a comeback from the Nade God, considering what we saw in the previous game here today?
Oh yeah. He's coming back, man.
Yeah, I have a question as well, James. We talked to Clip a little bit earlier, obviously, and we asked what are the 3 biggest opponents. And after what you've seen today, do you still agree that it's Na'Vi, VP, and Heroic?
Yeah, I think so. So, I think also FaZe is a good contender. I think even though EAQ didn't have a good day, they're also up there. There is a lot of teams with potential in EU, to be honest. If they have a good day, they'll show up really strong.
Yeah, okay. Any other players that you didn't that played really well today that you didn't expect to play well? Maybe some of the qualifying teams?
I mean, never really expect Beamy to play well, but he always plays well.
He never expects himself to play well as well.
James, last question from me. We were talking about this earlier on the desk. As a player, do you prefer to be at the top of the leaderboard so early on, or do you prefer to play catch-up?
I think definitely in PUBG it's easier to play catch-up, but being on the top is something you have to do multiple times and experience to deal with it, to be honest. It's definitely harder to be at the top.
Are you going to stay there for tomorrow?
Yes.
There we go. We got the clip. Let's hope that you can do that. Thanks so much for chatting to us, and we'll see you play tomorrow.
See you guys.
I always love that because, if they do stay on the top now, we've just got the same clip. We can just play over and over again.
Right.
Teams saying yes. And if they don't, we can use that as well.
What I loved the most was his cheekiness, obviously. That is something you don't want to have in James. If you give James confidence, he will boost that himself to 10,000 levels above it, and he will fuel himself into playing even better, aggressing even more. So I could definitely see Liquid pulling up and being really good tomorrow as well. Maybe winning a game or two.
I'm not going to say that we've never seen this happen before, but Liquid on the first place after day one, and then it doesn't work out all the way. Well, we'll have to see what happens there. Hopefully they've broken that curse.
Yeah, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, right?
Yeah.
It's often been that for Liquid. And obviously with this roster change, this is what they're hoping to change. They're hoping to be able to win some of these tournaments here in Europe.
No doubt Fuzzface is going to have a big grin on his face tonight, but we'll have to see how they perform tomorrow. And you get to watch as well. This is what the schedule looks like, so you don't miss any of the action. We have another 6 games tomorrow, and then another 6 on Sunday. So you're getting stacks of PUBG esports in your faces. It's been too long. We've missed it here in Europe, and now we're back.
Yeah, it's great to be back. And of course, tomorrow, starting off with Erangel, that's going to be interesting since we ended with Erangel today as well. Seeing how the teams adapted straight away, what are they expecting in terms of circles. Today it's been a lot of north. I wonder if we're going to keep on going north tomorrow.
What do you think, Avenger? Are we going north? Let's just make a random statement to end the show.
Just a random statement.
About going north, possibly.
3 military circles? No. Statistically, we see 16 to 20% of all the circles go military if you look over thousands of games, right? But sometimes you just have those, 3 games a day where 2 or 3 of them goes military. Now, today, it's 3 of them goes north. I would like to see some changes into the circles. Like, we don't want them in the same areas, all like north. Then the teams that are playing north historically just have that kind of home turf advantage, and I don't think we're going to see that when we're eventually going to be ending up having those 9 Erangels played. So tomorrow some changes, hopefully, and now that we're starting on it rather than ending on Erangel, maybe we could have it on the other side of the map or east or west.
I got to agree. We want to have variety of circles, right? That also means that we get variety of the gameplay, how the teams are going to adapt to those kind of circles and the teams they have around them. And that's the greatest way. That's what you want to see. That's what you want to live when you're watching PUBG.
So one thing I've learned is that the circle never does what you want when you're playing PUBG, so you're not going to get any of that. There you go. We will be back tomorrow with more of the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals. Thank you so much for watching, and make sure you come back tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Gilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Gilu, the home of everyday esports.